Chapter 669. Heaven Region, Divine Land, a secret message from Ghost Emperor Zhang Tian. On a patch of dark clouds, a figure was looking into the distance as if he was searching for something. His expression changed slightly. This person was Xing Luo, who had disappeared from the central continent. Xing Luo waved his right hand, and an ancient jade talisman appeared. As his Tao power surged into the talisman, a message appeared. "Qinyu, is he really still alive?" Xing Luo's eyes flashed when he saw the news. A strange look appeared in his eyes. He had suspected that Qinyu was still alive when the extraterritorial demon race invaded the ancient demon race's ancestral land. Now that he read the message from Ghost Emperor Zhang Tian, he was certain that Qinyu had used some unknown method to survive. "I thought I had no chance of obtaining the primordial combat dragon art. I didn't expect the heavens to help me." After a while, a strange smile appeared on Xing Luo's face. After learning the secret of the primordial combat dragon art, he had joined forces with Ghost Emperor Zhang Tian and the others to ambush Qinyu in the graveyard of immortal gods. His goal was to obtain the primordial combat dragon art from Qinyu. However, he had underestimated Qinyu. Although Qinyu hadn't escaped, he hadn't captured him either. The primordial combat dragon art had disappeared when Qinyu's body and soul self-destructed. Now that Qinyu had returned alive, Xing Luo was naturally happy. Whoosh! At this moment, a black light shot over from the distance and appeared in front of Xing Luo. It was a black crow, and its eyes were suffused with a strange green light. When Xing Luo and the black crow looked at each other, two figures appeared in the crow's green eyes. If Qinyu and Sky Burier Sword Immortal were here, they would definitely recognize the two figures. They were the Jiang siblings who had returned from reincarnation. "You hid quite far away." Xing Luo waved his hand, and the black crow flew into his sleeve. After that, Xing Luo's figure flashed, and he swiftly tore through space and flew towards a certain direction. Even with Xing Luo's cultivation base, he still flew for over 2 hours before arriving in front of a towering mountain peak that extended all the way into the clouds. The mountainside was shrouded in clouds and mist, making it impossible to see the situation inside. Someone's here?" Within the stone hall at the peak of the mountain, Jiang Yuanyi and Jiang Qingyu, who had arranged the Spirit King's corpse into the 3 talents formation, opened their eyes at the same time. They felt an extremely aggressive aura approaching. Clearly, someone with bad intentions was approaching. Immediately, Jiang Yuanyi moved his right hand and put away the Spirit King's corpse. He didn't continue to inherit the Spirit King's mantle. Rumble! Almost at the same time, a terrifying might smashed into the mountain peak like a tornado. The barrier around the mountain exploded with a loud bang. The entire mountain collapsed as a result, causing a heaven-shaking commotion. Swoosh! 2 rays of light flashed from the collapsed mountain and stood in the air. They were none other than Jiang Yuanyi and Jiang Qingyu, whose faces were cold and murderous. Without saying a word, he attacked them directly. He wanted to kill them. "He is Wild Dragon Sovereign?" Seeing Xing Luo, who was surrounded by a terrifying Tao power, the Jiang clan siblings actually recognized him. They had seen Xing Luo in the forbidden land of the extraterritorial Devil clan, but they didn't meet face to face. The Jiang clan siblings didn't know why Xing Luo would suddenly attack them. While they were sizing up Xing Luo, they also spread out their senses. When they didn't discover the crown prince, who was with Xing Luo that day, they sighed in relief. If Xing Luo was alone, they wouldn't be afraid. "I'm sorry to disturb your cultivation. I have a matter that I need your help with." Xing Luo stepped into the air as the aura contained within his body became more and more terrifying. "From your attitude, it doesn't seem like you're asking for help. Instead, it seems like you have a grudge against us." A seven-colored light condensed in Jiang Qingyu's eyes. Vaguely, the strange ancient seal condensed between her eyebrows also surfaced with a seven-colored light. A vast and overflowing pressure was emitted, suppressing one's soul. My method is a little presumptuous. I hope the two of you can forgive me. When she was about 300 meters away, Xing Luo stopped in midair. Behind him, the shadow of an ancient dragon appeared, making Xing Luo's aura even more terrifying. If you have something to say, say it. Jiang Yuan's skin glowed with treasure light. Each of the glows contained a terrifying force of Tao, as if the force of the heavens and earth had been transferred to the cultivator. Can you give me your Immortal King tokens? Xing Luo asked. Immortal King tokens? Jiang Yuan and Jiang Qingyu's expressions changed slightly. They didn't expect someone to come knocking on their door so soon after the Immortal King tokens were unsealed. It seemed like the rumor that the Immortal King tokens contained immortal affinity was true. I don't know what the Immortal King tokens are. I'm afraid you found the wrong person. Jiang Yuan said. Is that so? Then I have no choice. Before he finished speaking, a dragon's roar reverberated through the 9 heavens. Xing Luo merged with the ancient dragon shadow behind him and rushed out with a mighty aura. Indestructible deity technique. Jiang Yuan shouted. His skin glowed with treasure light, transforming into ancient immortal inscriptions that covered his body as he rushed forward. Rumble! Jiang Yuan was born with the indestructible deity body, and his physical body contained invincible might. At this moment, he wasn't suppressed by Xing Luo, who carried the ancient dragon's might. The two of them were locked in a fierce battle in the void. Terrifying Tao techniques turned into destructive storms that swept across the void. Primordial chaos, Saint Soul. Jiang Qingyu didn't join the battle. She just stood in the void behind, forming seals with her hands. A terrifying aura condensed around her body. She had the immortal primordial chaos, Saint Soul, and her talent in the Soul Tao was unparalleled. Naturally, she wouldn't engage in close combat. Saint Soul Killer Seal. Suddenly, Jiang Qingyu pointed out, successively, numerous ancient and profound seals tore through the sky from the tip of her finger, and they concealed themselves in space without leaving a trace behind. Rumble! Xing Luo, who was fighting with Jiang Yuan, seemed to have sensed something and immediately dodged to the side. In the next instant, the void where Xing Luo was, a soul Tao storm that could destroy everything erupted, destroying everything in its path. God King Fist. Jiang Yuan seized the opportunity to predict Xing Luo's dodging position. His fists contained invincible might, and he punched out repeatedly. The sky shook, and the void trembled. Sharon flying heavens. Xing Luo roared, and a dragon's roar exploded. Vaguely, one could see a giant dragon tail sweeping across the void. Their attacks collided fiercely in the void, and earth-shattering destructive Tao techniques turned the area into a forbidden zone. Jiang Yuan's figure flashed, and he rushed out from the destructive zone, side by side with Jiang Qingyu. Xing Luo, who had cultivated the indestructible heavenly profound physique, stood in the destructive zone, allowing the destructive Tao techniques to land on his body. This scene made Jiang Yuan and Jiang Qingyu's expressions turn serious. Xing Luo's physical body was stronger than Jiang Yuan's, who had the indestructible deity body. Chapter 670. I don't have time to play around with you. Xing Luo seemed to be talking to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his right hand into a fist. An incomparably terrifying shockwave swept across the area, directly dispersing the Tao of destruction around him. At this moment, a black light flashed in Xing Luo's eyes. One could vaguely see a figure in the depths of Xing Luo's eyes. What a terrifying aura! Could it be that his cultivation has already reached the peak of the ancient emperor realm? Jiang Yuanyi and Jiang Qingyu felt a chill run down their spines when they sensed Xing Luo's aura. The current Xing Luo was several times scarier than he was before. His aura seemed to have reached the peak of the ancient emperor realm. In fact, he might have even surpassed the limits of the ancient emperor realm. Purple dawn divine light. Xing Luo suddenly attacked. A dazzling purple light flashed in his eyes. Instantly, a dazzling purple light bloomed behind Xing Luo. It pierced through the void and destroyed everything. Not good. Jiang Yuanyi and Jiang Qingyu's expressions changed drastically when they saw the purple light. From the purple divine light, they could sense a hair-raising sense of danger. Immediately, the two of them unleashed their super-powerful innate divine abilities in an attempt to resist the purple divine light. Puqi, however, Jiang Yuanyi and Jiang Qingyu's abilities were instantly sealed and lost their effects the moment they came into contact with the purple light. The violent and destructive attacks landed on their bodies, causing them to vomit blood and fly backward. Their auras were weakened. This isn't a Tao of the sky domain. Could it be that he really surpassed the 9th stage of the martial path and stepped into the heavenly Tao? Jiang Yuanyi and Jiang Qingyu quickly retreated away from the purple divine light area. They hurried to suppress their internal injuries and looked at Star Luo with uncertainty. The purple divine light surrounding Star Luo was definitely not the power of the heaven domain's Tao. Although it was only for an instant, the aura that Xing Luo released was extremely similar to the Rakshasa crown prince's. Seal. Xing Luo's attack didn't stop there. He opened his right hand and aimed it at Jiang Yuanyi and Jiang Qingyu. In an instant, numerous strands of violet divine light condensed into appearance out of thin air above the 9 heavens, and they transformed into a violet-colored cage that smashed down forcefully. Go! Jiang Yuanyi was very decisive. Seeing this, he immediately threw out the Tremor Immortal King token and fled in the opposite direction with Jiang Qingyu. When Jiang Yuanyi threw out the Immortal King token, Xing Luo frowned. He had originally thought that the Jiang siblings had gathered the remaining 7 Immortal King tokens and triggered the spirit world within the Immortal King tokens. But from the looks of it now, that didn't seem to be the case. This was because after Jiang Yuanyi threw out the Tremor Immortal King token, Xing Luo no longer sensed the ripples of an Immortal King token from them. Is there someone else who triggered the restrictions on the Immortal King token? After Xing Luo dissipated the purple cage light, he held the Immortal King token in his hand and muttered to himself. If that was the case, he would have to put in more effort to sense the person who had triggered the Immortal King token. 2 months later, in the Holy Dragon Sect's imperial city of the East Continent, Qin Yu, who had quelled the chaos of the ancient emperor in the East Continent, left the Sacred Dragon Sect for the Divine Prefecture. After leaving the East Continent, Qin Yu met up with the Sky Burier Sword Immortal, who had arrived as promised. After a few days, Qin Yu and the Sky Burier Sword Immortal arrived at the most mysterious Divine Prefecture in the 9 provinces of the Heaven Domain. Although the Divine Prefecture belonged to the Heaven Domain, there wasn't a single force that could take root and develop in the Divine Prefecture. This was because the Divine Prefecture was the world of the descendants of the gods. Although the ancient gods had disappeared in the long river of history, the various godly auras that they had left behind were not to be underestimated even for the ancient emperor. Previously, the extraterritorial devil tribe had drawn out the ancient godly power and used it to invade the Heaven Domain, causing countless experts to lose their lives. However, the descendants of the gods had benefited greatly from the ancient godly power, and their strength had increased exponentially. Of course, although the Divine Prefecture was the world of the descendants of the gods, there were still many experts from the Heaven Domain who entered and left the Divine Prefecture. There were too many ancient ruins in the Divine Prefecture. Not only were there ruins of the ancient gods, but there were also many archaic immortal ruins which attracted countless experts to gather and explore. Qinyu and the Sky Burier Sword Immortal had both been to the Divine Prefecture before. Therefore, the two of them easily arrived at one of the forbidden areas of the Divine Prefecture, the Eternal Sword Mound. The Eternal Sword Mound was located in the eastern part of the Divine Prefecture, in the center of an ancient barren mountain. From afar, the Eternal Sword Mound looked like a huge valley floating in the air. However, when one looked closer, one would realize that the Eternal Sword Mound that looked like a valley was actually formed by billions of sharp swords. However, those billions of sharp swords weren't real. They were just sword shadows that seemed to have solidified a terrifying sword intent that could suppress both ancient and modern times emanated from the Eternal Sword Mound. Let's go. Qinyu and the Sky Burier Sword Immortal didn't hesitate. In a flash, they flew toward the Eternal Sword Mound. At their level, the terrifying sword intent emanating from the Eternal Sword Mound had no effect on the two of them at all. The moment they entered the Eternal Sword Mound, Qinyu and the Sky Burier Sword Immortal felt that the void around them was rippling like water. That feeling was as if they were entering a brand new world and losing contact with the outside world. Qinyu and the Sky Burier Sword Immortal weren't very surprised by this. In the Eternal Sword Mound, every sword shadow that contained sword intent contained an independent space. In other words, this Eternal Sword Mound with billions of sharp swords was equivalent to countless independent spaces stacked together. It was still fine if they were in the outer area. However, if they entered the depths of the Eternal Sword Mound, even if they met face to face, they might be separated by several layers of space. Follow me. After crossing the outer area of the Eternal Sword Mound, the Sky Burier Sword Immortal led the way. Although Qinyu had explored the Eternal Sword Mound before, he didn't explore it as deeply as the Sky Burier Sword Immortal. His understanding of the Eternal Sword Mound was naturally inferior to the Sky Burier Sword Immortal. When Qinyu and the Sky Burier Sword Immortal entered the Eternal Sword Mound, several mysterious figures also quietly arrived at the Eternal Sword Mound. No one knew what kind of secret technique they used, but they actually followed the path that Qinyu and the Sky Burier Sword Immortal took. In the depths of the Eternal Sword Mound, under the Sky Burier Sword Immortal's lead, Qinyu came to a sword lake that flickered with light. In that sword lake, one could vaguely see the existence of an ancient door of light. That door of light was illusory, as if it existed, but also as if it didn't. It was quite mysterious. After passing through this sword lake, we will enter the true core of the Eternal Sword Mound. The Sky Burier Sword Immortal unsheathed the ancient sword on his back, and an extremely terrifying sword intent surrounded him. Seeing that the Sky Burier Sword Immortal was so cautious, green dragon patterns appeared on Qinyu's skin and flesh, and there were faint signs of them turning into dragon scales. He was using the green dragon battle the heavens. At the same time, the Chaos Ancestor Dragon and Ancestor Demon statue in Qinyu's body were also restless, ready to deal with any danger that might appear at any time. Chapter 671. Swoosh. In the next moment, Sky Burier Sword Saint and Qinyu turned into two rays of light and rushed into the sword lake. The sword lake looked like it was only 100 feet wide from the outside, but the moment they entered, they seemed to have traveled through time and space and arrived at a vast starry sky. The starry sky seemed to be boundless, and there were terrifying sword lights flashing in the void like shooting stars. They appeared without warning and disappeared without a trace. In the center of the starry sky, there was an extremely ancient light gate that was 10,000 feet wide. The light gate was no longer illusory, but was floating in the air. Qinyu and Sky Burier Sword Saint flew to the light gate and their expressions turned serious. A towering figure holding an ancient sword appeared in the light gate, and it was like a mountain. The towering figure emitted an extremely terrifying sword Dao pressure that suppressed the world. The reason why Qin Yu and Sky Burier Sword Saint looked so serious was because of the pressure emitted by the towering figure. It's actually become so big. Sky Burier Sword Saint looked at the figure carefully, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Is this the spirit of the sword tomb?" Qin Yu asked. The towering figure did not have any aura of life or soul Dao fluctuations. It was not a living thing. The only possibility was that it was the spirit of the sword tomb that Sky Burier Sword Saint had mentioned. To be precise, this is the projection of the spirit of the sword tomb. When I came here, it was only 100 feet wide, but now it is more than 10,000 feet wide. Sky Burier Sword Saint took a deep breath and flew toward the top of the ancient light gate with Qin Yu. Over there was an ancient sword light seal that contained quite a bit of power. Buzz, buzz. However, Sky Burier Sword Saint and Qin Yu's actions seemed to have triggered some kind of restriction. The countless sword shadows that flashed in the void were like demonic beasts that had gone berserk. With extremely terrifying power, they rushed towards Sky Burier Sword Saint and Qin Yu. There were so many of them that they formed a sword tide. Slash. Sky Swallowing Dragon Seal. Sky Burier Sword Immortal and Qin Yu, who had been on guard, immediately attacked. Burier Heaven Sword Immortal's ancient sword cleaved down. A pitch-black sword beam blossomed with dazzling light as it cleaved down on the incoming sword tide. A loud dragon roar appeared on Qin Yu's body. An ancient dragon seal formed and pounced forward with bared fangs and brandished claws. A huge pitch-black whirlpool appeared in the dragon seal and swallowed a large portion of the sword wave. Under the attacks of Qin Yu and Sky Burier Sword Immortal, more than half of the terrifying sword tide was neutralized. However, in the depths of the vast starry sky, there was a clear sword cry. Up, down, left, and right, the sound of swords humming could be heard from all directions. It was as if a group of mountains were humming, causing one's hair to stand on end. Qin Yu and Heaven-Burying Sword Immortal exchanged glances. They knew that they could not afford to be delayed here. They had to end the battle quickly. Immediately, the two of them didn't hold back in the slightest. Both of them executed their ultimate techniques and completely obliterated the sword tide. After that, their figures flashed and appeared in front of the ancient sword light seal at the top of the Door of Light. Break. Qin Yu and Heaven-Burying Sword Immortal attacked together. Earth-shattering Dao techniques condensed and exploded. At that moment, the sky exploded as an incomparably terrifying attack erupted. Crack! A layer of extremely ancient spirit formation power appeared on the ancient sword light seal. Even so, it couldn't stop the joint attack of Qin Yu and Heaven-Burying Sword Immortal. Accompanied by a clear cracking sound, the ancient sword light seal suddenly shattered and a palm-sized opening appeared. Qin Yu and Heaven-Burying Sword Immortal's eyes flashed. They immediately executed their secret techniques and turned into two rays of light that escaped into the opening. Rumble! Almost at that moment, the void rumbled and trembled. Hundreds of millions of terrifying sword lights whizzed over and slashed at the opening of the ancient sword light seal. In an instant, the opening was sealed. If Qin Yu and Heaven-Burying Sword Immortal had reacted slightly slower, they would have had to use a lot of means. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the ancient Door of Light, the majestic figure holding the giant sword trembled slightly. Sword runes spread out on the ancient sword light seal. The opening created by Qin Yu and Heaven-Burying Sword Immortal's bombardment was immediately restored to its original state. However, the hundreds of millions of sword lights didn't disappear. Instead, They danced around the ancient door of light. At that moment, Qin Yu and heaven-bearing sword immortal, who had entered the ancient door of light, appeared in an ancient and mysterious sword tomb. It was called a sword tomb because the stone coffins that appeared here were buried with ancient swords. Extremely terrifying sword power was sealed in the stone coffins. After counting carefully, there were a total of 999 stone coffins in the sword tomb. Moreover, the sword power contained in each stone coffin was enough to make an ancient emperor's heart palpitate. Look over there. Heaven-bearing sword immortal sent a voice transmission to Qin Yu and signaled him to look at the center of the sword tomb. After Qin Yu looked over, his eyes narrowed slightly. In the center of the sword tomb, there was a 90-foot-tall stone chair. This stone chair was like a crane among chickens in this sword tomb, attracting the attention of others. This was because from the overall layout of the sword tomb, the 999 stone coffins with ancient swords seemed to be worshipping the stone chair. As if sensing Qin Yu and heaven-bearing sword immortal's gaze, the stone chair that was originally empty rippled. A figure wearing an ancient robe, who seemed to have come from the immemorial divine wilderness, appeared on the stone chair. The figure was the majestic figure that Qin Yu and heaven-bearing sword immortal had seen on the ancient door of light. Obviously, this figure was the spirit of the sword tomb that heaven-bearing sword immortal had mentioned. After thousands of years, you actually came here again. An old and deep voice sounded. After the figure's body flickered, his true face was revealed. It was a white-haired old man. He held a rusty ancient sword in his hand. He looked ordinary and mediocre. However, the aura that he exuded made Qin Yu and heaven-bearing sword immortal feel extreme danger. A late-stage ancient emperor existence would definitely not have such a terrifying aura. Qin Yu now understood why Long Hao had such terrifying power after merging with the immortal sword intent. The cultivation of the spirit of the sword tomb was far stronger than Qin Yu had expected. Its strength was probably enough to fight against the blue Qian ice beast, or even stronger. After thousands of years, your cultivation has increased tremendously. Could it be that you have surpassed the limits of the ancient emperor realm? Heaven-bearing sword immortal said slowly when he saw that the spirit of the sword tomb still remembered him. Ha! I have said that the limits of the ancient emperor realm is an insurmountable chasm for you. However, as long as you obtain my legacy, you can successfully surpass it. You did not believe me back then. Now, you must be regretting it. The spirit of the sword tomb let out a soft laugh. However, there was no fluctuation in his eyes that were as sharp as swords. They were completely cold. After hearing the spirit of the sword tomb, Qin Yu and heaven-bearing sword immortal thought of Long Hao. There was no doubt that Long Hao had fallen to such a state because he had believed the spirit of the sword tomb and inherited its legacy. If Long Hao had not been injured by the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor, the spirit of the sword tomb would have taken over his body. Chapter 672. I do regret it a little. That's why I came here today. Sky Burier Sword Saint smiled. Unfortunately, my inheritance has been inherited by someone else. You're too late. Leave. After the spirit of the sword mound sized up Qin Yu, it gave the order for him to leave. He's a guest from afar. Why are you in such a hurry? Burying Heaven Sword Immortal and Qin Yu took a glance at each other. The two of them walked toward the sword mound's spirit. Since you don't want to leave, I'll send you on your way. Seeing this, the spirit of the sword tomb was filled with killing intent. Terrifying sword intent roared into the sky. All of the stone coffins in the sword tomb began to tremble. In the next instant, all the ancient swords sealed in the stone coffins rose into the sky and floated in the air. The tips of the swords flickered with cold light and were aimed at Qin Yu and Sky Burier Sword Saint. Moreover, there were many illusory figures appearing under each ancient sword. It was as if the illusory figures were the owners of the ancient swords. Kill. With a wave of the sword tomb spirit's hand, the 999 ancient sword silhouettes charged toward Chinyu and the burying heaven sword immortal. The power surged like an apocalyptic tsunami, yet it was also like a torrential flood. Heavenly God sword art. Sky Burier sword saint's eyes narrowed as he formed a sword seal. The ancient black sword formed thousands of sword shadows. Each sword shadow was filled with ancient and mysterious divine runes. The divine runes were completely different from Sky Burier sword saint's 3 moves. They contained supreme divine power and were even more terrifying. Obviously, this was the supreme sword Tao that Sky Burier sword saint had comprehended after leaving the heaven region in his previous life. Rumble! Under the Sky Burier sword saint's sword move, dozens of ancient swords held by the illusory figures were sent flying. In the clash of sword Tao, Sky Burier sword saint had the absolute upper hand. It was also at this time that Chinyu realized that Sky Burier sword saint's cultivation had recovered to the late-stage ancient emperor realm. It seemed that the primordial immortal soul power obtained from the ancient immortal ruin had helped Sky Burier sword saint recover a lot of his vitality. Green dragon fights the heavens. Sky devouring dragon seal. Dragon god body. 9 hells purgatory. Heavenly stellar godlight. Chinyu wasn't idle either. A black light flashed in his hand, and the chaos dragon spear appeared. Following a violent and deafening dragon roar, Chinyu immediately rushed out with the divine spear in his hand. Clang, clang, clang. The attacks from the ancient swords that came slashing from the front and back were all neutralized. The chaotic dragon spear's might as a quasi-immortal artifact was fully displayed at this moment. Those ancient swords were also of extraordinary quality. They were all ancient divine weapons. However, it was a pity that the chaotic dragon spear easily sent it flying away. It was unable to stop the attack of the chaotic dragon spear. However, he did not know what kind of energy the illusory figures wielding the ancient swords were. Not only was it immune to the heavenly domain Tao arts and soul Tao secret arts, even the heaven-burying sword immortal's immortal energy couldn't destroy it. Looks like I have to capture the king first. After neutralizing another wave of attacks, Qin Yu's eyes flickered as he looked at the spirit of the sword tomb, who had been watching coldly and didn't seem to be prepared to make a move. If this continued, there would be no end to it. Immediately, Qin Yu didn't hesitate. The long spear in his hand swept away the attacks coming at him from all directions. After that, he directly rushed towards the spirit of the sword tomb. Slash! Apparently, the heaven-burying sword immortal had the same idea. He took a step forward, and like a ray of dim light traversed the void. He followed closely behind Qin Yu. A mere ant dares to attack me? Seeing this, the spirit of the sword tomb sneered. The rusty ancient sword in his hand suddenly emitted a dazzling light that was as dazzling as the scorching sun. When the light dissipated, the ancient sword seemed to have unlocked some kind of seal. The rusty spots on the sword turned into ancient sword runes. The originally ordinary-looking ancient sword also became extraordinary and sacred, as if it contained an immortal divine power. Slash! The spirit of the sword tomb did not use any fancy attack. It simply slashed out with the sword. A ray of green sword light broke through the air like a green waterfall. Swoosh! Swoosh! The sword light was halfway through when the void suddenly trembled and immediately split into 2, firmly locking onto Qin Yu and the heaven-burying sword immortal. Moreover, the 999 ancient swords that had been split apart by Qin Yu and the heaven-burying sword immortal once again whizzed over, firmly surrounding Qin Yu and the heaven-burying sword immortal. Boom! At this critical moment, surging demonic chi erupted from Qin Yu's body. Accompanied by vast demonic chi, the ancestor demon statue appeared and punched at the incoming green sword light. An ear-splitting explosion suddenly resounded. The green sword light was shattered, and the ancestor demon statue was repeatedly pushed back. On its right fist, there was a clear sword mark. Clearly, it had been cut by the green sword light. Swoosh! At this moment, Qin Yu's figure flashed past the ancestor demon statue and appeared in front of the spirit of the sword tomb. The chaotic dragon spear was like a dragon emerging from the sea. With the power to destroy the world, it violently stabbed at the spirit of the sword tomb. Clang! The spirit of the sword tomb blocked with its sword. Amidst the explosion of flames, the dense and substantial Tao power was like two evil dragons, killing and devouring each other. This feeling, Qin Yu, who had attacked with all his strength, couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes. The spirit of the sword tomb took the attack of the chaotic dragon spear without being affected in the slightest. The ancient sword that emitted demonic chi was also not damaged in the slightest. Its quality seemed to be on par with the chaotic dragon spear. But what really caught Qin Yu's attention was the sword intent emitted by the spirit of the sword tomb, which he was extremely familiar with. Die! While Qin Yu and the spirit of the sword tomb were locked in a stalemate, the heaven-burying sword immortal seized the opportunity to attack. Thousands of sword lights merged into one in the void, condensing into a pitch-black divine sword. With a flash of light, the pitch-black ancient sword under the control of the heaven-burying sword immortal viciously slashed at the spirit of the sword tomb. The spirit of the sword tomb held the sword in its right hand to block Qin Yu's attack, while its left hand clasped two fingers together and pointed in the air. Dozens of ancient swords flew rapidly from all directions. Those ancient swords merged with the sword tips and turned into a rotating sword disc, accurately blocking the heaven-burying sword immortal's attack. At the same time, the other ancient swords in the sword tomb turned into sword lights and slashed at Qin Yu and the heaven-burying sword immortal. Roar! Seeing this, Qin Yu let out an earth-shattering dragon roar. A terrifying chaotic chi filled the air, and a chaotic ancient dragon that was thousands of feet long appeared. After the chaotic ancestor dragon appeared, it spat out a mouthful of chaotic dragon breath, which surrounded Qin Yu and the heaven-burying sword immortal. Clanging sounds immediately rang out. Bang! At the same time, the chaotic ancestor dragon rushed out like a chaotic torrent and slammed into the sword disc, directly knocking it away. The heaven-burying sword immortal seized the opportunity and slashed with his sword. The sword light was as deep as a black hole, containing an incomparably terrifying power. The spirit of the sword tomb's expression changed, slightly. It couldn't care less about the stalemate with Qin Yu, and its figure moved slightly, ready to escape. Seal. But at this moment, Qin Yu's heart stirred. In the ancient dragon god Seal, Long Hao's body, which was sealed by the blue ice, was invaded by a terrifying cold force, as if it wanted to destroy Long Hao's soul. Buzz. The immortal sword intent in Long Hao's soul immediately resisted. After the violent collision, Long Hao's body shook, his face turned pale, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 673. This is the spirit of the sword mound, who was about to escape, stiffened as disbelief surfaced in its eyes. It could clearly sense that there was a chaotic fluctuation within the spirit of the sword mound. As expected, Qin Yu instantly sensed it as a cold light flashed in his eyes. He had already sensed that the sword intent of the sword mound was one with the sword intent within Long Hao's body. No, it should be said that the sword intent merging with Long Hao's soul was purer than the spirit of the sword mound. From the looks of it, it was as if that sword intent was the soul of the sword tomb's spirit. Whoosh! Sky Burier sword immortal took advantage of this moment of hesitation, and slashed at the spirit of the sword mound. Qin Yu also took the opportunity to attack. The chaotic dragon spear exploded as a terrifying force drowned the spirit of the sword mound. Rumble! Along with an explosion, the sword tomb spirit was sent flying and slammed into a stone coffin, causing a crack to appear on the stone coffin. At this moment, Qin Yu and the heaven-burying sword immortal who were planning to seize the opportunity to attack both turned their heads and looked over. Among the dozens of ancient swords fighting with the ancestral demon statue, the illusory figure under one of the ancient swords had clearly become much fainter. Even the divine power emitted by the ancient sword had been greatly weakened. Could it be? Qin Yu and Sky Burier sword immortal looked at each other, understanding the meaning in each other's eyes. They hadn't been able to find the weakness of those ancient swords, but now it seemed that the weakness of those ancient swords was right in front of them. Thinking of this, their gazes turned towards the spirit of the sword mound. What's going on? Why was Master's sword intent damaged at such a critical moment? The spirit of the sword mound that had been sent flying by Qin Yu's spear came back to his senses and sized up Qin Yu and Sky Burier sword immortal with a bewildered expression. Just now, his master's sword intent had become chaotic at the critical moment of the battle. It was very difficult for him to think that it was a coincidence. But after carefully sensing it, the spirit of the sword mound didn't sense the slightest fluctuation of sword intent from Qin Yu and Sky Burier sword immortal. This made the spirit of the sword tomb completely confused, and a strong sense of danger rose in its heart. High-speed Dao art. At the moment when the spirit of the sword mound was shocked, Qin Yu once again charged out. He was as fast as a ray of light. However, his target this time was not the spirit of the sword tomb, but the 90-foot stone chair. Stop! Seeing this, the spirit of the sword tomb's pupils shrank to the size of needles. It no longer had the time to think about the origin sword intent, and immediately rushed towards Qin Yu with a terrifying aura, wanting to stop Qin Yu. Whoosh! However, a deafening sword cry rang out, and a figure appeared in front of the spirit of the sword mound like a ghost. A dazzling sword light slashed toward the spirit of the sword tomb, completely sealing the space around it. It was Zongtian sword deity. Rumble! Immediately, an earth-shattering battle broke out again. The spirit of the sword tomb had condensed the power of the entire sword tomb. Its strength was strong enough to crush heaven-burying sword immortal. However, heaven-burying sword immortal had left the sky region before, and had even surpassed the limits of the ancient emperor realm. Although heaven-burying sword immortal was at a disadvantage in the face of the spirit of the sword tomb's storm-like destructive attacks, he managed to withstand them and was not defeated easily. At this time, Qin Yu had already rushed to the stone chair. The chaotic dragon runes on the chaotic dragon spear lit up, and an extremely terrifying fluctuation was brewing. Crack! In the next moment, Qin Yu let out a low roar, and the chaotic dragon spear was like a shunran overturning the sea. With the power to destroy the world, it suddenly bombarded the stone chair. With a loud bang, the stone chair was immediately smashed into pieces and turned into powder that scattered in all directions. Immediately, the spirit of the sword tomb, which was suppressing heaven-burying sword immortal's attacks, trembled. His originally incomparably violent and terrifying aura had clearly become disorderly and weak at this moment. 10,000 swords in one. The severely injured spirit of the sword tomb suddenly changed its hand seals, and a mysterious sword power spread out. After the 999 ancient swords in the sword tomb trembled, they turned into sword shadows and rushed at the spirit of the sword tomb. It looked like it was going to kill the spirit of the sword tomb. Destroy the stone coffins. Seeing this, Qin Yu and heaven-burying sword immortal did not stop it. They all attacked together, unleashing terrifying destructive attacks at the 900 stone coffins. Rumble! under the combined attacks of Qin Yu, heaven-bearing sword immortal, the Chaos Ancestor Dragon, and the Ancestor Demon statue. In just a breath's time, all the stone coffins in the sword tomb were destroyed. As for the remaining ancient swords in the sword tomb, not a single one was left. They had all merged into the spirit of the sword tomb. Even so, the spirit of the sword tomb's aura was not much stronger. Its chaotic and weak aura could not be concealed at all. You all deserve to die. The spirit of the sword tomb's cold and indifferent eyes were filled with bone-chilling, killing intent as it stared eerily at Qin Yu and heaven-burying sword immortal. As soon as its voice fell, a vast sword intent descended from the sky of the sword tomb without any warning. The sword intent was extremely ancient, as if it had transcended time and space, and came from the ancient mythological era. At that moment, the entire eternal sword tomb began to tremble. Countless sword intents of all shapes and sizes gathered towards the sword tomb at this moment. Many experts who were exploring the eternal sword tomb felt an extreme sense of danger in their hearts. At this moment, the eternal sword tomb was like a peerless, ferocious beast that had awakened. It had enough power to destroy heaven and earth, so they did not dare to act rashly. The aura is getting stronger and stronger. When Qin Yu saw this scene, with a thought, the immortal extermination ancient diagram in the divine dragon ancient seal trembled. An incomparably terrifying killing intent filled Qin Yu's body. Even if Qin Yu used the azure dragon battle the heavens and the divine dragon tyrannical body, he felt that his flesh and bones were constantly being torn apart by the killing intent at this moment. Qin Yu had no choice but to use the 8 trigrams dragon transformation and enter the dragon transformation state. Sword sealing token. At this moment, Sky Burier Sword Deity also used his trump card at this time. Sky Burier Sword Deity pointed his finger, and an ancient sword token broke through the air and hit the vast sword intent that was constantly descending from afar. Immediately, an extremely shocking scene appeared. The vast sword intent that was enough to trigger the entire eternal sword tomb was actually sealed by Sky Burier Sword Deity's ancient sword token, completely cutting off the connection between it and the spirit of the sword tomb. This is the sword domain divine treasure, the sword sealing token. You have already been to the sword domain. When the spirit of the sword tomb saw the ancient token that sealed the sword intent, a look of disbelief appeared in its gloomy and bone-chilling eyes. Kill. However, before Sky Burier Sword Deity could react, Qin Yu, who was already prepared, suddenly rushed out. In a flash, Qin Yu appeared in front of the spirit of the sword tomb and suddenly struck out with his palm. As the void trembled, a mysterious ancient diagram suddenly appeared and completely enveloped the spirit of the sword tomb. Damn it, break! The spirit of the sword tomb was furious and used all of its killing moves to break the immortal extermination ancient diagram. Unfortunately, the killing intent contained in the immortal extermination ancient diagram was extremely terrifying. No matter how hard the spirit of the sword tomb struggled, it was useless and was forcefully suppressed. Chapter 674. Refine. Qin Yu did not hesitate and immediately put away the immortal extermination ancient diagram. He sat cross-legged and sank his mind into the ancient seal of the dragon god. The Chaos Ancestor Dragon and the Ancestor Demon statue appeared beside Qin Yu, one on the left and one on the right. After the Sky Burier Sword Immortal took a look, he did not approach Qin Yu. He walked to the front of the vast sword intent and carefully felt the mysteries contained in the vast sword intent. One must know that this vast sword intent had merged with the sword intent of the entire eternal sword tomb. This was naturally a rare opportunity for the Sky Burier Sword Immortal, who was a sword cultivator. Qin Yu, who was protected by the Chaos Ancestor Dragon and the Ancestor Demon statue, was already fully focused on suppressing the spirit of the sword tomb. After the previous battle, Qin Yu already understood that the source of the immortal sword intent in Long Hao's soul was the eternal sword tomb. The spirit of the sword tomb was the carrier of the two powers. Therefore, the immortal sword intent contained such terrifying power, and even the spirit of the sword tomb, if it had not merged with Long Hao's soul, there was probably nothing in this world that could destroy the immortal sword intent. After all, to a certain extent, the immortal sword intent was equivalent to the eternal sword tomb. In the 9 states of the heaven domain, no one had the power to destroy the eternal sword tomb. Therefore, as long as Qin Yu suppressed the spirit of the sword tomb, it was equivalent to cutting off the source of the immortal sword intent's power. At that time, with Qin Yu's help, Long Hao would definitely be able to suppress the immortal sword intent in his soul and take control of his body. Qin Yu activated the space-time power of the dragon soul and refined it at dozens of times the speed. The spirit of the sword tomb was weakened to the extreme, with only a trace of weak spiritual fluctuation. At such a critical moment, the spirit of the sword tomb, who had already gained sentience, chose to submit to Qin Yu in order to survive. Qin Yu did not kill it, and immediately placed a restriction on the spirit of the sword tomb. At this point, the spirit of the sword tomb was subdued by Qin Yu. That being said, Qin Yu did not release the spirit of the sword tomb from the immortal execution ancient pattern right away. With the help of the spirit of the sword tomb, Qin Yu made rapid progress in suppressing the immortal sword essence. Several years passed in the divine dragon ancient seal, and more than a month passed in the outside world. Long Hao's soul, who had been unconscious all this time, suddenly rippled. Qin Yu instantly sensed it, and his expression changed. Sure enough, as the ripple became increasingly intense, the eyes of the unconscious Long Hao slowly opened. "Master?" Long Hao looked at the young man's appearance, but his aura was that of Qin Yu's soul. When he woke up, he was still in a daze, as if he hadn't completely woken up yet. "He's finally awake." Qin Yu wore a smile on his face. "Master, it's really you?" Hearing Qin Yu's words, Long Hao came back to his senses. He stood up and looked at Qin Yu with excitement. "Don't let your guard down. Hurry up and refine the sword essence." Qin Yu immediately reminded Long Hao when he sensed that the immortal sword essence that had been suppressed in Long Hao's soul was becoming restless again. "The sword essence has merged with me." Long Hao finally reacted. He was in disbelief. He was clearly aware of how terrifying the might contained within this sword intent was. Previously, he had only absorbed less than 30% of the sword essence, and he had dared to ambush Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian. Long Hao did not expect that the current sword intent would actually fuse with his soul. What he did not expect even more was that Qin Yu actually had a way to suppress that sword intent. After listening to Qin Yu's explanation, Long Hao immediately sat down with his legs crossed and cooperated with Qin Yu to suppress the immortal sword essence. After 3 months, Long Hao finally managed to refine the immortal sword essence. At this point, Long Hao's cultivation had completely stabilized at the peak of the late-stage Ancient Emperor realm. It was only a matter of time before he reached the peak Ancient Emperor realm. However, after refining the immortal sword essence, Long Hao exclaimed softly, "What's wrong?" Qin Yu asked. "Master, this sword essence doesn't seem to be separated from the spirit of the sword tomb," Long Hao said. After refining the sword essence, although he could sense the spirit of the sword tomb and the eternal sword tomb, he could sense the power of the eternal sword tomb more clearly. The spirit of the sword tomb was relatively blurry and faint. "What's going on?" "Qin, you called out the spirit of the sword tomb. That sword essence is indeed not separated from me. It is the sword essence that my master left behind. I originally wanted to use that sword essence to possess a physical body. Unfortunately, It is too rare to find a host that can merge with my master's sword essence. In the past tens of thousands of years, only one person has successfully merged with the sword essence. The spirit of the sword tomb, who was under the restriction, was quite cooperative this time. Originally, with the spirit of the sword tomb's ability, it was not difficult for him to possess a physical body. But if he did so, it meant that he would have to give up the inheritance that his master left behind. Therefore, the spirit of the sword tomb stayed in the Thousand Ghost sword tomb and did not leave. That person is me? Long How understood. No wonder the spirit of the sword tomb was so generous to help him back then. The spirit of the sword tomb nodded slightly. So, this eternal sword tomb was also left behind by your master? Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He was also quite curious about the master of the eternal sword tomb. It was said that the master of the eternal sword tomb was an invincible sword immortal from the previous generation. He had left behind a strong legend in the history of the Qingyun domain, but there were no records of the invincible sword immortal's true origin. It was as if the invincible sword cultivator had appeared out of thin air. There were even countless rumors that the invincible sword cultivator was not from the Qingyun domain, but an expert from another domain. That's right. This eternal sword tomb is my master's natal divine treasure. Only the person who has merged with my master's sword essence can obtain my master's inheritance and control the eternal sword tomb. This was also the reason why the spirit of the sword tomb cared so much about his master's sword essence. He wanted to obtain his master's inheritance and become famous in the heavens. Where did your master come from? He shouldn't be from the Qingyun domain, right? Qin Yu asked again. My master came from the sword domain. As for his purpose, I don't know. At that time, I was just born. I only know that after my master came, there seemed to be a great battle. That battle left my master severely injured and on the verge of death. In the end, he had no choice but to pass away here. The spirit of the sword tomb revealed a nostalgic look. After a great battle, he was severely injured and on the verge of death. Qin Yu's eyes flickered. According to various ancient records, the master of the spirit of the sword tomb was an invincible existence that swept across the entire Qingyun domain. His cultivation was probably far beyond the limit of the ancient emperor realm. For him to be severely injured and on the verge of death, could it be for the immortal treasury? After pondering for a while, Qin Yu couldn't help but have this thought. Although there were many miracles in the 9 continents of the Qingyun domain, the most mysterious one was naturally the immortal treasury. Qin Yu had this thought after seeing the white-clothed woman who was once an ancient immortal, and knowing that the immortal treasury contained the inheritance of immortal King Zhanlong. Chapter 675. Boom. Suddenly, Qin Yu and Long Hao's expressions changed. They felt a powerful and terrifying sword aura descend from the outside world, suppressing their souls. My master's tomb's secret realm has been activated. The spirit of the sword tomb sensed it and quickly spoke. Qin Yu squinted his eyes and returned to his body. Long Hao and the spirit of the sword tomb also appeared in the sword tomb. Qin Yu looked up and saw a door of light at the center of the sword tomb. Through the door of light, he could see a small secret realm inside. It was probably only a few hundred miles wide, smaller than the sword tomb. In the center of the secret realm was a sword tomb built by countless ancient swords formed by sword intent. A figure was lying quietly on top of the sword tomb. It seems that this secret realm is the true secret of the eternal sword tomb. Sky Burier Sword Immortal said to Qin Yu when he saw that Qin Yu had woken up. Although he said that, the Sky Burier Sword Immortal stood before the secret realm with a grave expression. He did not step into the secret realm, This was because the sword aura emitted from the secret realm was so terrifying that even Sky Burier Sword Immortal, who had the sword's sealing token, did not dare to step into it. This is the fluctuation of the immortal path. No, it's different from the pure fluctuation of the immortal path. Chinyu walked to the door of light. After sensing it slightly, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Chinyu sensed the fluctuation of the immortal path from the terrifying sword aura. However, compared to Sky Burier Sword Immortal, Chinyu was much more relaxed. This was because the immortal path fluctuation in the terrifying sword aura was suppressed to the extreme by the immemorial battle dragon art. As a result, the terrifying sword might was also suppressed. As for Long Hao, who was refining the immortal sword intent, he did not have much of a reaction. This was because the terrifying sword aura and the immortal sword intent came from the same source. They were both left by the sword spirit's owner. Let's go in and take a look. After observing for a while, Chinyu stepped out and entered the door of light. Long Hao did not hesitate and followed Chinyu into the door of light. Seeing that Chinyu and Long Hao had entered unscathed, the heaven-bearing sword immortal's eyes flickered. He wanted to enter as well. However, the instant it came into contact with the door of light, the terrifying sword intent was like an awakened giant beast as it charged out with a loud bang. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Heaven Burier Sword Immortal immediately used the sword's sealing token to resist, so he wasn't injured. The Chaos Ancestral Dragon, who had been itching to make a move, immediately calmed down when it saw what happened to the sky-burying sword immortal. Together with the ancestral demon statue, it stood guard outside quietly. The primal Chaos Ancestor Dragon's battle prowess was comparable to a late-stage ancient emperor in the sky region. However, compared to the current Heaven's Burial Sword, their strength was probably on par. Since Sky Burier Sword Immortal, a sword cultivator, was unable to enter, the primal Chaos Ancestor Dragon's chances of success were naturally not high. What a powerful sword might! Inside the light gate, Chinyu's eyes narrowed slightly. After stepping through the light gate, Chinyu truly felt the terror of the sword might. If the immemorial battle dragon art had not weakened the immortal Tao ripples contained in the sword might, Chinyu would not have been able to step through the light gate. Seeing this, Long Hao immediately activated the immortal sword intent in his soul, emitting a layer of sword intent that scattered around him, and Chinyu to resist the sword intent. Master! The spirit of the sword tomb, who was following Long Hao, looked at the person lying on the sword tomb with excitement in its eyes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Long Hao approached, a terrifying power was emitted from the sword tomb, formed by sword intent. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the next instant, before Long Hao could react, countless rays of light rushed into Long Hao's glabella. In an instant, the sword tomb formed by sword intent turned into rays of light and disappeared. The master of the spirit of the sword tomb also disappeared with it. Don't be nervous. This is the inheritance left behind by Master. Seeing Long Hao and Chinyu react immediately, the spirit of the sword tomb said. As expected, as the rays of light entered Long Hao's glabella, countless insights into the mysteries of the sword Tao appeared in his mind. In addition, after reaching the 9th level of the martial path, the comprehension of the heavenly path true energy appeared one after another like bamboo after the rain. After seeing that Long Hao was fine, Chinyu looked at the other parts of the secret realm. Then, Chinyu's gaze fell on a certain part of the secret realm. There was a stone tablet that was about 10 feet tall there. Countless ancient words were inscribed on the stone tablet. Those words were not in any language of the heavenly domain, and Chinyu could not understand them at all. However, the words on the stone tablet contained extremely terrifying true energy ripples, but it was not martial path true energy. Heavenly path true energy. It was not the first time Chinyu had sensed such true energy ripples. Back in the extraterritorial demon race's territory, Qin, you had sensed heavenly path true energy ripples from the Luosha crown prince, who was by Star Luo's side. However, the heavenly path true energy contained in the stone tablet was far above that of the Luosha crown prince. It looked like the owner of the sword tomb spirit was not an ordinary person even in the extraterritorial domain. In fact, Qin Yu had seen heavenly path true energy in his previous life and even studied it. Unfortunately, he did not know what heavenly path true energy was at that time, so he stopped halfway through the refinement when he sensed that something was wrong. If Qin Yu had known that after the 9th level of the martial path was the 9th level of the heavenly path, he would have reached the 9th level of the martial path in his previous life. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When all the rays of light entered Long Hao's glabella, Long Hao was struck by an invisible force. Long Hao was guided by an invisible force and formed an ancient sword with the power of the sword Dao. Then, they started to dance around in this secret realm, as if they were cultivating various sword Dao mystic skills and secret arts. As Long Hao danced with the sword, the door of light outside the secret realm suddenly disappeared. At the same time, a layer of dreamy light descended and enveloped Long Hao's body, making it impossible for others to see him clearly. It looked like it was to prevent others from secretly learning the secret techniques that Long Hao had inherited. Seeing that the entrance had disappeared, Qin Yu decided to focus all his attention on the stone tablet. After looking at it for a short while, Qin Yu, who had some clues, suddenly made his move. Qin Yu pointed at the steel with his finger. The spirit energy on the steel started to ripple like the surface of water. Then, the ripples grew heavier and heavier, gradually forming a ripple vortex. Break. After being in a deadlock with the ripple vortex formed by the spirit power for a long time, Long Hao finally unleashed his full power. Qin Yu let out a low shout. He gathered the killing intent of the immortal sacrificial technique and the immortal slaying ancient diagram and unleashed them together. With a loud bang, Qin Yu's finger exploded. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. This was because the killing intent of the immortal sacrificial technique and the immortal slaying ancient diagram were too powerful, and Qin Yu's body was unable to contain them. However, as Qin Yu's finger exploded, the spirit power vortex on the stone tablet also dispersed with a bang. However, it only lasted for an instant before the spirit power vortex on the stone tablet rapidly recovered. Qin Yu's eyes shone. With his sharp eyes and nimble hands, he moved his left hand and immediately captured a strand of heavenly path true energy from the stone tablet. Then, with a flash, he moved back. Soon, as pure dragon aura filled the air, Qin Yu's exploded finger began to rapidly regrow flesh and bones at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it was completely healed. Chapter 676. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes as he looked at the heavenly path primordial essence sealed in his left palm. Qin Yu was naturally curious about the heavenly path primordial essence. This was because the heavenly path primordial essence was the realm after the martial path primordial essence. However, compared to crossing the 9th level of the martial path and stepping into the 9th level of the heavenly path, Qin Yu wanted to use the martial path quintessential yuan to confirm his guess. It was a guess that had appeared since the peak of his previous life. Primordial battle dragon art, refine. Without hesitation, he immediately sat cross-legged in the air and circulated the primordial battle dragon art. The majestic battle dragon primordial essence roared out and pulled the heavenly path primordial essence into his body to refine it. Time passed quietly as Qin Yu refined the heavenly path primordial essence, and Long Hao obtained the inheritance outside the secret realm in the sword tomb. Sky Burier Sword Immortal, who was meditating, looked at a certain void in the sword tomb. The primordial chaos ancestor dragon also sensed it and looked at that void. Although the ancestor demon statue did not look over, the demonic aura around it grew denser. There was a trace of Qin Yu's soul power in the ancestor demon statue. Although it did not have intelligence, it could still react if an enemy invaded. Someone else found this place. Sky Burier Sword Immortal raised his eyebrows and stood up, sword intent roaring around him. Rumble. After a few dozen breaths of time, a hole appeared in the void of the sword tomb, where Sky Burier Sword Immortal was looking. Immediately after, several figures flashed in at high speed, accompanied by the figures that came in. There was also terrifying sword light, as vast as a river rushing in. In an instant, more than half of the sword tomb was filled with sword light like swimming fish. Only then did Sky Burier Sword Immortal and the primordial chaos ancestor dragon clearly see the figures that rushed in. There were a total of 7 people. If Qin Yu was here, he would definitely recognize that these 7 were late-stage ancient emperors of the Middle Ground. The leader was Ghost Emperor Zhentian, followed by North Emperor Wan. For symbols, Dao Emperor, Ancient Mystic Demon Emperor, Blood Fiend Spirit Emperor, Heaven-Hating Sword Emperor, and Profound Eyes Heaven Emperor. The 7 great ancient emperors, even in the central region where the experts of the Heaven Domain gathered, were all top-notch existences. Could this person be the person the Berserk Dragon Sovereign hunted down before? That devil cultivator is actually emitting the devil chi of the ancient devil clan. Could it be that the ancient devil clan planted him here? The expressions of Ghost Emperor Zhentian and the others changed slightly when they saw the Sky Burier Sword Immortal and the ancestral demon statue. Although they did not recognize Sky Burier Sword Immortal, they had heard about Star Luo's pursuit of Sky Burier Sword Immortal. Now that he saw Heaven-Burying Sword Immortal here, he was naturally surprised. As for the ancestral devil statue, the pure aura of the extraterritorial devil race emitted from its body made them even more astonished. After carefully sizing up Sky Burier Sword Immortal and the ancestral demon statue, Ghost Emperor Zhentian, Ghost Emperor Wanbei, and the 4 symbols Dao Emperor all looked at the primal chaos ancestor dragon. They had joined forces with the other 4 great ancient emperors to come here for Qin Yu. Qin Yu had been titled the Dragon God Sovereign and had mastered thousands of dragon race mystiques. Now that they saw the legendary primal chaos ancestor dragon here, they were naturally very concerned. 7 late-stage ancient emperors. Sky Burier Sword Immortal's eyes flashed slightly. With his cultivation, he naturally did not fear the late-stage ancient emperors of the Sky region. However, facing 7 of them at once was still a little stressful. After all, he had joined forces with Qin Yu in the current situation. Naturally, he could not abandon Qin Yu and leave if he could not win. Fortunately, the primal chaos ancestor dragon and the ancestral demon statue could also fight against late-stage ancient emperors. The situation was not extremely disadvantageous for them. Ghost Emperor Zhentian, is there something wrong with your information? Blood Fiend Spirit Emperor, who was surrounded by dense blood fiend chi, asked Ghost Emperor Zhentian telepathically as he scanned the entire sword tomb. Although the sword tomb was huge, with their cultivation, they would naturally be able to sense whether or not there were other people hidden in it. He must be hiding somewhere. If we do not kill him today, there will be endless trouble in the future. Ghost Emperor Zhentian's eyes were filled with ghost chi as he carefully scanned the sword tomb. Since they had suspected Qin Yu, the 3 of them had been well prepared. Naturally, they would not make such a mistake. Otherwise, they would not have been able to follow all the way here. Sir, may I know where the Sacred Dragon Sect leader is now? The 4 symbols Dao Emperor looked at Sky Burier Sword Immortal and cupped his fists. His attitude was not overbearing. After all, Sky Burier Sword Immortal might be a sword cultivator who could escape from Xing Luo. If they had any other choice, they would not want to provoke such a strong enemy. He is not here, Sky Burier Sword Immortal said, faintly. His goal was to take revenge for what had happened to Xing Luo in his previous life. As for Ghost Emperor Zhentian and the others, they were Qin Yu's enemies. They had nothing to do with him. Hearing Sky Burier Sword Immortal's words, the four symbols Tao Emperor looked at Sky Burier Sword Immortal deeply before looking at Ghost Emperor Zhentian, Blood Fiend Spiritual Emperor, and the others also looked at Ghost Emperor Zhentian. Ghost Emperor Zhentian raised his eyebrows. Ghost Qi filled his eerie eyes as a strange light flashed. It seemed like he was executing some secret technique. May I know what is your relationship with the Sacred Dragon Sect leader? Ghost Emperor Wanbei asked after looking at Sky Burier Sword Immortal for a while. What does my relationship with him have to do with you? Sky Burier Sword Immortal said, faintly, the Sacred Dragon Sect leader, and the few of us have some grudges. Ghost Emperor Wanbei said, with a heavier tone, if Sky Burier Sword Immortal had nothing to do with Qinyu, then he should not be an enemy of the 7 late-stage ancient emperors. So, what does this have to do with me? Sky Burier Sword Immortal said calmly. Although the Sky Burier Sword deity felt pressured when it was 3 against 7, it was only a slight pressure for him. He was once the master of Qinyu and had ruled the Sky region for an era. He had also surpassed the limits of the ancient emperor realm. 7 late-stage ancient emperors were not enough to make Sky Burier Sword Immortal retreat. He is still here. There should be some kind of boundary or secret realm here. Ghost Emperor Zhentian, who seemed to have used some kind of secret technique and carefully sensed the situation, spoke slowly. As he spoke, Ghost Emperor Zhentian looked at Sky Burier Sword Immortal, Chaotic Ancestor Dragon, and the Primogenitor Demon statue. Although they could not sense it, there was no doubt that Sky Burier Sword Immortal and the other 2 knew about Qin Yu's whereabouts. Sir, we have no intention of offending you. However, we must find the whereabouts of the Sacred Dragon Sect leader. If you do not cooperate, don't blame us for being impolite. Hearing Ghost Emperor Zhentian's words, the 4 symbols Tao Emperor took a step forward. Thousands of Tao inscriptions were released from his body. Countless Tao inscriptions danced in the sky and turned the sword tomb into a 4 symbols ancient array. Within the ancient array, there were flowers, plants, birds, beasts, mountains, rivers, and stars. There was a cycle of life and death. It was the universal Tao of 4 symbols that the 4 symbols Tao Emperor had comprehended. Chapter 677. You can try if you want to die. Sky Burier Sword Immortal's eyes turned cold as sword runes appeared on the black ancient sword in his hand. An extremely terrifying sword power radiated from Sky Burier Sword Immortal's body. Sky Hatred Sword Emperor, who was also a sword cultivator, sensed the terrifying sword power from Sky Burier Sword Immortal's body, and his face turned serious. He sensed danger from the heaven-burying Sword Immortal. If it was a one-on-one battle, he would have no chance of winning. Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor and the other 4 also sensed this. However, they were more concerned about Qin Yu's whereabouts. After all, compared to Dragon God Emperor, Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor, Sky Burier Sword Immortal was much weaker than Dragon God Emperor. Therefore, even if they had to offend Sky Burier Sword Immortal, they had to find Qin Yu's whereabouts. Let's see who is courting death. God suppressing the world. North Emperor Wanbei attacked first. After chanting, he formed a seal with his hands, and a sacred and inviolable aura spread out. Behind North Emperor Wanbei, an illusory figure of a god appeared, and a divine power that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 lands spread out. Haoqian Ghost Tao, Ghost Emperor Zhentian's eyes turned cold and sinister. After a low roar, Ghost fog rose from his body. Within the ghostly fog, there were several extremely terrifying auras. It was as if the ghostly fog contained some sort of extremely terrifying living being. Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor Sacred Island's superpower inheritance came from the ghost race of the Qingyun realm. Unfortunately, the ghost race disappeared in the long river of history, and the Ghost Dao superpower inheritance was obtained by Ghost Emperor Sacred Island. Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor had comprehended his own Ghost Dao superpower from the Ghost Ancestors' inheritance, and it was called Haotian Ghost Dao. Ancient Demon Descends. Demonic Emperor Gu Xian was one of the few Demon Dao superpowers in the Qingyun realm. After using the Demon Dao superpower, demonic runes spread out all over his body, and his body immediately enlarged. In an instant, he became a demon lord that was dozens of feet tall. This was the ancient Demon Dao that demonic Emperor Gu Xian comprehended from the ancient demon god statue of the primordial era. This Demon Dao superpower was known as the number 1 Demon Dao superpower. Sky Blood Evil Dao. The Blood Fiend Spirit Emperor was one of the few blood cultivation ancient emperors in the Heaven Domain. Regardless of whether it was the Devil Cultivator or the Blood Cultivator, they were all regarded as heretical in the 9 continents of the Heaven Domain. It was difficult for them to attain the Great Dao. However, if he could make up for his flaws and stand out, he would be even harder to deal with than the ordinary ancient emperors. This was also the reason why Ghost Emperor Zhentian and the others had joined forces with Demon Emperor Gu Xian and Spirit Emperor Shueisha when the extraterritorial demon race invaded. Absolute Heaven Killing Sword. The Heaven Spite Sword Emperor had a solemn expression. After he unsheathed his Emperor's sword, he became extremely sharp, and his sword power that contained boundless killing intent swept across the sky. The strength of the aura was enough to cause the fishes in the sword tomb to resonate with it. The Heaven Spite Sword Emperor had the title of the strongest sword emperor in the Heaven Domain. He was known as the number 1 Sword Dao cultivator. Mystic Ice Immortal Dao. The Heavenly Emperor of Black Ice had the innate black ice body and the power of innate black ice. In the world of martial artists, he was not very famous. However, among the late-stage ancient emperors in the central continent, very few people dared to provoke him. The Heavenly Emperor of Black Ice not only had the innate black ice body, but he had also obtained the inheritance of the immemorial Ice Immortal. He was also one of the rarest ancient emperors in the Heaven Domain who had obtained the inheritance of the immemorial Ice Immortal. Heavenly God Sword Art. Seeing this, the Sky Burier Sword Immortal did not hesitate and used his strongest sword Dao technique. Countless sword shadows danced in the void and attacked Ghost Emperor Zhentian and the other 4 Ghost Emperors. Roar. The primal chaos ancestor dragon roared at the sky and charged towards Ghost Emperor Zhentian and the others with a vast primal chaos dragon aura. As he charged out, the primal chaos ancestor dragon roared, and countless primal chaos lights shot out from his dragon scales. Each of the primal chaos lights contained a terrifying aura. Even a late-stage ancient emperor would be frightened by the number of primal chaos lights. Boom. Among the 3, the primal chaos ancestor demon statue was the most direct. After forming the 3-headed and 6-armed figure, it charged towards Ghost Emperor Zhentian and the others. The 6 arms of the primal chaos ancestor demon statue blasted out a 6 paths of reincarnation shadow that scattered Ghost Emperor Zhentian and the others. The original 3 against 7 became Ghost Emperor Zhentian, the 4 symbols Dao Emperor, and the Heaven Spite Sword Emperor against the Sky Burier Sword Immortal, Ghost Emperor Luanbei, and the Blood Fiend Spirit Emperor against the Primal Chaos Ancestor Dragon, the Ancient Mystic Demonic Emperor, and the Black Ice Heavenly Emperor against the Primal Chaos Ancestor Demon Statue. The 10 of them unleashed an earth-shattering battle in this sword tomb. Tao techniques of different attributes violently collided in the void, causing the void to faintly become a little unstable. If the creator of this sword tomb wasn't the owner of the spirit of the sword tomb, it would have collapsed long ago. Ghost Emperor Jintian and the others in the secret realm, Qin Yu, who was refining the heavenly path primordial energy, sensed the terrifying Tao technique fluctuations outside through the primal chaos ancestor demon statue. Qin Yu frowned slightly. At this time, refining the heavenly path primordial energy had reached the most critical moment. Qin Yu felt that his martial path realm was clearly loosening. This was a sign that he might break through. At this time, Qin Yu was in a dilemma. He did not know if he should continue refining the heavenly path primordial energy or deal with Ghost Emperor Jintian and the others first. It was impossible for Ghost Emperor Jintian and the others to come here so coincidentally. It was most likely that the battle in the East Continent had made them realize his identity. Buzz. Just as Qin Yu was thinking, a soft, trembling sound suddenly came from the ancient dragon seal. Then, a majestic dragon aura that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 lands swept out from the ancient dragon seal. This is AOD. Qin Yu instantly sensed it and was overjoyed. AOD, who had been in seclusion ever since he found the inheritance in the Dragon Emperor's tomb, had finally awakened. Judging from the aura that AOD exuded, he had already reached the late-stage Ancient Emperor realm. At this time, it could be put to good use. Immediately, with an intention from Qin Yu, AOD appeared from the ancient divine dragon seal. What is this place? Sensing the terrifying sword aura that filled this secret realm, AOD felt a bone-chilling sense of danger. I don't have time to explain now. My 7 enemies are coming. Go and stop them. After using a secret technique to transmit his voice, a teleportation ancient formation appeared beside Qin Yu. This was the backup plan that he had left behind when he entered this secret realm. He didn't want to be trapped like he had been when he entered the 9 gods deity extermination painting before. Okay. AOD did not ask any more questions and immediately stepped into the teleportation formation. In the next moment, a teleportation formation appeared in the sword tomb filled with violent Tao techniques, and AOD appeared. A teleportation formation? Where did it come from? Although they were fighting crazily, the appearance of the teleportation formation was immediately noticed by Ghost Emperor Jintian and the others. Chapter 678. Sure enough, he must be hiding here. Ghost Emperor Jintian immediately used his Ghost Dao superpower to shatter Zhangtian's sword Immortal's destructive sword light with one palm. He then rushed toward the teleportation formation where AOD was. With Ghost Emperor Jintian's array Dao attainments, he could immediately carve out the teleportation formation once he got it. By then, he would know where Qin Yu was hiding. Just in time. I'll use you to practice. Sensing the extremely terrifying destructive aura from Ghost Emperor Jintian, AOD wasn't afraid at all. He waved his sleeves and punched out. Vast dragon power gathered and turned into an ancient dragon fist. It was the former Dragon Emperor's superpower, the world-destroying dragon fist. Boom! The 2 Tao of destruction met in the void in an instant, and a violent destructive attack swept across the sword tomb. AOD and Ghost Emperor Jintian were forced to retreat. Crack! As AOD retreated, a gust of dragon aura swept out, and the teleportation formation immediately collapsed and turned into dust. Although he didn't know what was going on, he knew who Qin Yu's 7 enemies were. AOD naturally couldn't let Ghost Emperor Jintian and the others disturb Qin Yu, who was in seclusion. Die! Haoqian Ghost Dao, sky-devouring godly ghost. Seeing the teleportation formation destroyed, Ghost Emperor Jintian was furious. Destructive Tao technique power exploded from his body and formed a ferocious giant ghost that was 100 feet tall. The ferocious giant ghost was covered with ferocious ghost runes. If Qin Yu was here, he would definitely recognize it. Those ferocious ghost curses were the immortal devouring ghost curse that almost killed Long Hao. Ghost Emperor Zhentian had merged the immortal devouring ghost curse into the sky-devouring godly ghost. It was needless to say how powerful it was. Immortal Dragon Court. AOD let out a loud dragon roar and transformed into his true form. He turned into an ancient ice crystal Shinran that was a few hundred feet tall. Bone-chilling cold spread out, and the surrounding void was frozen inch by inch. However, after transforming into his true form, AOD didn't use his superpower. In the void behind AOD, countless illusory dragon shadows formed an ancient dragon court between heaven and earth. It was a miniature version of the former Dragon Emperor's eternal dragon nation. It contained the Dragon Emperor's unparalleled divine abilities. Bang! The sky-devouring divine ghost and the eternal dragon court clashed violently in the void, their destructive Tao techniques sweeping across the area like a tsunami. Even the other ancient emperors fighting nearby were affected and had to divert their attention to defend themselves. He can actually block the sky-devouring divine ghost. Ghost Emperor Zhentian's face darkened when he saw his trump card being blocked. AOD, who had appeared all of a sudden, was so powerful that he was probably not inferior to him. This made him feel extremely fearful. Heaven's Burier Sword Immortal, Primal Chaos Ancestor Dragon, Extraterrestrial Devil Paragon, and now this primordial ice crystal dragon. The number of late-stage ancient emperors by Qin Yu's side was truly shocking. It was no wonder that the East Continent's ancient emperors had all lost their lives when they joined forces. At this moment, Ghost Emperor Zhentian regretted being too impatient. If he had known that Qin Yu had such powerful helpers, he would have contacted the mad dragon paragon Star Luo before coming together. Now that they had alerted the enemy, they had fallen into a situation where they could neither advance nor retreat. Divine Art World sacrifice. Among the seven, Ghost Emperor Zhentian, who was the strongest, went to deal with AOD. The pressure on Heaven's Burier Sword Immortal was greatly reduced. Although the four symbols Tao Emperors and Heaven-hating Sword Emperor were also very strong, they were no threat to Heaven's Burier Sword Immortal. Heaven's Burier Sword Immortal roared, and the ancient pitch-black sword was unsealed again. A Tao technique fluctuation that clearly did not belong to the Heaven region appeared in the void, behind Heaven's Burial Sword Immortal, whose face had turned slightly pale. An extremely ancient sword shadow that was several meters long appeared. When the sword shadow appeared, the sword light that was swimming in the sword tomb had no choice but to retreat a little. What a terrifying sword power! As a sword cultivator, Heaven-hating Sword Emperor could feel it more clearly. Inside Heaven's Burier Sword Immortal's body, an extremely terrifying Sword Tao aura had awakened. The terrifying pressure suppressed Heaven-hating Sword Emperor's Sword Tao aura to the extreme. There was no doubt that Heaven's Burier Sword Immortal had touched upon a deeper level of Sword Tao. Four symbols heavenly cycle, all things in the world. The four symbols Tao Emperors looked solemn and immediately went all out. Within the four symbols ancient formation, the mountains, rivers, the earth, the sun, the moon, the stars, and the reincarnation of heaven and earth all whistled and changed. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared, as if heaven and earth had just been created, and the concept of chaos was faintly born. Absolute heaven-slaying sword, slay gods, and destroy immortals. Heaven-hating Sword Emperor roared as he held the sword with both hands. The ancient sword that was filled with terrifying killing intent vibrated with a pleasant sword cry. In the next moment, countless ancient swords appeared and revolved around him, forming a myriad sword diagram. Every ancient sword condensed endless desolation Tao and destruction sword Tao. After the two great killing Daos merged, they emitted a monstrous divine aura. Slash. Heaven's Burier sword immortal roared as the ancient sword shadow behind him merged into the black sword in his hand and suddenly slashed out. Under this sword, a hair-like spatial crack appeared in the void. Heaven's Burier sword immortal's move could actually shatter the space of the sword tomb. Kill. The four symbols, Tao Emperors and heaven-hating Sword Emperor gathered all their battle strength and attacked head-on. In this battle, neither of them showed any mercy. They both went all out and vowed to kill Heaven's Burier sword immortal. If they could not suppress Heaven's Burier sword immortal, they would probably have to flee. Rumble! For a time, the sword tomb shook. Even the ancient light gate outside the sword tomb trembled incessantly. Refine. At this moment, in the secret realm, Qin Yu, who had refined the heaven path primordial origin to an extremely critical moment, suddenly roared in a low voice. Boom! Immediately, a terrifying shockwave swept out from Qin Yu's body as Tao power surged incessantly. Qin Yu's cultivation in the Middle Ancient Emperor realm had officially broken through to the Late Ancient Emperor realm after refining the heaven path primordial origin and gaining enlightenment from it. Moreover, although Qin Yu had just entered the Late Ancient Emperor realm and had not recovered to his peak state in his previous life, his battle strength was not any weaker than when he was at his peak state in his previous life. The heaven path primordial origin that Qin Yu had restrained had not been completely refined by Qin Yu. To be precise, Qin Yu had only refined 1/3 of it. Just 1/3 of it was enough to raise Qin Yu's cultivation from the Middle Ancient Emperor realm to the Late Ancient Emperor realm. One could imagine how powerful the heaven path primordial origin was. However, when Qin Yu wanted to completely refine the rest of the heaven path primordial origin and take the opportunity to enter the Great Ancient Emperor realm from the Late Ancient Emperor realm, the feeling of blockage that Qin Yu had experienced in his previous life appeared once again. No matter how Qin Yu circulated the ancient battle dragon art, he could not break through the blockage. It was as if there was an invisible wall that blocked the path to the Late Ancient Emperor realm. Qin Yu was unable to cross that barrier. Chapter 679. It's like this again. Looks like my previous life's enlightenment was not an illusion. The immemorial battle dragon art has indeed reached a certain limit. Qin Yu opened his eyes. There was a pondering expression flickering in his eyes. In his previous life, he had refined thousands of dragon tribe super skills. Logically speaking, with the immemorial battle dragon art, as long as he refined the dragon blood, he would be able to continuously raise his cultivation. He should have long surpassed the advanced ancient emperor realm. However, Qin Yu was stuck at the advanced ancient emperor realm in his previous life. Although refining the dragon tribe origin bloodline could increase Qin Yu's battle strength continuously, he could not break through his cultivation level. I don't believe it. Qin Yu's eyes flashed fiercely. He sat down with his legs crossed again and frantically refined the remaining heaven path true yuan. Qin Yu's frantic refinement did not remove the blockage in his cultivation level. Instead, it became even more intense. Even Qin Yu's meridians were experiencing intense pain. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and ignored the blockage and pain. He continued to refine the heaven path true yuan. Bang! When Qin Yu's meridians were being shredded inch by inch, Qin Yu could clearly feel that some kind of seal within the immemorial battle dragon art had been undone, although the blockage and pain did not disappear. However, Qin Yu was able to sense that some sort of change had occurred to the immemorial battle dragon art. When Qin Yu activated the immemorial battle dragon art again, He could vaguely feel that there was something in the east that was resonating with the immemorial battle dragon art. Could it be the immortal treasury? Qin, Yu mumbled to himself after sensing it carefully. Qin, Yu had been to the immortal treasury before and knew its location. It was in the boundless sea region in the east of the heaven region. It seemed like he would have to make a trip to the immortal treasury after settling all the grudges in the heaven region. Although he had not found all 3 ancient immortal tokens, one of them was with Xing Luo. After he took his revenge on Xing Luo and the others, he would have collected most of the ancient immortal tokens. Since you've taken the initiative to deliver yourselves to me, it saves me the trouble of looking for you. Qin stood up. Pure dragon energy surged in his body, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. After a few breaths of time, Qin Yu, who had fully recovered from his injuries, took a step forward, and runes spread out. With a flash of light, Qin Yu disappeared. Rumble! Outside the secret realm, in the sword tomb, the earth-shattering battle was becoming more and more tragic. Both the heaven-suppressing ghost monarch, the 4 symbols Tao monarch, and the others, the sky-burying sword immortal AOD, and the others were trying their best to kill their opponents. When 11 late ancient emperors fought, even the space of the sword tomb, which was filled with boundless sword might, was unable to withstand such destructive Tao arts. Suddenly, the heaven-suppressing ghost emperor, the 4 symbols Tao monarch, and the North monarch disarray turned their heads to the side. Above the sword tomb, a figure had appeared out of nowhere and was coldly looking at them. Dragon God, Dizun. When the heaven-suppressing ghost emperor, the heaven-suppressing ghost monarch, and the others, as well as the blood fiend spirit emperor, narrowed their eyes, the person who had appeared was naturally Qin Yu. However, at this moment, Qin Yu had regained the appearance of his previous life. Now, the person who had appeared was not only Qin Yu, but also the dragon god Dizun, who had once ruled the heaven region. He's really still alive. Following Qin Yu's appearance, the great battle that was originally berserk and destructive appeared to stop for a moment. The heaven-suppressing ghost monarch and the others were unable to conceal their fear. Even though their purpose was to kill Qin Yu was still alive. However, when Qin Yu stood in front of them, the invisible and terrifying aura he brought made their hearts palpitate. What's wrong? You seem surprised to see that I'm still alive. Qin Yu's cold and indifferent gaze swept across the heaven-suppressing ghost monarch and the others. The heaven-suppressing ghost monarch, the 4 symbols Tao Emperor, and North Emperor Luan, who had ambushed him in the graveyard of the immortal god, had the same look of disbelief as the 7-star ancient emperor. It seemed that the 3 of them, like the 7-star ancient emperor, did not know how he could be reincarnated after his soul had been destroyed. I'm indeed surprised. How did you survive? Who is helping you in the dark? The heaven-suppressing ghost monarch took a deep breath and looked at Qin Yu with a dignified expression. If it was not for someone secretly helping Qin Yu in the graveyard of the immortal god, how could Qin Yu survive? However, who was it that was able to allow Qin Yu to escape with his life in front of 13 late-stage ancient emperors and dozens of middle-stage ancient emperors? Why do you need to know so much when you are about to die? Qin Yu sneered. In a flash, he rushed towards the heaven-suppressing ghost monarch with the long spear in his hand. Humph! Although I don't know how you survived, do you think you are still the dragon god emperor who swept across the 9 continents in the heaven domain? The heaven-suppressing ghost monarch, who was targeted by Qin Yu, twitched his eyes. AOD was eyeing him from the side. If he tried to escape, he would definitely be killed. The heaven-suppressing ghost monarch roared and rushed towards Qin Yu with a terrifying ghost Tao secret skill. AOD was not in a hurry to attack AOD. The aura that Qin Yu exuded now made even AOD's heart palpitate. The heaven-suppressing ghost monarch, who was on par with Aod, was naturally no match for Qinyu. Roar. After a loud dragon roar, the ghost Dao's secret skill cast by the heaven-suppressing ghost monarch was devoured by Qinyu's sky-devouring dragon seal. Then, Qinyu, who was using Azure Dragon battling the heavens, unleashed Nine Hells Purgatory, Apocalyptic Sacred Thunder, and other Destruction Dragon Clan super skills. Bang! The heaven-suppressing ghost monarch was beaten back by Qinyu in one move. He could not fight back at all. If the heaven-suppressing ghost monarch was at his peak, he might be able to fight against Qinyu. Unfortunately, the heaven-suppressing ghost monarch had fought with the Sky Burier Sword Immortal and Aod. His cultivation had been greatly depleted. On the other hand, Qinyu had just broken through and was in his best condition. Puff! Qinyu thrust his spear and pierced the heaven-suppressing ghost monarch's protective ghost chi. The spear shattered the heaven-suppressing ghost monarch's right arm. The Destruction Dao's secret skill exploded. The heaven-suppressing ghost monarch was sent flying and vomited blood. His aura was obviously weakened. Immortal artifact. Looking at the shattered immemorial battle armor on his body, the heaven-suppressing ghost monarch looked at the chaotic dragon spear in Qinyu's hand in horror. His immemorial battle armor was the guardian divine treasure of the ghost clan. Even a late-stage ancient emperor could not destroy it. It was because of the immemorial battle armor's heaven-defying defense that the ghost emperors of the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island could stand tall in the central continent. But now, the immemorial battle armor, which was most likely made by an ancient immortal, was destroyed by Qinyu. This naturally made the heaven-suppressing ghost monarch wonder. 8 diagrams transforming into dragon. Qinyu did not give the heaven-suppressing ghost monarch any time to react. He immediately used a shocking killing move. Qinyu, surrounded by chaotic dragon chi, turned into Shinran and charged toward the heaven-suppressing ghost monarch. Chapter 680. Swoosh! Ghost Emperor Zhentian's hair stood on end as a deadly sense of crisis rose in his heart. Without hesitation, Ghost Emperor Zhentian immediately used his ultimate move to save his life. His body exploded and turned into billowing ghost chi that scattered in all directions. Seal. Unfortunately, Qinyu, who had fought with Ghost Emperor Zhentian several times in his previous life, was familiar with Ghost Emperor Zhentian's moves. After transforming into a dragon, Qinyu slammed out his huge dragon claw and sealed the area. In the center of the dragon claw, the chaotic dragon spear turned into a ray of chaotic light and broke through the void. In an instant, it pierced through the void. Slash! In the next moment, the sound of flesh being pierced through rang out. The ghost chi that had scattered in all directions paused at this moment. In the place where Qinyu had pierced through with the chaotic dragon spear, a figure filled with ghost chi appeared. It was Ghost Emperor Zhentian. However, Ghost Emperor Zhentian's body had been pierced through by the chaotic dragon spear. Destructive dragon power swept out and filled the area around him. In the blink of an eye, Ghost Emperor Zhentian was killed. His emperor's soul exploded, and his soul dispersed. Qinyu's cultivation had recovered to the late-stage ancient emperor realm. After using the Azure Dragon battle the heavens, his combat strength had increased by more than 10 times. Then, he used the 8 diagrams to transform into a dragon and entered the magnificent dragon state. In addition, the power of the chaotic dragon spear as a quasi-mortal artifact had also increased Qinyu's combat strength. In the face of such destructive combat strength, Ghost Emperor Zhentian, who was also a late-stage ancient emperor, was naturally unable to resist Qinyu. Ghost Emperor Zhentian is dead. Seeing Ghost Emperor Zhentian, who was killed by Qinyu in an instant and had his soul scattered, the 4 symbols Dao Emperors, Emperor Wanbei, and the other 5 turned pale. Their bodies turned cold as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Among the 7 of them, Ghost Emperor Xintian's cultivation was the strongest. Even the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor had been killed so easily. How could they survive? After all, Qin Yu was not the only one they had to face. Sky Burier Sword Immortal, AOD, the Chaotic Ancestor Dragon, and the Ancestor Demon Statue were not easy to deal with. Go! The 6 Tao Emperors of 4 symbols no longer had the will to fight. They immediately flew toward the entrance of the Sword Tomb at top speed. Sword Spirit! Qin Yu's heart moved. The crack in the ancient seal, which hadn't been repaired after being broken, instantly recovered and disappeared into the void under the 4 symbols' Tao Emperor's piercing gaze. When they could no longer find any signs of the gap in the ancient seal, the 6 Tao Emperors of 4 symbols felt an unprecedented sense of despair and danger. Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? A cold, indifferent, and emotionless voice rang out. It was Qin Yu, who had transformed into Shenron, who suddenly tore through the air and chased after them. AOD, the Primal Chaos Ancestor Dragon, and the Devil Ancestor Golem stopped watching the show and followed closely behind Qin Yu. Only Sky Burier Sword Immortal didn't attack this time. The 6 Tao Emperors of 4 symbols didn't have much enmity with Sky Burier Sword Immortal. Now that Qin Yu had appeared, Sky Burier Sword Immortal was naturally happy to be idle. Of course, the main reason was that Qin Yu's side had an overwhelming battle strength. Rumble! Soon, a violent and destructive battle broke out once again. However, compared to the previous battle where they were evenly matched, the current situation was completely different. This time, with Qin Yu's help, the 6 Tao Emperors of 4 symbols were suppressed to the point where they couldn't fight back at all, just like the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor. Not long after, among the 6, Northern Emperor Luan was killed by Qin Yu. After that, the ancient mystic demon emperor, who had transformed into a giant demon, couldn't resist Qin Yu's spear and died instantly. The Heaven Spite Sword Emperor cooperated with the Tao Emperors of 4 symbols to launch a sneak attack on Qin Yu, but AOD and the Primal Chaos Ancestor Dragon seized the opportunity to severely injure them. They were then killed by the Devil Ancestor Golem with a punch. As for the Tao Emperors of 4 symbols, the Blood Fiend Spirit Emperor, and the Black Ice Heavenly Emperor, they couldn't escape either. They died one after another at the hands of Qin Yu and the others. At this point, the 7 ancient emperors of Middle Ground who had joined forces had completely lost their lives. After killing the 7 ancient emperors, Qin Yu's expression suddenly changed as he was collecting the spoils of war. He pointed his finger, and an interspatial ring with an ancient seal flew out from the Blood Fiend Spirit Emperor's body. As Qin Yu was breaking the seal, his eyes flashed with a radiant light. Qin Yu moved his right hand, and an ancient immortal token appeared in his palm. It was the DUI ancient immortal token that the Blood Fiend Spirit Emperor had obtained. In this way, apart from the Earth ancient immortal tokens and the Zhen ancient immortal tokens, Qin Yu had collected 6 of the 8 ancient immortal tokens. To Qin Yu, this could be said to be a pleasant surprise. After the battle, the Chaotic Ancestor Dragon returned to the Origin Dragon world, and the Ancestor Demon Statue was summoned back by Qin Yu. AOD sat cross-legged in the void, and seemed to be comprehending the inheritance of the Dragon Emperor. As for the Sky Burier Sword Immortal, he couldn't enter the secret realm. However, the Eternal Sword Mound was filled with thousands of Sword Tao concepts. It was still an opportunity for the Sky Burier Sword Immortal, after throwing the bodies of the Sky-suppressing Ghost Emperor and the others into the Sumeru Ring for the Skeleton Ghost King to refine. Qin Yu also sat down cross-legged. During this trip to the Eternal Sword Mound, not only had he subdued the spirit of the Sword Mound and awakened Long Hao, but he had also obtained the supreme inheritance of the Sword Emperor from another region. Qin Yu's cultivation had also broken through to the late ancient emperor realm. Other than Xing Luo, among the 12 ancient emperors, there were only Emperor God Xian Yu, Emperor Taiyan, and Great Sun Heavenly Emperor from the North region. In addition, he had also obtained an ancient immortal token. It would be one step easier for Qin Yu to go to the immortal treasure in the future. It could be said that Qin Yu had gained a lot this time. As Qin Yu and the others waited, after half a month, Long Hao, who had been in the secret realm the entire time, finally walked out. When the Sky Burier Sword Immortal saw Long Hao, sword light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Long Hao's body was surrounded by tangible sword essence. The strength of the sword essence had far surpassed the Heaven Path sword domain realm. Even the sword soul that the Sky Burier Sword Immortal had obtained in his previous life couldn't be compared to Long Hao's sword essence. Qin Yu's expression changed slightly. In addition to the terrifying sword essence surrounding Long Hao, there was also a strong fluctuation of Heaven Path true origin. It appeared that the stone tablet had already been subdued by Long Hao. Master! After Long Hao came out, he retracted his sword essence and bowed respectfully to Qin Yu. How is it? Can you control the eternal sword mound? Qin Yu asked. Long Hao smiled and clenched his right fist. Immediately, the entire eternal sword tomb began to tremble. Countless strands of sword intent, sword shadows, and sword light converged towards Long Hao like rivers flowing into an ocean. Seeing this, the spirit of the sword mound appeared and immediately opened the boundary of the sword mound, allowing Qin Yu and the others to leave. Long Hao had just inherited his master's power and wasn't familiar with controlling the eternal sword mound. If he wasn't careful, Qin Yu and the others might be implicated. Whoosh! However, just as the spirit of the sword tomb opened the sword tomb's barrier, a pitch-black ray of light suddenly flashed in the air and disappeared into the void. Qin Yu instantly detected it. Before that black light disappeared, he pointed with his finger. A black ray of light was shot into that pitch-black light. Chapter 681. Was that Ghost Emperor Jintian? The Sky Burier Sword Immortal, AOD, and Long Hao immediately sensed it. Other than Ghost Emperor Jintian, no one else could have sensed the ghost qi fluctuation from the black light. I underestimated him. Qin Yu was also surprised. He did not expect the Ghost Emperor Jintian to leave such a trick behind, even though his soul had already dispersed. However, he had already used a secret technique and could sense where the Ghost Emperor Jintian was. He was not afraid that the Ghost Emperor Jintian, who was only a soul, could escape from him. Thinking of this, Qin Yu seemed to have thought of something. He moved his right hand, and the corpse of the Ghost Emperor Jintian appeared in his interspatial ring. After careful inspection, Qin Yu found that although the corpse of the Ghost Emperor Jintian still had flesh and blood, it was obviously refined with a secret technique. The Ghost Emperor Jintian seemed to have left more than one trick behind. He was indeed a cunning old fox. Then, Qin Yu, the Sky Burier Sword Immortal, and AOD left the sword tomb and appeared outside the Eternal Sword Tomb. At this moment, there were figures all over the Eternal Sword Tomb who were affected and expelled from the Eternal Sword Tomb. The experts who had come to explore were all shocked. They discussed among themselves and did not know what had happened. Rumble! Under Long Hao's control, the Eternal Sword Tomb, which was originally tens of thousands of miles wide, became smaller and smaller. The sword will and the broken sword of the Eternal Sword Tomb seemed to be psychic at this moment. They turned into streaks of sword light and disappeared into the depths of the Eternal Sword Tomb. In less than 15 minutes, the Eternal Sword Tomb became a thumb-sized sword mark that was branded on Long Hao's right hand. Could it be that the eternal sword tomb has been subdued by someone? Does this mean that the inheritance of the invincible sword cultivator has been taken? Who is that person? He doesn't seem to be among the sword cultivators at the late ancient emperor realm in the 9 provinces of the heaven domain. The experts who were watching and discussing in the void looked at Long Hao with different expressions. Although they were greedy, they did not dare to make a move when they sensed that Long Hao was at the late ancient emperor realm. Whoosh! After putting away the eternal sword mound, Long Hao ignored the surrounding martial artists and flew in front of Qin Yu and the other 2. Master, what's the plan next? Long Hao asked Qin Yu, looking at Ghost Emperor Zhentian's direction. He must have gone straight to the South Continent. He must be trying to ally with the ancient emperor of the South Continent. Let's go there directly. Qin Yu sensed Ghost Emperor Zhentian's location and sneered. Ghost Emperor Zhentian had left the Divine Land in just a moment. Obviously, he had left a teleportation formation there. Now that Qin Yu's cultivation had recovered to the advanced stage of the ancient emperor realm, and the matter with Long Hao and the others had been settled, it was time for revenge. His original plan was to wait for the ancient emperor in the Middle Continent until the end. However, now that the Middle Continent had sent the ancient emperor to his death, Qin Yu's plan had to change. Of course, if Ghost Emperor Zhentian hadn't escaped, Qin Yu would have gone to North State to deal with Celestial Emperor Great Sun first. However, now that Ghost Emperor Zhentian had escaped, the news that he was still alive would definitely spread. Of course, he had to fish big fish. He would deal with the 2 ancient emperors of the South Continent first, then the Great Sun Celestial Emperor, and finally Xing Luo, who had the ancient immortal token. Heaven Region, South Continent, Divine Palace of Xuanyu, Holy Dynasty. Dragon God Emperor is really still alive. Several figures gathered in the Divine Palace. Each of them was a famous ancient emperor in the Heaven Region. However, the atmosphere was as cold as ice. Even the air seemed to freeze, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The person sitting on the main seat of the Divine Palace was the ruler of Xuanyu Holy Dynasty, Emperor God Emperor Xuanyu. Other than him, Emperor Taiyan was also present. The last one was the Ghost Emperor Zhentian, who was supposed to be killed by Qin Yu and only had a soul body left. However, although Ghost Emperor Zhentian's aura was weak, his soul was still intact. No one knew what mysterious technique he had used. Among the 7 who went to the Divine Lands, other than me, the 4 Symbols Tao Emperors, and the others are all dead. If I hadn't prepared the Ghost Hunter technique, I would have died as well. Even now, you still don't believe that he's still alive? Humph, you guys were also involved in killing him. Now that he's back, do you think he'll let you guys go? Hearing Emperor God Emperor Xuanyu's doubtful words, Ghost Emperor Zhentian said coldly. His tone was very unpleasant. Before going to the Divine Lands, he had sent a message to Xuanyu, Holy Dynasty, and Emperor Taiyan, asking them to join forces with the ancient emperors of the South Continent. However, Emperor God Emperor Xuanyu and Emperor Taiyan had refused. Now that the ancient emperors of the Middle Continent were all dead, Qin Yu's next target would definitely be the South Continent. If they didn't act together now, they would definitely be killed by Qin Yu one by one, just like Emperor God Tian Yuan and the other ancient emperors of the East Continent. Ghost Emperor, it's useless to be angry now. What we need to do now is to think of a way to deal with the danger before us. The monarch of Taiyan said with a solemn expression. After seeing Ghost Emperor Zhentian's miserable appearance, Emperor Taiyan used a forbidden technique to deduce that Qin Yu was still alive. He believed that Qin Yu was still alive. It's not that we didn't make any preparations before this. On the contrary, we've already joined forces with 15 ancient emperors to deal with the invasion of the extraterritorial demon race and the ancient demon race. Even if the dragon god emperor really comes, we'll be able to deal with him. Emperor God, Emperor Xuanyu said. Although they were skeptical about the news that Qinyu was still alive, it wasn't a small matter after all. Therefore, they had been working in the dark for the past few months. 15 ancient emperors, including the 3 of them, made a total of 18 ancient emperors. This battle strength was even more terrifying than when they had ambushed Qinyu in the graveyard of immortal gods. It could be said that all the ancient emperors of the South Continent, including Emperor God, Emperor Xuanyu, and Emperor Taiyan, had gathered together. What about the Dragon God Emperor? Have you contacted him? Hearing that there were 15 ancient emperors, Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian heaved a sigh of relief and asked about Xing Luo. Among the ancient emperors of the Heaven Domain, other than Qinyu, who had somehow survived, Xing Luo was the one that Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian was most wary of. If the Star Luo clan were to join them, their chances of success would be much higher. I still can't contact him. I wonder where he went. Emperor Taiyan shook his head. Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian frowned. When he suspected that Qinyu was still alive, he immediately sent a message to Xing Luo. It had been several months, and Xing Luo should have received the news. Why hadn't he responded? Could it be that there was something more important than Qinyu's matter? Chapter 682. During the battle, Dragon God Emperor's soul should have been completely destroyed, and he should not have been able to use a secret skill to survive. But now, for some unknown reason, he is still alive. Do you think this matter is related to the Berserk Dragon Sovereign? Emperor God Xian, you suspected that Qinyu's escape had something to do with Xing Luo. Back then, for some unknown reason, Star Luo came to join hands with Qinyu and the others who had grievances with him. As they had offended Qinyu and were afraid of Qinyu's strength, they were afraid that they would die after Qinyu. Hence, Emperor God Xianyu and the others had agreed to join forces with Xing Luo. However, they were unable to understand why Star Luo wanted to attack Qinyu the entire time. One must know that at that time, the relationship between Qinyu and Star Luo was as close as brothers. Furthermore, the 2 of them were of the same master. That shouldn't be the case. Back then, in order to deal with the Dragon God Emperor, the Mad Dragon Emperor risked his cultivation to use a forbidden technique. It was clear that he was determined to kill. If he wanted to save the Dragon God Emperor, there was no need for him to take such a risk. Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian pondered for a long time as though he was recalling the battle. Then he shook his head. It was possible that the other ancient emperors who had participated in the battle had other intentions. However, Xing Luo had made it clear that he did not want to let Qinyu go. Virum! Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian's expression changed as soon as he finished his words. He opened his palm, and there was a twisted ghost tattoo that was trembling slightly. Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian had paid a great price to refine this ghost tattoo. It could sense the fluctuation of the immortal devouring ghost curse. Although the immortal devouring ghost curse in Longhao's body had been dissolved, there was still some fluctuation of the immortal devouring ghost curse left in Longhao's body. Because of this, Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian was able to follow Qinyu into the Eternal Sword Mound after leaving the central province. Unfortunately, Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian had wanted to kill Qinyu in the Eternal Sword Tomb. Unexpectedly, he had lost his life in the Eternal Sword Tomb. They are heading towards the South region. I'm afraid they want to kill all of you before you can react. Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian looked at Emperor God Xianyu and Emperor Taiyan. The reason he had come directly to the southern continent was because he knew that Qinyu had placed a restriction in his body. If they had returned to the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island, they would have nowhere to run. That was why they had come to look for Emperor God Xianyu and Emperor Taiyan. Humph, we are not the trash of the East Continent. It's not that easy to kill us in the South Continent. Emperor God Xian Yu's face changed, and he snorted coldly. He immediately stood up and sent out a few secret letters. The Emperor Taiyan Emperor didn't hesitate and immediately sent out a secret message. As a precaution, they had gathered all the ancient emperors at Xuanyu Holy Dynasty. Now, as long as he sent out a secret message, they would gather. Following the actions of Emperor God Xian Yu and the others, the entire Xian Yu Holy Dynasty entered a state of high alert as countless experts gathered. The entire South Continent's forces were shaken because of this. When the sun was setting in the west and the sky was turning dark, a terrifying aura swept over from the border of the Xian Yu Divine Dynasty. In just a few breaths' time, the terrifying aura shot across half of the Xian Yu Holy Dynasty like a meteor and arrived at the imperial city at the heart of the Xian Yu Holy Dynasty. They're here. In the imperial city of the Xian Yu Holy Dynasty, above the central palace, Emperor God Xian Yu, Emperor Taiyan, and Ghost Emperor Zhentian were led by 15 people with terrifying auras. Although these people's cultivation couldn't be compared to the 4 symbols Tao emperors from the Middle Continent, they were all almighties who had entered the later stage of the ancient emperor realm. In the 9 continents of the heaven domain, they were the top experts. That's quite a lineup. Qin Yu and the others were surprised to see the 18 almighties of the ancient emperors in the sky above the Xian Yu Holy Dynasty. However, he was only a little surprised. There was no fear in his expression. Qin Yu, Sky, Burier, Sword Immortal, Long Hao, and AOD weren't ordinary later-stage ancient emperors. Their fighting strength was comparable to Ghost Emperor Zhentian's. Of course, they weren't afraid of the later-stage ancient emperors from the South Continent. That person? No way. Could that be Dragon God Emperor? When they saw that it was Qin Yu and his brothers who had arrived, the gazes of the southern province's ancient emperors all landed on Qin Yu. Immediately, those late-stage ancient emperors that recognized Qin Yu were all incomparably shocked. Although thousands of years had passed, these later-stage ancient emperors had lived for thousands of years. Naturally, they wouldn't forget the Dragon God Emperor, who had dominated the heaven domain and suppressed the extraterritorial demon tribe. Back then, the Dragon God Emperor had disappeared mysteriously. Some rumors said that the Dragon God Emperor had fallen. However, there were also rumors that the Dragon God Emperor had surpassed the limits of the ancient emperor realm and left the heaven domain. However, no matter which rumor it was, there was no concrete evidence. Now that Qin Yu had appeared in front of them, they couldn't believe it. In addition to being shocked, they looked at Emperor God Xian Yu and Emperor Dian simultaneously. They had been invited because Emperor God Xian Yu had said that the extraterritorial demon tribe and the ancient demon tribe had joined forces and sent experts to invade the South Continent. Could the Dragon God Emperor be the extraterritorial demon tribe? And the ancient demon tribe that Emperor God Xian Yu and Emperor Taiyan had mentioned? Emperor God Xian Yu, Emperor Taiyan, although we haven't met for thousands of years, there's no need to welcome me with such a grand ceremony. Qin Yu took a step forward and looked at Emperor God Xian Yu coldly. Dragon God Emperor, you colluded with the ancient demon tribe and tried to invade the heaven domain. Of course, we have to welcome you together. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Emperor God Xian Yu said coldly. He knew that he couldn't hide Qin Yu's identity, so he called him by his name. Of course, his words were meant for the other later-stage ancient emperors. At this time, the ancient emperors couldn't be allowed to leave. Colluding with the ancient demon tribe. Is that why so many people were fooled by you guys? Qin Yu chuckled. He finally understood why Emperor God Xian Yu and Emperor Taiyan could gather 15 later-stage ancient emperors. The invasion of the extraterritorial demon tribe had just ended. At this time, Emperor God Xian Yu and Emperor Tai Yan were using the ancient demon tribe as an excuse. I'm here today for a reason. My grudge with Emperor God Xianyu, Emperor Taiyan, and Ghost Emperor Zhentian has nothing to do with you. Are you sure you want to get involved? Qin Yu looked at the dozen-plus late-stage ancient emperors and said with an indifferent expression, although Emperor God Xianyu and the others had teamed up with 15 ancient emperors, their fighting power was equivalent to 18 later-stage ancient emperors. However, Qin Yu wasn't afraid at all. The fighting power before him was much stronger than when they had surrounded him in the immortal god graveyard. However, Qin Yu wasn't in the same state as when he had been ambushed by Xing Luo. Qin Yu's fighting power was at its peak now. Moreover, Qin Yu had the help of Buried Sky Sword Immortal, Long Hao, AOD, Ancestor Demon Statue, and Primal Chaos Ancestor Dragon. Today, no matter what, Emperor God Xianyu and the other two wouldn't be able to leave alive. Chapter 683, Personal Grudge. Hearing Qin Yu's words, the 15 late-stage ancient emperors were in an uproar as they communicated through voice transmissions. If the ancient demon tribe was really invading, they would naturally work together to drive them away. However, if this was a grudge between the dragon god Hierarch and Emperor God Xianyu, they did not need to get involved. The consequences of offending the dragon god Hierarch were not to be trifled with. In the entire 9 continents of the heaven domain, only the dragon god Hierarch could kill a late-stage ancient emperor with ease. Humph, do you think you can fool us with just a few words? Everyone, take a look. Emperor God Xian Yu snorted as he saw the uproar among the late-stage ancient emperors. A light mirror appeared in his hand. In the light mirror, scenes of battle were displayed. It was the scene of the Sky Burier Sword Immortal AOD, the Chaotic Ancestor Dragon, and the Ancestor Demon Statue fighting the 4 symbols Dao Emperor, Emperor Wanbei, and the other ancient emperors of the Middle Region. Obviously, the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor, who had participated in the battle, had used some secret technique to seal the scenes of the battle. It is indeed the aura of the ancient demon tribe. Does this mean that the dragon god Hierarch disappeared for so many years because he went to the ancient demon tribe? How is this possible? With the dragon god Hierarch's cultivation, why would he go to the ancient demon tribe? Could it be that the dragon god Hierarch's original body is from the ancient demon tribe? The 15 late-stage ancient emperors were shocked when they saw the scenes of the battle in the light mirror. The ancestor demon statue exuded a vast demonic aura. It was the demonic chi unique to the ancient demon tribe. The demonic chi of the ancient demon tribe was different from the demonic chi of the extraterritorial demon tribe. Strictly speaking, the ancient demon tribe was a type of demonic cultivator. They could absorb the spiritual energy of the heaven domain, as well as the extraterritorial demon chi. This was because they could refine both spiritual energy and demonic chi into their unique demonic chi. This was one of the main reasons why the ancient demon tribe could still prosper despite being banished to the extraterritorial realm. Everyone should know that the Red Moon sovereign died at the hands of a demonic cultivator of the spiritual state. Even now, we still haven't figured out the origin of that demonic cultivator, and the spiritual state fell into the hands of that demonic cultivator. Previously, there had been several ancient emperor wars in the East Continent, and as many as 7 ancient emperors had fallen. The one who had massacred the East Continent was this bastard who had teamed up with the ancient demon tribe. His intentions couldn't be clearer. Looking at the expressions of the 15 late-stage ancient emperors, Emperor God Xianyu revealed a cold smile and said loudly, as expected, after hearing what Emperor God Xianyu had said, the 15 late-stage ancient emperors who were originally wavering became solemn, and they looked at Qin Yu and the other 3. Since it doesn't make sense, then don't blame me. Upon seeing this, Qin Yu knew that it was useless to say anything more. Surging dragon aura erupted from his body as a vast and frightening dragon might swept out in all directions. Such power. Feeling the towering power that Qinyu had given out, Emperor God Xianyu, who was smiling coldly, couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. No wonder Ghost Emperor Zhentian and the others were in such a state. Qinyu's power wasn't any weaker than it had been back then. Luckily, Ghost Emperor Zhentian had informed them in advance. Otherwise, with just the three of them, they would definitely be dead. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Just as Qinyu and AOD were giving out their frightening dragon might, Zhang Tian's sword fairy and Long Hao took action as well. Two different sword essences that were vast and frightening shot up to the sky and swept across the 9 heavens, causing everyone to tremble in fear. At the same time, Chaotic Ancestor Dragon and Ancestor Demon Statue were summoned by Qinyu. The 6 of them brought with them a vast and frightening power. They were like 6 celestial demons that had been born, and they pounced on the 18 late-stage ancient emperors. Divine Thunder Formation. Sensing the overflowing destructive might emitted by Qinyu and the other 3, God Emperor Xianyu, who had an extremely serious expression, immediately activated the great protective array of the Xuanyu Divine Dynasty. Rolling lightning spread out crazily, with the imperial city of the Xianyu Holy Dynasty as the center. It covered a radius of tens of thousands of miles and turned into a vast divine thunder formation. Qinyu and the other 3 were also covered by the divine thunder formation. The frightening power of lightning was brewing, ready to unleash a destructive attack at any time. The divine thunder formation was obtained by the ancestors of the Xianyu Holy Dynasty from an immortal ancient ruin. It was said that it was a divine formation created by an ancient immortal. Later on, the ancestors of the Xianyu Holy Dynasty moved the remnants of the immortal formation back and gave birth to the divine thunder formation. The power of the divine formation was frightening. It had once killed a late-stage ancient emperor. Hao Qian Ghostly Path. Kill! Ghost Emperor Zhentian roared as he cast the Hao Qian Ghostly Path. He formed a ferocious giant ghost and led the charge. The void boiled as thousands of ghostly qi seeped into the void. The power was obviously stronger than the sword tomb in the eternal sword tomb. Tai Chi Dark Heaven. Emperor God Xianyu's body flashed as he turned into a ray of light and rushed out. As he rushed out, the yin and yang light around him intertwined and formed a Tai Chi divine diagram. The yin and yang energy surged in the Tai Chi divine diagram. One could clearly see that there were light spots all over the Xianyu Holy Dynasty. They pierced through the void and merged into the Tai Chi divine diagram. Emperor God Xianyu cultivated the path of faith. This was because the ancestors of the Xianyu Holy Dynasty were ancient gods who had ascended to godhood through the power of faith. Heavenly Secret Skill. Buddha's Light Illumination. Heavenly Master Skill. When the 15 late-stage ancient emperors saw the ancestor demon statue, their doubts disappeared. They followed Ghost Emperor Zhentian and Emperor God Xianyu and rushed out. The power of the 17 late-stage ancient emperors had turned the void within 100,000 miles of Xianyu Holy Dynasty into a zone of destruction. Countless martial artists and living beings on the ground felt as if the sky was about to collapse. They were terrified and could not hide their fear. More than 20 late-stage ancient emperors were fighting. Such a terrifying internal battle had not happened in the history of the Heaven region for thousands of years. Without a doubt, the battle today would shock the entire 9 states of the Heaven region. Even the extraterritorial demon race would be shocked. Such a terrifying battle was comparable to a large-scale invasion. Great Yen Technique. Emperor Taiyan did not rush out. Instead, he formed a series of hand seals. His speed was so fast that it was dazzling. Then he tapped with his finger, and there were divine lights that hit Ghost Emperor Jin Tian, Emperor God Xian Yu, and the others who were charging out. Emperor Tian's divine light did not cause any injuries to Ghost Emperor Jin Tian and the others. Of course, it did not increase the power of the attacks. However, when Ghost Emperor Jin Tian and the others defended against the destructive attacks of Qin Yu and the others, the divine light would reverse the attacks of Qin Yu and the others to the original state of true essence and Tao skill. In other words, it would instantly dissolve the attacks. Such a method naturally gave Ghost Emperor Jin Tian and the others another extraordinary method. They could use the time when Qin Yu and the others' secret skills and divine skills were reversed and neutralized. They could then use their destructive killer moves. In an instant, Qin Yu and the other 5 appeared to be somewhat flustered. Chapter 684. Ghost Emperor Xian Yu, Ghost Emperor Jin Tian, and the others' fighting spirit sword. As long as Emperor Taiyan was there, Qin Yu and the others would not be able to use their full strength. After all, Qin Yu and the others had to be on guard at all times to see if the Great Yen Emperor's Great Yen technique would reverse their divine abilities and secret techniques. Uft! Suddenly, there were 4 sounds of flesh being pierced through. Ghost Emperor Jin Tian, God Emperor Xian Yu, and the others immediately sensed it and turned around. Their expressions changed drastically. The monarch of Tan, who was at the back of the group and hadn't been involved in the battle, was pierced by 4 figures surrounded by lightning from 4 different directions. Regardless of whether it was the emperor's body or the emperor's soul, they were both imprisoned at this moment. Seeing the figure gradually appearing from the lightning, the monarch of great evolution's eyes popped out. Those 4 figures surrounded by lightning were surprisingly all Qin Yu. Do you think that I will suffer the same loss as I did before? The 4 figures of Qin Yu smiled coldly. During the battle in the graveyard of the immortal god, back then, Qin Yu had been ruthlessly targeted by the Great Yen Emperor's Great Yen technique. Therefore, when Qin Yu charged out, he secretly used the Dragon Qi derivation secret skill, and used the Purple Heaven Godly Lightning Dragon's destructive Godly Lightning to sneak into the immortal lightning divine formation and approach Emperor Taiyan. To be honest, he had to thank God Emperor Xian Yu for being able to suppress Emperor Taiyan so easily. Otherwise, given Emperor Taiyan's vigilance, Qin Yu would not have been able to suppress him so easily. Rumble! With a thought, Qin Yu's 4 Dragon Qi clones unleashed destructive lightning divine power and instantly destroyed Emperor Taiyan's emperor body. However, in order to prevent the 7-star ancient emperor from leaving behind something similar to what Ghost Emperor Jin Tian had done, one of Qin Yu's Dragon Qi clones formed an ancient mark and sent it into Emperor Taiyan's emperor's soul. Then, the emperor's soul shattered into nothingness. Emperor Taiyan, seeing Emperor Taiyan killed in the blink of an eye, Ghost Emperor Jin Tian, and God Emperor Xian Yu's faces turned ghastly pale. As for the other 15 late-stage ancient emperors, their expressions changed drastically. They looked at Qin Yu with unconcealable fear. Although it was a sneak attack, killing a late-stage ancient emperor with a single move was a heaven-defying move that was even more frightening than 1,000 years ago. At this moment, they all felt some regret for getting involved in this muddy water. Now it's only the 2 of you. As the lightning dissipated, the 4 Dragon Qi clones, Dragon Qi, returned to Qin's body, returned to his Dragon Qis. Qin Yu stared at Ghost Emperor Jin Tian and God Emperor Xian Yu with a bone-chilling gaze. As for the other late-stage realm ancient emperors, Qin and Yu could not be bothered. As long as he killed Ghost Emperor Jin Tian and God Emperor Xian Yu, then Qin Yu's only enemies in the heaven realm would be the Great Sun Heavenly Emperor and Star Luo. This bastard is ruthless. Don't be careless. Seeing the 10-odd late-stage ancient emperors wavering, Emperor God Xian you immediately spoke to calm them down. That's right. This bastard's invasion concerns the survival of the entire southern region. If you still have some tricks up your sleeves, don't hide them. If we don't kill him today, the entire southern region will fall into his hands. By then, your legacy will go down the drain. Ghost Emperor Gentian immediately spoke in a deep voice. Hearing Ghost Emperor Gentian's words, the 15 ancient emperors looked solemn, and their auras surged. I don't want to repeat myself. Today, I'm here because of the death of Emperor God Xian Yu and Ghost Emperor Gentian. If you insist on getting involved, don't blame me for being ruthless. At this moment, Qin Yu spoke. His voice was cold and emotionless. It was as though the 15 late-stage ancient emperors were insignificant to him. Dragon Emperor, Emperor God, since you've joined forces with the ancient demon tribe, how can we believe you? An elder in a black robe stepped forward and asked. His eyes were glistening. Emperor God Xian Yu and Ghost Emperor Gentian saw, and their faces changed. Sure enough, Qin Yu's lightning-fast method of killing the great Yan Emperor still caused the 15 late-stage ancient emperors to feel fear in their hearts. If Qin Yu was able to convince them, then the two of them would likely have to face Qin Yu and them alone. I don't need you to believe me. Now, you only have two choices. Either you leave or you end up like Emperor Dian. The green dragon scales on Qin Yu's body glowed. The chaotic dragon spear was also brewing a terrifying power. Hearing Qin Yu's incomparably domineering words, the expressions of many of the 15 late-stage ancient emperors changed. In the 9 prefectures, the strong were respected. With Qin Yu's power, he had the right to say such words. However, Qin Yu's words had put them in a difficult position. They did not know if they should continue to stay or leave. Guys, don't be fooled by him. The reason why he said that he has a personal grudge against the 3 of us is that he wants you to leave. Then he will conquer the East Continent and the spiritual state one by one and gradually occupy them. Emperor God Xian Yu turned around and looked at the 15 late-stage ancient emperors sternly as he spoke. Rumble. Right after God Emperor Xian, you said those words. Within the immortal lightning divine array, surging divine lightnings were surging. Like a violent storm, they were bombarding toward Qin Yu and them. At this moment, the void was trembling. In an instant, Qin Yu and the other 5 were drowned by the divine thunder. They could not be seen at all. Boom. Swoosh. In the next moment, with the vast dragon power and destructive sword light, the divine thunder that contained violent Tao skills was shattered into pieces. 6 figures charged out with billowing murderous intent. Everyone, the life and death of the entire South region is in our hands. Today, we have to kill them here. Otherwise, South region will be in danger. Emperor God Xian Yu roared. He merged with the Taiji divine diagram and charged towards Qin Yu like a ray of yin-yang light. Swoosh. However, he was stopped by Long Hao, who was holding an ancient sword. The 2 of them then engaged in a shocking battle. The 15 ancient emperors felt the murderous intent from Qin Yu and the others. After hesitating for a while, they charged forward. Originally, there were 17 ancient emperors on Emperor God Xian Yu's side, and only 6 on Qin Yu's side. When both sides stood up, they had the advantage of 3 against 1. However, after Emperor Taiyan had been killed, the 15 ancient emperors' morale had dropped, and they could not gain the upper hand. The ancient emperors were all sly old foxes. Although they were not sure whether Emperor God Xian Yu or Qin Yu was telling the truth, they did not risk their lives because of it. They were waiting for Qin Yu, Emperor God Xian Yu, and Ghost Emperor Gentian to fight it out. If Qin Yu was telling the truth, and it was really a personal grudge, Emperor God Xian Yu and Ghost Emperor Gentian would definitely leave after they died. Of course, even if Qin Yu was lying, the death of Emperor God Xian Yu and Ghost Emperor Gentian would not be a fatal blow to them. At worst, they could just go all out against Qin Yu and the other 5 at that time. Chapter 685. These guys, Ghost Emperor Gentian's face darkened when he sensed the intention of the 15 ancient emperors. He had other ideas in his mind. If the 15 ancient emperors went easy on them, he and Emperor God Xian Yu would definitely not be able to fend off Qin Yu and the other 5. They had to think of a way out. Swoosh! But at this moment, an ear-piercing sound pierced through the air. Qin Yu had already broken free from the 2 late-stage ancient emperors and was charging towards Ghost Emperor Gentian, chaotic ancestor dragon, who was originally dealing with Ghost Emperor Gentian, stopped the other 3 later-stage ancient emperors so that Qin Yu could deal with Ghost Emperor Gentian alone. 9 serene purgatory, with a thought from Qin Yu, a black light that was so dark that one couldn't even see one's own fingers started to spread out. The area within a circumference of several thousand feet had turned into a pitch-black space. My senses are suppressed to such an extent. Ghost Emperor Gentian's eyes were filled with shock. With Qin Yu's current cultivation level, 9 serene purgatory could suppress the senses of Ghost Emperor Gentian, who was also a later-stage ancient emperor. 8 diagrams transform into dragon. In the dark light space, Qin Yu transformed into Shenron again and pounced on Ghost Emperor Gentian. Ghost Sha. Seeing that Qin Yu had locked onto him and he had nowhere to run, Ghost Emperor Gentian, whose face was extremely gloomy, roared angrily and used all his strength to activate the Haotian Ghost Dao to suppress Qin Yu. Rumble! There was an earth-shattering battle. However, Ghost Emperor Gentian was sent flying again. This time, he was in a worse state than when he was in the Eternal Sword Tomb. After all, although Ghost Emperor Gentian had escaped from the Eternal Sword Tomb, his cultivation level had been greatly reduced. However, his cultivation base was also greatly reduced. He was probably not even comparable to a late-stage ancient emperor. Now that Qin Yu was attacking him with all his might, he was naturally defeated. Die! Suddenly, there was a bone-chilling voice. Qin Yu's Dao power was filled with destructive killing intent as he pierced through the void with his spear. Oh no! Ghost Emperor Gentian's eyes dilated in shock. He immediately used an extraordinary secret skill to tear open the void and escape into the boundless void. Pucci! However, at this moment, a burst of space-time power suddenly appeared, and Ghost Emperor Gentian's movements froze, and his speed slowed down significantly. For a late-stage ancient emperor, the slightest flaw could be fatal, let alone the fact that Ghost Emperor Gentian was hesitating. Because of this, Qin Yu, who had seized the opportunity, used his divine spear to pierce through the heaven-suppressing Ghost Emperor. Streaks of mysterious ancient runes condensed from chaotic dragon chi appeared in the chaotic dragon spear, and instantly filled Ghost Emperor Gentian's body. What power is this? Ghost Emperor Gentian noticed this, and his eyes were filled with unconcealable fear. At this moment, Ghost Emperor Gentian clearly sensed an extremely strange power seeping into his sovereign soul. That power seemed to be filled with a pervasive poison. That power also appeared in the power of several monarch souls that Ghost Emperor, heaven-suppressing Ghost Emperor, left in other places. Do you think you can use the same method to escape from me? Qin Yu's gaze was bone-chilling. He would not suffer a loss twice. Previously, Emperor Taiyan had been killed by this move. With a thought from Qin Yu, the sealed Ghost Emperor Gentian was annihilated inch by inch from the inside out. In the end, he disappeared without a trace. Not even the slightest residue was left. When Emperor God Xian Yu and the other late-stage ancient emperors saw this, they broke out in cold sweat. Previously, Emperor Taiyan could say that Qin Yu had ambushed Emperor Gentian and killed him due to carelessness. However, Ghost Emperor Gentian was still killed by Qin Yu even though he was on full alert. Qin Yu's battle power was frightening. Compared to before, it seemed to be even more frightening and astonishing. It's about time for you to die. After killing Emperor Taiyan and Ghost Emperor Zhentian, Qin Yu looked at Emperor God Xianyu, whose face was pale and whose eyes were filled with unconcealable fear. At this moment, Emperor God Xianyu was teaming up with two late-stage ancient emperors to fend off Long Hao's attack. Now that they were targeted by Qin Yu, they felt a bone-chilling coldness. The two late-stage ancient emperor allies immediately turned around and fled with all their might. Rumble! At the moment when Qin Yu was fleeing, the immortal Thunder Divine Array had also condensed a vast Taiji lightning array diagram. With a loud rumble, it descended and blocked Qin Yu's path. Within the Tai Chi lightning formation, there were billions of power of faith gathered. At this moment, it was as though all the power of the martial artists in Xian Yu Holy Dynasty had been gathered by the Tai Chi lightning formation, and it gave off a heart-palpitating fluctuation. Space-time empty world. Just as Emperor God Xianyu was about to escape, a gust of space-time power swept out from Qin Yu's body. The void in front of Emperor God Xianyu twisted, and it enveloped him. Dragon Soul? Sensing the aura of the Dragon Soul, Qin Yu's eyes shone brightly. With a thought, he entered the space-time empty world. At the same time, a gust of space-time power spread out, and the Dragon Soul, who had been in seclusion in the ancient seal of the Divine Dragon, appeared. Are you for real? You have recovered your cultivation. The Dragon Soul was surprised when he sensed Qin Yu's cultivation as a late-stage ancient emperor. He did not sense that Qin Yu had refined a new dragon tribe bloodline. While he was surprised, the Dragon Soul looked at the terrified Emperor God Xianyu and understood what had happened. Since Qin Yu had recovered his cultivation, it was time for him to take his revenge. Aren't you a late-stage ancient emperor as well? Compared to the Dragon Soul's astonishment, Qin Yu was a lot more surprised. Although he knew that refining the dragon chi in the tomb and the chaotic ancestor dragon's origin bloodline would allow the Dragon Soul's cultivation to improve tremendously. However, this improvement was a little too fast. The three realms of Ancient Emperor were initial stage, middle stage, late stage, and complete. Qin Yu had thought that the Dragon Soul would have a great breakthrough if it could reach middle stage Ancient Emperor. However, it had reached late-stage Ancient Emperor directly. I have awakened a bit of the immortal ancient Shenren's bloodline. Speaking of this, the Dragon Soul's face was filled with joy. Although he was Qin Yu, a soul that had been cultivated from the body of an immortal ancient divine dragon using his own origin bloodline, the Dragon Soul was still pleasantly surprised that he could awaken the bloodline of an immortal ancient divine dragon. In this way, the Dragon Soul would be able to forge a path with unlimited potential in the future. Swish! While Qin Yu was talking to the Dragon Soul, Emperor God Xianyu, who was trapped in the space-time ethereal world, formed a Taiji ancient blade and slashed it out. It was as though he wanted to tear the space-time ethereal world apart and escape. However, it was a pity that the Dragon Soul, whose cultivation had reached late-stage Ancient Emperor, had an amazing control of the space-time power. It was no longer the same as when it had trapped a 7-star Ancient Emperor. Emperor God Xianyu's attack had only caused the space-time ethereal world to tremble slightly. Other than that, there was no other effect. How many is this? The Dragon Soul looked at Emperor God Xianyu as though it was looking at a dead man. Only the great Sun Heavenly Emperor and Xing Luo are left. Before the Dragon Soul finished speaking, Qin Yu's dragon chi surged, and he charged towards Emperor God Xianyu, who was looking at him in despair. Rumble! Immediately, a deafening battle broke out. Destructive Tao power spread out in all directions. Chapter 686. Swoosh! In the space-time virtual world, a ray of chaotic light with destructive power flashed across the void. The Tai Chi ancient diagram shattered, and Emperor God Xian Yu's glabella was pierced. His emperor soul was destroyed, and his body was completely destroyed. The green dragon scales on Qin Yu's body retracted, and the chaotic dragon Qi disappeared. His appearance returned to normal. How's the progress of Feng Yu and Lei Kuang's cultivation? After throwing Emperor God Xian Yu's corpse to the skeleton ghost king, Qin Yu asked about the golden flame, heaven incinerating dragon, and the purple thunder, heaven dragon's cultivation. After pouring in so many cultivation resources, Feng Yu and Lei Kuang's cultivation should have a huge breakthrough even if they did not improve as much as the dragon soul. They should be able to enter the ancient emperor realm after their seclusion. The dragon soul said, "Ancient emperor." Qin Yu nodded slightly, although the golden flame heaven incinerating dragon and the others could not help much. He was not disappointed. Anyway, with his current cultivation, he did not need to rely on the golden flame heaven incinerating dragon and the purple thunder heaven dragon for the time being. After the dragon soul left the space-time virtual world, Qin Yu appeared in the sky above the Xian Yu holy dynasty. At this moment, the 15 ancient emperors from the south region and the Sky Burier Sword Sage had stopped fighting. They were waiting for the result of the battle between Qin Yu and Emperor God Xian Yu. Is it over? When they saw Qin Yu and the dragon soul, they could not see Emperor God Xian Yu, although the 15 ancient emperors from the south region knew that it was within their expectations. They could not help but change their expressions. Within a day, 3 ancient emperors had fallen. To the 9 continents of the heaven domain, this was a huge blow to their fighting power. If these ancient emperors knew that 5 ancient emperors had fallen in the middle region, what would their expressions be like? Qin Yu looked at the nervous ancient emperors from the south region. He ignored them, and thunder rumbled around his body. Rumble! In the next moment, a bolt of divine thunder shot out from Qin Yu's body and rushed into the immortal thunder divine formation. Immediately, the celestial divine lightning that blotted out the sky came crashing down. Its target was not the 15 ancient emperors, but the imperial city of the Xian Yu holy dynasty. Under the destructive lightning of the immortal thunder divine formation, the imperial city of the Xian Yu holy dynasty was annihilated. The orthodoxy of the Xian Yu holy dynasty was destroyed. After finishing all this, Qin Yu, burying heaven's sword immortal, and them disappeared from the sky. The ancient emperors from the ancient emperors, ancient emperors, ancient emperor of the ancient, ancient, heaved a breath. For Qin Yu and the others to leave so decisively, it seemed like the situation was as Qin Yu had said. It was just that he had some personal grudges with God Emperor Xian Yu, Emperor Dian, and Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian. After Qin Yu and them left, those 15 ancient emperors also rapidly dispersed. Was the emperor was, after which the news spread throughout the 9 continents, causing the 9 continents to be shaken. Many ancient emperors were mobilized as they discussed heatedly. The name of the dragon god, emperor, once again resounded throughout the 9 prefectures of the heaven domain. All kinds of shocking rumors about Qin Yu from 1,000 years ago had once again spread like wildfire. His reputation was second to none in the 9 prefectures of the heaven domain. While the heaven region was in an uproar, Qin Yu and the others who had left the Xuanyu holy dynasty had split into 3 groups. One went to destroy the orthodoxy of the great evolution emperor lord. One went to the north prefecture to find the great sun's celestial emperor. And one went to the central prefecture to destroy the ghost emperor's sacred island. Emperor Taiyan's orthodoxy was instantly destroyed by Qin Yu and the others. However, the core powerhouses of the great sun heavenly emperor and the ghost emperor Holy Island seemed to have already received the news. By the time Qin Yu split up, they had already disappeared without a trace. Whoosh! In the barren state, in the depths of the vast barren plains, a beam of black light shot through the air and flew towards a lone peak, into the body of a person who was sitting cross-legged. In the next instant, that person's eyes suddenly opened. This person was the berserk dragon sovereign emperor, Xing Luo. I didn't expect him to recover his cultivation levels so quickly. He had just received news of Qin Yu's return from the South Prefecture, and his eyes shone with a strange light. He had already confirmed that Qin Yu had somehow survived. However, Qin Yu had recovered his cultivation level to the later stages of the ancient emperor realm in such a short time. He had even killed the sky suppression ghostly emperor and the others. This was far beyond Xing Luo's expectations. What's wrong? You have news of an immortal king token? Besides Xing Luo, a figure also opened his eyes. This person was the Luosha crown prince from the outer region. It's not an immortal king token. It's just news of a friend. Xing Luo replied calmly. He hadn't told the Luosha crown prince about Qin Yu and the archaic battle dragon art. I have to leave for a while. Xing Luo stood up and said, I don't know when the people who have gathered the other immortal king tokens will come looking for you. This is a crucial time. Is your friend more important than this? The Luosha crown prince was puzzled. They hadn't chosen to stay in the desolate prefecture because they had nothing to do. Instead, they had used a secret technique to predict that the other 6 immortal king tokens had been gathered. Without a doubt, the people who had gathered the immortal king tokens would definitely come looking for them. Therefore, they had been waiting here. It's indeed very important. Xing Luo said, if that's the case, why don't you leave the immortal king tokens with me for safekeeping? The Luosha crown prince said, why? Are you afraid of going to the immortal trove alone? Or do you think I'll lose the immortal king tokens? Xing Luo's eyes flashed. It's just a precaution. The Luosha crown prince smiled. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. As for the immortal king tokens, leave them with me. You're from the outer region. Even if you gather all the immortal king tokens, you won't be able to open the spirit world of the immortal trove. After saying that, Xing Luo flew into the sky and left. What's wrong with that guy? Why is he in such a hurry? Seeing Xing Luo disappear in the blink of an eye, the Luosha crown prince narrowed his eyes. Just as the Rakshasa crown prince was pondering whether to follow, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked around without batting an eyelid. In that instant, he felt a familiar surge of blood qi. It was the blood demon's aura. This made the Luosha crown prince, who was about to move, freeze. It seemed like the fish was about to take the bait. The 9 provinces of the heaven domain were arranged in a circular pattern, with the middle continent in the center. To the left of the middle continent were the east and south continents, while to the right were the west and north continents. To the front and back were the desolate continent, the divine continent, and several other continents. In the void between the east and south continents, there was a barren ruin. That place was filled with a strange, corrosive power all year round. Even an ancient emperor would find it difficult to stay there for long. Besides, no one came here all year round. After all, that desolate remnant had already been explored countless times. All of the treasures had either been plundered away or corroded. Whoosh! However, all of a sudden, a beam of light shot through the air from this region that no one had come to all year round. This person was surrounded by powerful Tao techniques. He isolated the strange corrosive power and entered the depths of the barren ruin. That person was Xing Luo, who had rushed over from the desolate continent. Chapter 687. When they arrived at the end of the ruins, Xing Luo waved his sleeve and unleashed the power of his Tao, causing a series of explosions to ring out. In the sky, a layer of spirit formation was broken, and a faintly discernible spatial crack of around an inch in size appeared. Even those who knew that there was a barrier here wouldn't be able to notice it if they didn't pay close attention. Xing Luo formed a seal with his hands, and his body was covered in a layer of white light. He turned into a ray of white light and disappeared into the spatial crack. Inside the spatial crack was a vast and boundless space. In the center of the space, there was a giant jade stone that emitted rainbow light. It was crystal clear and looked like a mountain peak. On top of the jade stone, there was a ball of rainbow light that was so dense that it was almost tangible. It was filled with divine power. Xing Luo stepped in the air and looked at the figure lying in the ball of rainbow light. It was a young woman. Her clothes were as black as ink, and her skin was as white as snow. Her facial features were exquisite and perfect. She was surrounded by rainbow light, and she looked dreamy. But at this moment, the woman's eyes were closed. She wasn't moving, and she wasn't even breathing. If it wasn't for the monstrous vitality coming from her body, she would have been taken for a corpse. If Qinyu was here, he would definitely recognize her. This young woman was his second senior sister, Ning Qianma, sleeping for thousands of years. I'm really curious. What kind of immortal beast is the rainbow immortal disc? Xing Luo looked at the sleeping Ning Qianma and muttered to himself, curiously. Ning Qianma was the same as his master, Xiantian Shenzhen. They weren't human. Xing Luo didn't know his master's true form, but he knew Ning Qianma's true form. It was said that Ning Qianma's true form was the rainbow immortal disc. But Xing Luo didn't know what kind of immortal beast the rainbow immortal disc was. But for Xiantian Shenzhen and Ning Qianma, as long as they continued to awaken their bloodline power, their cultivation wouldn't be difficult. For example, once Ning Qianma woke up, her cultivation would be at least in the Ancient Emperor realm. She might even reach the late-stage Ancient Emperor realm. Compared to those from the Heaven Domain who cultivated for thousands of years to reach the late-stage Ancient Emperor realm, it was much easier. Seal. After muttering to himself, Xing Luo suddenly attacked. Rays of divine light exploded, turning into countless chains that wreaked havoc in the void. In an instant, it covered the entire Jade Mountain and firmly imprisoned it. Buzz. As if sensing danger, the seven-colored light around Ning Qianma began to vibrate. Countless mysterious seven-colored lights flowed and transformed into seven-colored butterflies. These seven-colored butterflies flew into the sky and scattered seven-colored lights in the void. The chains formed by Xing Luo's Taoist magic were immediately blocked by the seven-colored light. Moreover, the rainbow-colored light seemed to contain a powerful corrosive power, causing the chains formed from the pure power of the Tao of the Star Luo sect to be quickly consumed. In fact, those rainbow-colored butterflies even flew towards Xing Luo. Whoosh! With a thought, Xing Luo unleashed a Tao of destruction. However, those rainbow-colored butterflies were like illusions. They ignored the Tao laws and continued to fly toward the Star Luo sect. Although the rainbow-colored butterflies weren't fast, they surrounded Xing Luo from all directions, instantly sealing off all paths of retreat. Xing Luo didn't panic when he saw this. With a wave of his right hand, an ancient token appeared in his hand. Mysterious ancient runes lit up on the token, and a unique fluctuation spread out. The rainbow-colored celestial discs that flew over hesitated slightly when they came into contact with the fluctuation, then turned into seven-colored lights and returned to Ning Qianma's body. The ancient token Xing Luo took out was obtained from his master, Xiantian Shenzhen. In the past, when Ning Qianma was in seclusion, Xiantian Shenzhen had personally guarded him. Because of this, the token had a restriction that Xiantian Shenzhen had left behind. It could be detected by the 7 colored lights around Ning Qianma and prevent them from attacking. Xing Luo didn't hesitate. He once again condensed Taoist magic chains and completely sealed off the Jade Mountain. Xing Luo waved his sleeve, and a pitch-black hole appeared. Ning Qianma and the Jade Mountain were swallowed by that pitch-black space. Then, Xing Luo's figure flashed and disappeared from this space. Eastern Continent, Holy Dragon Sect, Imperial City. Master! The door opened, and 3 figures walked in. It was Pan Hong, Tai Shu Kong, and Long Hao. How is it? Is there any news? Qin Yu, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes and asked, "There were rumors yesterday that the people from the Ghost Emperor Holy Island seemed to have appeared in the ghost prison. As for the Great Sun Heavenly Emperor and the others, they should be hiding in the northern continent's 10,000 miles savage assembly." Pan Hong replied, "They're hiding quite far away." Qin Yu raised his eyebrows. Whether it was the ghost race's forbidden grounds or the 10,000 miles savage assembly, they were places where no one had set foot in. If they hid in those 2 places, they wouldn't be found in a short time. "Master, do you want us to split up and search for them?" Long Hao asked. "If they didn't remove the roots, there would be trouble in the future. There's no need to care about them now. I'm going to make a trip to the extraterritorial devil race." Qin Yu shook his head. Compared to the Ghost Emperor, Holy Island, and the Great Sun Heavenly Emperor, who couldn't be found, Qin Yu could sense Xing Luo's location with the ancient immortal token. What surprised Qin Yu was that one of the 2 remaining ancient immortal tokens was in the same place. It was obvious that Xing Luo had obtained another ancient immortal token. Of course, it was also possible that Xing Luo's ancient immortal token had been snatched away, but that was unlikely. Long Hao and the others didn't know what Qin Yu was going to do in the extraterritorial devil race, but they immediately left. AOD. Qin Yu's heart moved, and the void shook slightly. AOD, who was cultivating in the Imperial City, appeared in the Imperial City. How is the relationship between the dragon race and the extraterritorial devil race? Qin Yu asked directly, before going to deal with Xing Luo. Qin, you wanted to go to the extraterritorial devil race to deal with the extraterritorial devil race. Although the primordial battle dragon had an obvious barrier, Qin Yu's battle strength would continue to increase if he kept devouring dragon bloodlines. His purpose was to prevent the Luosha Crown Prince, who had appeared with Xing Luo before. According to Qin Yu's guess, and what Zhangtian Sword Immortal had seen in the extraterritorial devil race's forbidden land, the Luosha Crown Prince was definitely an extraterritorial devil race expert. Just in case, Qin Yu decided that it would be more appropriate for him to increase his cultivation level and then go find Xing Luo. Another thing was that Qin Yu wanted to establish the Eternal Dragon Nation, but there were only the Primal Chaos Ancestor Dragon, the Golden Flame Heaven Incinerating Dragon, the Purple Lightning Divine Firmament Dragon, and the Primordial Ice Crystal Dragon, AOD. It was a little shabby to call it the Eternal Dragon Nation with only a few dragons. Qin, you naturally wouldn't let the extraterritorial devil race experts go. Chapter 688. Our eyes. AOD's face lit up when he heard that. Obviously, Qin Yu asked this because he was prepared to go to the extraterritorial devil race. This naturally made AOD excited. Ever since he woke up, he couldn't wait to head to the outer realm and return to the dragon tribe. Our eyes. Qin Yu was somewhat surprised. No wonder he hadn't heard of any conflicts between the dragons and the devils of the outer realm. He hadn't expected the 2 to have joined hands. In the eyes of the martial artists of the 9 provinces of the Heaven Domain, it seems that the entire outer realm is ruled by the demon race. But in fact, not all areas of the outer realm are covered by demon chi. This was because there were many ancient ruins in the outer realm, and many of them were left behind by ancient immortals. Those ancient ruins were extremely resistant to the demonic energy of the outer realm. Because of this, regardless of the strength of the xenorace cultivation, they are unable to explore those immortal ancient ruins. Aode said slowly, "Is that why the dragon race and the ancient demon race are safe and sound?" When Qinyu heard this, he immediately understood. Although the 9 prefectures of the Heaven Domain and the extraterritorial demon race had been at odds with each other for countless years, and the blood feud between the two sides couldn't be resolved. However, Qinyu had once read in an ancient book that countless years ago, the 9 continents of the Heaven Domain and the extraterritorial demon clan used to be in the same area. However, after the last great battle, the two were separated. The Heaven Domain was split into the 9 prefectures, while the extraterritorial realm was invaded by the demonic Qi, giving birth to the extraterritorial demon race. Since then, the two sides had been in constant battle. Therefore, Qinyu was not surprised when Aod said that there were ancient immortal ruins in the extraterritorial devil race. That's right. The extraterritorial devil race obtained the treasures and inheritances in those ancient ruins through us. As a price, our 2 races can survive in those ancient ruins. Furthermore, the extraterritorial devils won't be able to attack us, so we can travel freely between the heaven realm and the extraterritorial devils. Aod nodded. That was why he could safely escape from the extraterritorial demon clan's territory to the 9 continents of the Heaven Domain. So you're saying that as long as we go to the Dragon Clan's territory, the extraterritorial devils won't be able to interfere in the battle between us and the Dragon Clan? Qinyu's eyes lit up. Although Qinyu's cultivation had recovered to the late Ancient Emperor realm, he was still in the late Ancient Emperor realm. However, this didn't mean that he could go against the entire Outerium devil race by himself. After all, the overall strength of the Xeno race wasn't inferior to the 9 prefectures in the Heaven Domain. Once he was surrounded by the Xeno race, then it would be dangerous. You can say that. However, the ancestors of our clan had a close relationship with the devil race. If they fled to the territory of the devil race, the Imperial clan and the Royal clan would definitely protect them. Therefore, if we want to take action, we must trap the entire Dragon Clan with lightning speed. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to catch them all in one go. Aod said, although it was a little strange to discuss how to deal with the dragon race together with Qinyu, the culprit who had banished the entire dragon race to the outer space. Aod said. However, to Aod, taking revenge for the past was more important. Moreover, he had already been placed under the restriction and had chosen to submit to Qinyu. Naturally, he could not go against Qinyu's wishes. Of course, Aod also had a selfish motive. He wanted to witness the re-establishment of the eternal dragon nation. This was also Aod's initial ambition. It seems that if I want to go to the outer space, I can't let others know my whereabouts. Qinyu muttered to himself. Bang! At this moment, the door of the hall opened. Long Hao, who had left earlier, rushed in. From his expression, it seemed that something big had happened. What's wrong? Qinyu looked at Long Hao. Long Hao was now a peak late-stage ancient emperor and had inherited the inheritance of the Eternal Sword Mound's owner. In the future, it wouldn't be difficult for him to break through the late-stage ancient emperor realm and enter the Ancient Emperor realm. He might even cross the Martial Path realm and enter the Heavenly Path realm. Just now, Xing Luo sent a secret letter. Long Hao's expression was solemn as he passed a secret letter to Qinyu. Long Hao still attached great importance to his former martial uncle, Xing Luo. After all, when he was still young, Xing Luo and Qinyu had become ancient emperors who ruled over the 9 prefectures of the Heaven Domain. Xing Luo. Qinyu's eyes flashed. It seemed that Xing Luo already knew about his news. However, what was he trying to do by sending a secret letter at this time? Immediately, Qin Yu opened the secret letter and removed the barrier on the letter. In the next moment, Qin Yu stood up. The killing intent in his eyes surged, sending chills down one's spine. "Master, what's the matter?" Long Hao couldn't help but ask when he saw Qin Yu go berserk. "Xing Luo captured second senior sister, who is in a deep sleep. He wants me to go to the immortal god graveyard in 5 days. Qin Yu slowly opened his mouth. His voice was extremely deep and cold. "Second senior, uncle, how can this be? Didn't Grandmaster say that no one can go to second senior uncle's place of seclusion except for him? Does Xing Luo have a way to break Grandmaster's seal?" Long Hao was shocked. "I'm afraid he really does have a way." A bone-chilling killing intent surged in Qin Yu's eyes. After all, his master and Sky Burier Sword Immortal had been attacked by Xing Luo before, and Sky Burier Sword Immortal had even died because of it. "Master, Xing Luo must be up to something by asking you to go to the immortal god graveyard again." Long Hao said gravely. Back then, Qin Yu had been besieged and killed by Xing Luo and a group of ancient emperors in the immortal god graveyard. This time, Xing Luo had asked Qin Yu to go to the immortal god graveyard again. He was probably well prepared. "Whether or not he's up to something, I have to go to the immortal god graveyard. I'll take this opportunity to settle things with Xing Luo once and for all." Qin Yu said slowly, coming to a decision. Now that his second senior sister was in Xing Luo's hands, Qin Yu couldn't just leave her be. When he had first joined the sect, his first senior brother and second senior sister had taken good care of him. "Then I'll go inform Senior Buried Heaven now." Seeing that Qin Yu had made up his mind, Long Hao didn't say anything else. Even he wouldn't leave Ning Qianma in the lurch. "AOD, go to the Outland and make preparations. When I'm done here, I'll teleport directly to the Outland." After being silent for a long time, Qin Yu said to AOD, "You don't need my help?" AOD was surprised. After all, his battle strength was on par with the ghost Emperor Zhen Tian in the Middle State. For Qin Yu, this should be a great help. "No need. Go to the dragon tribe in the Outland to make preparations." Qin Yu shook his head slightly. If the final battle was in the immortal god graveyard, he already had a plan in mind. 5 days from now, it would be a battle to see which of them had the upper hand. "All right." Seeing that Qin Yu was confident, AOD nodded and left the palace in a flash. Not long after, Buried Heaven Sword Immortal received Long Hao's message and came over. "I'm afraid that Xing Luo will have help from the Outland. Should we call for more people?" Buried Heaven Sword Immortal asked solemnly after learning that Qin Yu had sent AOD to the Outland. Back when he had surpassed the limit of the ancient emperor realm and reached the 9th level of the heavenly Tao, he had still been killed by Xing Luo. Now that they were all ancient emperors, Buried Heaven Sword Immortal felt that it was inappropriate to go against Xing Luo, who was already prepared. "Don't worry. I know what to do." Qin Yu smiled, a cold light flashing in his eyes. This time, even if Xing Luo had the help of the Luosha Crown Prince from the Outland, he wouldn't be able to survive. Chapter 689. Although you've recovered your cultivation to late-stage Ancient Emperor, don't underestimate Xing Luo. Sky Burier Sword Immortal said worriedly after hearing Qin Yu's words. "That's right, Master. Since Xing Luo dared to send you a letter so brazenly, he must be well prepared. We have to be on our guard." Long Hao also spoke. "Do you know why I went to the immortal god graveyard with Xing Luo?" Qin Yu said with a smile. "Why?" Qin Yu had only told Sky Burier Sword Immortal and Long Hao that Xing Luo had plotted against them in the immortal god graveyard, and then killed by the ancient emperor. As for the details, they did not know, because the immortal god graveyard had not only the ancestral dragon, but also the power of an ancient immortal. Qin Yu said slowly, "In his previous life, he had been stuck at late-stage Ancient Emperor because of the bottleneck caused by the primordial war dragon. Therefore, he had decided to go to the Immortal God Graveyard, which was a great forbidden ground in the eyes of the Ancient Emperor, to try his luck. In the end, Xingluo had taken advantage of this and plotted against him, leading to his death. The power of an ancient immortal. Sky Burier Sword Immortal's eyes shone brightly. If there really was the power of an ancient immortal, it would be a great opportunity for him. So the rumors of the Immortal God Graveyard are true, and several ancient immortals have died there. Long Hao had heard of the Immortal God Graveyard before. I didn't sense the ancestral dragon in the Immortal God Graveyard, but the power of an ancient immortal is real. Qinyu nodded slightly, but his smile was cold. He did not need AOD's help this time. Nor was he afraid of the Xinluo Association's foreign experts, because of the power of an ancient immortal in the Immortal God Graveyard. After all, there was a living ancient immortal in his body. He had learned from the blue Qian ice beast that after the 9 tiers of the martial path was the 9 tiers of the heavenly path, and then the immortal Tao, which was rumored to lead to eternal life. The Luosha Crown Prince from the foreign domain might be an expert in the heavenly path, but in the heaven domain, there was no way he could fight against an ancient immortal. Unless the Luosha Crown Prince had a heaven-defying cultivation method, like the ancient battle dragon chant, that could suppress the power of the immortal Tao. This time, Star Luo chose to stay in the graveyard of the immortal god. This was exactly what Qinyu wanted. The light in Sky Burier Sword Immortal's eyes became brighter. If he could control the power of an ancient immortal, his fighting strength would no longer be the same as an ordinary late-stage ancient emperor. Although it wasn't as strong as Qinyu's, it was still enough to suppress ordinary late-stage ancient emperors. After some discussion, Qinyu, Burier Sword Deity, and Long Hao left the Holy Dragon sect quietly. Star Luo had told Qinyu to go to the graveyard of the immortal god in 5 days. However, Qin, you naturally wouldn't obediently wait for that time to come. In less than a day, Qinyu and the other 2 quietly left the eastern continent and arrived at the Immortal God Graveyard. The Immortal God Graveyard was a barren, forbidden area between the Demon Continent and the Barren Continent. Of course, compared to Qinyu's second senior sister, Ning Qianma, the Immortal God Graveyard was extremely dangerous and was called a forbidden area. However, there were still many experts who came to explore the Immortal God Graveyard. After all, the Immortal God Graveyard was rumored to be the place where several ancient immortals had fallen. Because of this, it was called the Immortal God Graveyard. Star Luo didn't hide his Tao aura at all. In the Immortal God Graveyard, an area shrouded in a gray aura, 3 figures appeared indistinctly in the gray aura. They were Qinyu, Burier Sword Immortal, and Long Hao. After sneaking into the Immortal God Graveyard, Qinyu immediately sensed it. Although the Immortal God Graveyard was extremely vast, it wasn't difficult for Qinyu's current perception to cover it. Of course, it was still difficult to sense the many forbidden areas in the Immortal God Graveyard. However, what Qinyu and the other 2 didn't expect was that Star Luo didn't move at all. The Star Luo of the graveyard of the Immortal God didn't have the slightest intention of concealing himself. It was as if he did that, so that Qinyu would be able to find him immediately. Of course, even if Star Luo was hiding his movements, Qinyu could easily find him with the Ancient Immortal token. Apart from Star Luo, I don't seem to sense any other Tao aura. Burier Sword Immortal and Long Hao also sense Star Luo's aura. Does Star Luo want to fight one-on-one? After this thought appeared in Qinyu's mind, he immediately rejected it. After the ambush thousands of years ago, Star Luo should know that Qinyu wouldn't come alone. He must have made some secret preparations. Thinking of this, Qin Yu couldn't be bothered to guess Star Luo's intentions. He immediately flew into the depths of the immortal god graveyard. Before long, Qin Yu and Burier Sword Immortal sensed the existence of the ancient immortal's power in a gray fog forbidden area and quietly entered. Time passed in the blink of an eye. In the graveyard of the immortal god, above a barren mountain range that looked like molten lava, a figure sat cross-legged in the air. He's finally here. His eyes opened with excitement. This person was none other than Xing Luo. Whoosh! As expected, the space in the distance shook slightly, and a figure flew over. It was Qin Yu. Long time no see. Star Luo stood up and looked at Qin Yu from several hundred feet away with a smile, as if they were old friends. Where's second senior sister? Qin Yu's gaze swept over them as he asked, indifferently, You don't have to worry about her. I can't break her formation at all. Star Luo waved his sleeve, and a pitch-black space appeared. A rainbow light flashed in the darkness. It was Ning Qianma. I heard that even Master lost to you. You're really something now, Star Luo. After Qin Yu took a glance at them, he retrieved his gaze and looked at Xing Luo with ice-cold killing intent. It looks like you've met Burier Sword Immortal. You can't blame me for this. It's all Master's fault for being biased and giving you the immemorial battle dragon art. Star Luo chuckled without the slightest hint of guilt. When we were choosing cultivation techniques, they chose their owners automatically. Qin Yu's voice was cold. Among the four of them, Lin Chongqing was the one their master valued the most. However, it was Ning Qianma, Qin Yu, and Star Luo who obtained the cultivation technique in the Immortal Trove. Yes, I thought so too, but I didn't know until later that Master did it on purpose. I don't know what he saw in the future with his innate ability, so he gave you the immemorial battle dragon art. But it makes me very unhappy. Do you know how long I've been planning for the Immortal Trove? Do you know how much I've paid to cultivate such a native body in the heavenly region? But in the end, the most important opportunity in the Immortal Trove was taken by you. Ha ha ha. Xing Luo laughed maniacally as if he had gone mad. He looked extremely unwilling to accept this outcome. Chapter 690. You cultivated a body that's native to this place. You're not from the heaven domain. Qin Yu's eyes were filled with shock when he heard Xing Luo's words. All the questions that he couldn't figure out in his previous life were cleared up at this moment. He finally understood why Xing Luo didn't hesitate when he ambushed him in his previous life. He also understood why Xing Luo could go to the outer realm to deal with his master. Even when he had sensed something strange about the Star Luo's body back in the frigid plains, he had come to understand what was going on. Xing Luo didn't care about their brotherhood, their master, or their friendship. The source of all of this was because the Star Luo Empire was actually nurtured by someone from another realm. In truth, Qin Yu had thought of countless ways Xing Luo would attack him after he reincarnated. However, he didn't expect Xing Luo to be a puppet cultivated by someone from the outer realm. It wasn't appropriate to call him a puppet. After all, Xing Luo was still a living person. Not only did he have vitality, but he also had a complete soul. I've prepared for 3,000 years and failed countless times before I managed to cultivate a perfect body that was recognized by the Heaven Domain Tao. When I first entered the Immortal Treasury, I would have been able to find the Immortal King tokens and obtain the Immortal King's inheritance as long as I obtained the Immortal Dragon art. Unfortunately, I was tricked by that old man. I'm sure you already know what kind of cultivation technique the 9 spiraling berserk dragon art is, right? Xing Luo looked at Qin Yu with a smile. When the 9 spiraling berserk dragon art was cultivated to its peak, one would be able to transform into an ancient berserk dragon. However, the ancient berserk dragon was just an excellent supplement to the immemorial battle dragon art. The immemorial battle dragon art could increase one's cultivation as long as one refined the dragon bloodline. In essence, the immemorial battle dragon art suppressed the 9 spiraling berserk dragon art. In other words, you're not in your true body right now, right? Where is your true body? Qin Yu's right hand flashed with chaotic light as the chaotic dragon spear appeared. Terrifying killing intent filled the air. After clearing up all the doubts in his heart, Qin Yu's killing intent towards Xing Luo became even stronger. Ha! You want to find my real body with just you alone? If the heaven domain Dao wasn't so powerful that my true body couldn't come here, do you think you'll be able to survive? Xing Luo laughed. You don't want to say it? It doesn't matter. After I kill you and search your soul, I'll understand everything. His voice hadn't even finished resounding through the air when Qin Yu suddenly transformed into a chaotic light that tore through the sky. His speed was swift like a shooting star, and he instantly traversed a few hundred meters to appear before Xing Luo. Roar! Qin Yu thrust out his spear, and a dragon roar that shook the 9 heavens resounded. The instant Qin Yu charged out, ancient dragon scales appeared all over his body. He had already entered the azure dragon battling the heavens state. Moreover, he had used the 9 hells purgatory, bloodthirsty purgatory, and other divine abilities of the dragon race to kill Xing Luo. Whoosh! A black shadow flashed by, and the ear-piercing sound of metal colliding rang out. Qin Yu's world-extinguishing spear suddenly pierced into a figure's body. However, that person was not Xing Luo. Instead, it was an old man wearing an ancient gown. Speaking of soul-searching, I remember now. How did you survive back then? This has made me curious for a long time. Xing Luo stood behind the old man and smiled faintly. This is the ancient emperor puppet. Qin Yu's expression changed slightly when he felt the touch of the chaotic dragon spear. The old man in the ancient gown didn't have any signs of life, and his physical body was as tough as a divine artifact. If Qin Yu's chaotic dragon spear wasn't a quasi-mortal artifact, it would have been difficult for him to break through the old man's defense. Compared to Ghost Emperor Zhentian and the others, his terrifying strength was clearly several times stronger. The strength of his physical body reminded Qin Yu of the long-lost evil corpse refining technique from the primordial era. Clang! The old man in the gray gown moved his left hand and grabbed the chaotic dragon spear. A metallic sound rang out again. His right hand formed a fist, and a ring of vast divine power condensed and exuded destructive ripples. Break! Qin Yu shouted coldly, and an extremely destructive divine power exploded from the chaotic dragon spear. The old man in the gray gown's left hand exploded, and his entire body was sent flying several hundred zhang away. There was a destructive aura raging in his body. You can defeat the primordial profound corpse with one strike. Seems like you're even more terrifying than 1,000 years ago. No wonder the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor and the others died at your hands. Xing Luo's expression didn't change at all when he felt the aura from Qin Yu's body. It was several times stronger than an ordinary late-stage ancient emperor. Whoosh, 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 as he muttered to himself. Xing Luo waved his sleeves, and 9 more primordial profound corpses appeared in a flash. A total of 10 primordial mysterious corpses were arranged in a row. Their earth-shaking might caused even the sky to tremble, and it was incomparably horrifying. You didn't really come here alone, right? Call your helpers out. It's time to settle the grudge between us. Ancient black runes appeared all over Xing Luo's body. Xing Luo didn't use the 9 revolving berserk dragon art in front of Qin Yu. However, the black runes on Xing Luo's body weren't any weaker than Xing Luo's 9 revolving berserk dragon art. Yeah, it's time to settle this. Qin Yu's eyes flashed coldly, with a thought Long Hao, the primal chaos ancestor dragon, and the primal ancestor demon statue appeared in the void. Compared to the 10 primordial profound corpses beside Xingluo, Qin Yu's group seemed a little weak. However, their aura wasn't weak at all. This is the sword intent of the eternal sword mound. I didn't expect that the inheritance of the sword immortal of the eternal sword mound would be obtained by you. Xingluo's eyes flashed with surprise when he sensed the vast sword intent from Long Hao. Long Hao ignored Xingluo. His gaze towards his former martial uncle was cold and filled with killing intent. The inheritance of the eternal sword mound isn't something that anyone can obtain. Long Hao, you better be careful after leaving the heaven region. Xingluo didn't mind Long Hao's lack of reaction. Instead, he laughed strangely. Long Hao raised his eyebrows. He didn't understand what Xingluo meant. Of course, Long Hao didn't waver in the slightest with the battle before him. The sword aura he emitted was even more terrifying. It seems like you guys don't like to talk about the past. Then there's no need to talk nonsense. With a rip, Xingluo casually tore the void. Immediately, a shocking scene appeared. The void was torn apart like a piece of cloth, revealing a pitch-black space. Qin Yu, Long Hao, the primal chaos ancestor dragon, and the primal ancestor demon statue trembled and fell into the pitch-black space. A Dao Law world. With a sweep of his gaze, Qin Yu immediately sensed it. This was a Dao Law world, but from the fluctuations of the aura, it shouldn't be Xingluo's Dao Law world. This is a Dao Law world that I created by fusing the Dao Law worlds of the 10 primordial profound corpses. It can isolate all external forces. Only one of us can leave this place alive. A pitch-black compass formed by ancient runes appeared in Xingluo's right hand. A Dao law that didn't belong to the heaven region swept out. Chapter 691. As expected, they've made preparations in secret. Qin Yu's eyes flickered as he sensed the Dao technique world. The 10 primordial profound corpses were comparable to a late-stage ancient emperor. When the 10 Dao technique worlds merged, even the Dragon Soul's space-time mystique would not be able to tear it apart. It was no wonder Xingluo was so confident that he could trap him here. Kill! Xingluo roared as the pitch-black compass formed in his hand. The 10 primordial profound corpses suddenly charged out. Vast Dao technique divine power surged like the sea, covering the sky and the earth. It was extremely powerful. However, the 10 primordial profound corpses were not targeting Qin Yu. They were going for Long Hao, the primal chaos ancestor dragon, and the primordial demon statue. As for Qin Yu, Xingluo had locked onto him. Dragon Soul, go and help them. Qin Yu, who had just fought with the primordial profound corpses, summoned the Dragon Soul, who was also a late-stage ancient emperor. With the help of the Dragon Soul's space-time mystique, Long Hao, and Long Hao should be able to deal with the 10 primordial profound corpses. As for Xingluo, who wanted to fight one-on-one, this was exactly what Qin Yu wanted. Rumble! The 10 primordial profound corpses immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the Dragon Soul, Long Hao, and the others. Violent and destructive Dao technique power wreaked havoc in the Dao technique world. Although it was 4 against 10, the situation was just as Qin Yu had expected. With the help of the Dragon Soul's space-time mystique, Long Hao and the others were not at a disadvantage at all. They were even able to suppress the 10 primordial profound corpses. The Sky Burier sword immortal did not come with you. He must be hiding in the dark to do something, right? Seeing that Long Hao, and the others were all entangled by the immemorial mysterious corpses, Xingluo looked at Qin Yu with a smile on his face. The pitch-black compass in his hand started to shine with mysterious black runes. Xingluo did not care about the outcome of the battle with the primordial profound corpses. As long as no one came to interfere with his battle with Qin Yu, it was fine. You're about to die, and you still have the mind to care about the whereabouts of others? Qin Yu said coldly. As he spoke, Qin Yu wielded the Chaos Dragon Spear and turned into a beam of light that pierced through the void. As Qin Yu charged out, a pitch-black light that was so dark that one could not even see one's own fingers covered the area. It was like a moving spatial black hole that wanted to devour everything. It was the Nine Hells Purgatory. When he used Nine Hells Purgatory, the star mark on Qin Yu's forehead glowed faintly. The massive amount of heavenly stars' energy appeared without reservation and poured into the chaotic dragon spear. Qin Yu felt that the primal Chaos Dragon Spear was only a quasi-immortal artifact. It would be difficult for it to destroy the pitch-black compass in Xing Luo's hand. Therefore, he kept increasing the power of the primal Chaos Dragon Spear. Divine power of necromancy, soul-capturing seal. Xing Luo also made his move. The pitch-black compass in his hand emitted a dazzling black light. The pitch-black ancient runes on his skin also lit up, faintly resonating with the pitch-black compass. Then, a pitch-black ancient seal condensed on the pitch-black compass, emitting an intense black aura. At this moment, an intense aura of death erupted from Xing Luo's body, making one feel as if he was an undead that had crawled out of hell. Even the power of his Dao was corroded by the aura of death. Go! Xing Luo waved his hand, and the pitch-black seal surrounded by a dense aura of death broke through the void. Heaven-devouring dragon seal. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed. The aura of death emitted from Xing Luo's body made his heart palpitate. This was Qin Yu's first time exchanging blows with a Dao from the outer realms. Comparing the two, even though Xing Luo's cultivation was the same as his, Qin Yu discovered that the aura of death from the outer realms was stronger than his own. However, Qin Yu's battle prowess was stronger than the others in terms of Zhen Yuan. Roar. A deafening dragon roar resounded. Xing Luo's pitch-black seal of death was devoured by the terrifying dragon-head ancient seal, and both of them dissipated into the void. The instant the seal of death was devoured, Qin Yu felt that the aura of death within the seal was frantically trying to corrode his Dao and true energy. Dead spirit world. Xing Luo's figure flashed. He rushed toward Qin Yu. Numerous death imprints were condensed from his pitch-black compass. They were attacking Qin Yu in succession. From the looks of it, the space around Qin Yu was completely sealed, making it impossible for Qin Yu to dodge. Indestructible stone emperor seal. Sealing divine light. Golden heaven incinerating golden flame. Divine lightning of annihilation. Qin Yu's gaze turned cold, and he didn't evade at all. One after another, divine abilities and secret arts bombarded him. Qin Yu was testing to see which divine abilities and secret arts could restrain the seals containing the aura of death. The results were out quickly. Whether it was the divine abilities of the three emperors or the divine abilities of the dragon race, none of them could resist the seals of death. It was as if the seals of death were, at the origin, level stronger than Qin Yu's divine abilities and secret arts. 8 trigrams transforming dragon. Qin Yu let out a deafening dragon roar as he used the 9 esoteric battle dragons to transform into a vast Shinran. As he transformed into a Shinran, the fortune immortal seal in Qin Yu's soul consumed the stars of providence. That's, with the help of the stars of providence, Qin Yu discovered that there was a wisp of gray energy within the seals of death. The wisp of gray energy was insignificant compared to the pitch-black seals of death. If it weren't for Qin Yu using his stars of providence, he wouldn't have been able to find the wisp of gray energy. Transforming into a dragon, Xing Luo's eyes lit up when he saw Qin Yu transforming into a dragon. The 9 secret arts of the primordial battle dragon scripture made his heart burn with passion. 1,000 years ago, he besieged Qin Yu, but Qin Yu somehow escaped. This time, he wouldn't fail again. Formation evolution. The ancient runes on Xing Luo's body shone brightly. At this moment, those death imprints that were explosively shooting toward Qin Yu suddenly started to rapidly change their positions. Faintly, those death imprints seemed to have formed some sort of formation array. Break. Qin Yu sensed the flaws in the seals of death and charged towards Xing Luo like a torrent. Qin Yu, who had transformed into a Shenron, increased his speed by dozens of times. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Qin Yu charged out, monstrous killing intent surged out of his body. The killing intent was so condensed that it was as if thousands of thin needles pierced through the air and pierced the seals of death with great precision. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately, a series of explosive sounds appeared. The death imprints that were constantly changing exploded one after another. It was Qin Yu's killing intent needles that destroyed the gray air within the seals of death. This guy, he actually saw through the power of death. Xing Luo's gaze changed slightly. He originally thought that even if Qin Yu's cultivation recovered, he would only be at the level of his previous life. But now, he realized that he was wrong. Qin Yu seemed to have more trump cards than he did in his previous life. One had to know that his divine power of death came from the supreme Tao power of the dead zone. Even in the myriad realms, the divine power of death was one of the strongest Tao powers. Qin Yu hadn't crossed the 9th level of the martial path. So Qin Yu, who was at the limit of the ancient emperor realm, shouldn't be able to see through the Tao of death. Azure dragon battling the heavens. Die. The instant the seals of death were destroyed, Qin Yu, who had transformed into a dragon, immediately executed the azure dragon battling the heavens. One could clearly see that the dragon scales on Qin Yu's body were covered in mysterious dragon runes. Qin Yu's aura burst out at this moment. It was more than 10 times more terrifying than before. Chapter 692. At this moment, Xing Luo's expression turned serious. He could feel that Qin Yu's azure dragon battle the heavens was much stronger than it was in his previous life. Could it be that Qin Yu had discovered the secret of the immemorial battle dragon art? Thinking of this, Xing Luo's eyes turned cold, and his murderous intent intensified. The secret of the immemorial battle dragon art was too big. If news of it spread to the heavenly region, the entire world would be shaken and countless experts would flock to the heavenly region. This was also why Xing Luo didn't tell the Rakshasa Crown Prince about Qin Yu. Instead, he chose to imprison Ning Qianma and challenge Qin Yu to a duel. Dark Ghost Death Force. As these thoughts flashed through Xing Luo's mind, he immediately reacted. Facing Qin Yu, whose battle prowess had soared, Xing Luo didn't retreat at all. Instead, he charged forward again. The pitch-black ancient runes on his body crazily spread in all directions, covering his entire body in an instant. At a glance, Xing Luo's entire body was covered in a layer of strange black light. The layer of black light was filled with a bone-chilling power of death. It was as if anyone who came into contact with it would be dragged to hell and never be reincarnated. Rumble! Rumble! Qin Yu, who had transformed into Shenron, clashed with Xing Luo, who was shrouded in black light. Several 100 feet tall, violent waves of destructive Tao swept out, causing the void to distort and distort. Everyone's vision became blurry. Qin Yu and Xing Luo, who had both used their killing moves, were in a deadlock in midair. Both of them had taken the brunt of each other's destructive attacks head-on. However, regardless of whether it was Qin Yu or Xing Luo, their bodies were extremely terrifying. Xing Luo had obtained Qin Yu's master's indestructible body, while Qin Yu had the dragon god tyrannical body, one of the 9 secrets of the battle dragon. Therefore, even though the two of them both displayed terrifying attacks, all kinds of world-destroying divine abilities bombarding continuously, the battle was frightening. However, the two of them did not suffer any fatal injuries. Long Hao and the Primal Chaos Ancestor Dragon, who were blocking the Primordial Profound Corpse while watching Qin Yu and Xing Luo's battle, couldn't hide the shock in their eyes. If it were them, even if they didn't die after enduring so many terrifying attacks, they would have been seriously injured. Even the Dragon Soul was rather surprised by the strength of Star Luo's physical body. Fortune Immortal Seal, Star of Destiny. After exchanging blows with the Star Luo sect for a long time, Qin Yu's Stars of Destiny were consumed once again. It didn't take long for Qin Yu to see through the weakness of the indestructible body. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Yu moved his mind. As he transformed into a divine dragon, specks of light emerged from the dragon scales all over his body. Those specks of light gathered at the primal chaos dragon spear in Qin Yu's claw, a wave of destruction that could make one's soul leave their body surged. Forbidden immortal sacrifice technique? No, the forbidden art of sacrificial immortal isn't that strong. Xing Luo's pupils shrank slightly as she recognized that it was the Dark Sky Senzen's secret art, the immortal sacrifice art. Rumor had it that the Dark Sky Senzen had obtained this secret art from an ancient immortal's inheritance. It was a supreme immortal art that could slay immortals. Even though Xing Luo had cultivated the indestructible body, he still felt cold all over, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Whether it was the Dark Sky Senzen or the battle in the graveyard of the immortal god, Xing Luo had personally experienced it. However, Qin Yu's immortal sacrifice art was so powerful that it made Xing Luo's hair stand on end. Without the slightest hesitation, Xing Luo formed a seal with both hands. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, Qin Yu, who had used the immortal sacrifice art, shot out a dazzling ray of light. The ray of light flashed and disappeared in the void. Heaven-earth wheel. Xing Luo shouted as a pitch-black vortex formed in front of him. The vortex spun wildly, emitting waves of energy that seemed to come from the boundless hell. Qin Yu's immortal sacrifice art was directly swallowed by the pitch-black vortex. From the looks of it, it was somewhat similar to Qin Yu's sky-devouring dragon seal. Break! Jiang Tianqin's eyes flashed coldly as he growled. A slight cracking sound came from the pitch-black vortex. In the next moment, the dazzling light of the immortal sacrifice art pierced through the pitch-black vortex. A bloody hole appeared in Xing Luo's heart. At the same time, an extremely terrifying destructive force radiated from the bloody hole. An extremely violent and destructive Tao art swept out like a tsunami, instantly filling Xing Luo's entire body. Uffed. After Qin Yu saw the flaw, Xing Luo's indestructible body began to crumble inch by inch from the inside. It was unable to resist the destructive Tao art. Curse of Death. Xing Luo's expression turned serious. Qin Yu's immortal sacrifice art was even more terrifying than he had expected. Xing Luo let out a low roar and unleashed his forbidden technique. An ancient rune that contained the power of death quietly appeared between Xing Luo's eyebrows. The ancient rune contained a Tao art that could destroy the world. It swept out and resisted the destructive force in his body. At this moment, Xing Luo's entire body was covered by the power of death. It was as if he had entered an indestructible state. His originally weak and chaotic aura rapidly surged at this moment. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He could vaguely see a figure in Xing Luo's eyes. Xing Luo's aura became strange and unique again, just like when he was in the gloomy plains. Immortal extermination painting. Qin Yu's eyes flashed viciously when he saw that Xing Luo was still not suppressed. An ancient and mysterious giant painting appeared above Jiang Tianqin's head. As Jiang Tianqin pointed his finger, the immortal extermination ancient painting enveloped Xing Luo. Uffed, uffed, the heaven extermination formation, God Extermination Formation, and Immortal Extermination Formation within the Immortal Extermination ancient painting began to operate. An incomparably terrifying, murderous intent swept out like a waterfall, completely enveloping Xing Luo. Xing Luo's flesh and blood were quickly annihilated by the murderous intent of the Immortal Extermination ancient painting. He's strengthening all his divine abilities and secret arts into the Immortal Extermination ancient painting. Xing Luo's expression changed drastically when he was trapped by the Immortal Extermination ancient painting. He had expected Qin Yu to not be able to withstand the murderous intent of the Immortal Extermination ancient painting, even though he had cultivated the divine dragon body. He did not expect Qin Yu to not only unleash the full power of the Immortal Extermination ancient painting, but he also used all his divine abilities and secret arts to strengthen the Immortal Extermination ancient painting. Although Qin Yu's actions killed 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of his own men, it still put Xing Luo in danger. Kill! Qin Yu shouted. The dragon scales on his body glowed as he cast the immortal sacrificial art again. Oh no! Xing Luo's eyes narrowed as he tried to dodge. However, under the murderous intent of the Immortal Extermination ancient painting, Xing Luo's reaction was several beats slower. Puffed. The immortal sacrificial art pierced through Xing Luo's forehead, and his sovereign soul was sealed by the immortal sacrificial art. Soul refining. Seeing that Xing Luo's physical body was suppressed by the Immortal Extermination ancient painting, and his sovereign soul was sealed, Qin Yu immediately searched Xing Luo's soul. Xing Luo should know about his master's situation and whereabouts. Uffed. However, at that moment, a dazzling, pitch-black light slashed down from the sky. The primordial Tao law world that was formed from the fusion of the 10 primordial profound corpses, Tao law worlds, was directly split open, and a figure appeared. Qin Yu looked at the person who had appeared. His eyes narrowed. It was the Luosha Crown Prince from the Outer Realm. Chapter 693. Collect! Qin Yu ordered when he saw the Luosha Crown Prince arrive. Xing Luo, who had been suppressed by the ancient immortal diagram, was sucked into the diagram. Whoosh! The Luosha Crown Prince was surprised to see Xing Luo suppressed. However, he didn't hesitate. He turned into a beam of light and shot out like a shooting star. He was clearly going to save Xing Luo. Roar! Qin Yu naturally wouldn't let him do as he wished. With a deafening dragon roar, he slashed out with his claw. Chaotic light flickered in the center of the dragon claw as the chaotic dragon spear shot out to meet the Luosha Crown Prince. As it flew out, the immortal execution diagram also returned to Qin Yu's body and disappeared. Rumble! The Luosha Crown Prince and Qin Yu clashed fiercely in the air. The Tao of Destruction swept out like a torrent, causing this Tao of Destruction world to completely collapse and scatter in all directions. After the collision, Qin Yu, who had transformed into a divine dragon, was blasted back several hundred feet. Only then did he disperse the frightening divine power on his body and stabilize his body. The Luosha Crown Prince's cultivation was much stronger than Xing Luo's. Moreover, Qin Yu clearly sensed that the Luosha Crown Prince was suppressing his cultivation for some reason, as if he didn't dare to use his full strength. Otherwise, Qin Yu wouldn't have just been lightly injured by that move. Now that Xing Luo was suppressed, the 10 primordial profound corpses seemed to have lost their ability to fight. They floated motionlessly in the air. Long Hun, Long Hao, the primal chaos ancestor dragon, and the ancestor demon statue took the opportunity to suppress the seal, then flew to Qin Yu's side. Foreign powerhouses. The expressions of Long Hun and the others turned grave when they sensed the terrifying pressure from the Luosha Crown Prince's body. They could feel that their power was being suppressed by the Luosha Crown Prince's might. It came from a stronger Tao technique. hand over the ancient immortal token, and I can spare your lives." The Luosha crown prince stood in the air, with his hands behind his back, looking coldly at Qin and the others. He didn't care about Star Luo's life at all. However, the strong immortal king token fluctuations from Qin and Xing Luo surprised the Luosha crown prince. He had not expected that the immortal king tokens that he had been searching for so long would actually be with Qin. This way, together with Xing Luo's immortal king token, they had 8 immortal king tokens. It was no wonder that Xing Luo had left him behind to face Qin alone. Looks like ordinary methods won't be able to deal with him. After the dragon scales on Qin body glowed, he dispersed the 8 trigrams dragon transformation state and returned to his human form. Appear. Hearing Qin words, Long Hun and Long Hao each had an ancient disc in their hands. Of the 2 ancient plates, one was yin and the other was yang. When the 2 met, they formed a yin and yang totem. Qin was at the center of the yin-yang totem, like the heart of the formation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the next instant, strands of unique fluctuations emanated from Qin body. The yin and yang totem started to vibrate. After the yin and yang light gathered, it attached itself to Qin body. This fluctuation is immortal qi. Could he be walking the path of an ancient immortal? The Luosha crown prince, who had been looking at Qin and the others as though they were ants, suddenly froze. The Luosha crown prince had not expected Qin, who had not even reached the 9th tier of the martial way, to have immortal qi fluctuations. This reminded the Luosha crown prince of the rumors of immortal cultivation that had been circulating in the 100 domains of Qian province for a long time. Whoosh! The Luosha crown prince reacted immediately and attacked. The Luosha crown prince's hands moved, and a gray current filled the air, blocking out the sun. It was the night darkness art that he had used on the blood demon before. Long Hao and the rest could clearly see that there were ancient gray runes floating within the gray airflow. They were like gray eyes that flickered with a strange light. The moment they saw the gray runes, Long Hao, Long Hun, and the others felt the world spin. It was as though their souls were being flipped upside down. Inside the yin-yang immortal formation, Qin was not affected much by the night darkness art, as he was supported by immortal qi. Thus, Qin immediately put Long Hun and the others into the ancient seal of the dragon god. Whoosh! At this moment, a sharp sound pierced through the air. A dazzling sword light shot through the air, accompanied by a vast wave of immortal qi. It was Sky Burier Sword Immortal. With Sky Burier Sword Immortal's arrival, the vast wave of immortal qi surged toward Qin, making Qin aura even more terrifying and shocking. Both of them are immortal cultivators. The Luosha crown prince's eyes darkened when he saw that neither Qin nor Sky Burier Sword Immortal was affected by his night darkness art. Immortal cultivators were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, even in the Nether Realm and the entire Qian prefecture. Every rising immortal cultivator was someone who could not be provoked. The Luosha crown prince hadn't expected that there would be 2 immortal cultivators in the Qian realm. Fortunately, neither Qin nor Sky Burier Sword Immortal had reached the 9th level of the martial path. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Where's Xing Luo? Sky Burier Sword Immortal looked at the Luosha crown prince and asked Qin telepathically. I've already suppressed him. As Qin spoke, he focused on the ancient seal of the dragon god and the 9 gods deity extermination painting. Qin could control the immortal qi in the immortal god graveyard like Sky Burier Sword Immortal, because the woman in white in the 9 gods deity extermination painting was using an ancient immortal secret technique. Qin memorized the woman's seal and familiarized himself with the ancient immortal techniques. This person is very strong. Sky Burier Sword Immortal's eyes fell on the Luosha Crown Prince again, and he said solemnly, even though he could control the immortal Qi in the immortal god graveyard, his strength was enough to kill a late-stage ancient emperor easily. But Sky Burier Sword Immortal still felt a strong sense of danger from the Luosha Crown Prince. If he joined forces with Qinyu, Sky Burier Sword Immortal wouldn't be confident against the Luosha Crown Prince. He doesn't seem to dare to use his full strength. He must be wary of something. Qinyu said telepathically, the entire Qian realm is filled with the Dao techniques, an immortal aura left behind by the warring dragon Immortal King. Anyone from outside the Qian realm will be suppressed. The stronger their cultivation, the worse the suppression. At this time, the woman in white spoke. Qinyu's eyes lit up when he heard this. In that case, he might be able to kill the Luosha Crown Prince here today. If there was a chance to kill such a strong enemy, Qinyu naturally wouldn't show mercy. I'll say it again. Hand over the Immortal King token. The Luosha Crown Prince glared coldly at Qinyu and Sky Burier Sword Immortal. Even though they were immortal cultivators, they were still two ants that hadn't crossed the 9th tier of the martial way. If not for the Qian realm suppression, the Luosha Crown Prince could easily crush Qinyu and Sky Burier Sword Immortal. If you want the Immortal King token, then exchange it with your life. Before he finished speaking, Qinyu suddenly rushed forward, his spear stabbing out. A chaotic dragon shadow from the dragon's spear tore through the air, bearing its fangs and claws. It covered the Luosha Crown Prince completely. Pissed, Sky Burier Sword Immortal also attacked immediately. A 10,000 zhang long, pitch-black ancient sword with rolling immortal aura tore through the dusky sky and came crashing down. The immortal aura in this sword seemed to bring down the entire sky. Chapter 694. You're courting death. Murderous intent surged in the Rakshasa Crown Prince's eyes. Gray mist rose from his body, and his horrifying Dao technique almost materialized, exuding horrifying murderous intent. But at this moment, the Rakshasa Crown Prince seemed to have sensed something. He immediately teleported and dodged the attacks from Qinyu and Sky Burier Sword Immortal. The Rakshasa Crown Prince tilted his head and looked at the void on the right with uncertainty in his eyes. It seems that someone is hiding in the dark. The white-clothed woman in the dragon god ancient seal spoke. With the immortal Qi in the immortal god graveyard, the white-clothed woman's senses had reached an astonishing level. There's this presence. Hearing her words, Qinyu immediately sensed it carefully. After a while, he really did sense a special aura. Moreover, that aura was somewhat familiar to him. It was the presence of the blood demon from the blood demon continent of the spiritual state. He's really haunting me. Sensing the blood demon hiding in the dark, the Rakshasa Crown Prince's murderous intent surged in his eyes. But after a moment of consideration, the Rakshasa Crown Prince glanced at Qinyu and Sky Burier Sword Immortal with a grim expression and vanished in the void in a flash. That person hiding in the dark also left. Meanwhile, the white-clothed woman and Qinyu also sensed the disappearance of the blood demon's presence. He probably knew that his whereabouts were exposed and had left. He left just like that. Seeing the Rakshasa Crown Prince disappear, Sky Burier Sword Immortal was surprised. Sky Burier Sword Immortal didn't believe that the Rakshasa Crown Prince was afraid of them, but the Rakshasa Crown Prince had left so quickly that it didn't seem like he was setting up a trap. Why? He's already left. The blue dragon scales on Qinyu's body quietly disappeared, and the Azure Dragon battle was withdrawn. However, pure dragon essence surged in his body and healed his injuries. When he suppressed Xinglua, Qinyu had used the entire immortal-slaying ancient diagram. Although he had successfully suppressed Xinglua, Qin Yu's physical body had also been severely damaged. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Sky Burier Sword Immortal was relieved. He immediately refined the majestic immortal qi with all his strength and constantly increased his cultivation. While using the dragon qi to heal, Qin Yu released the dragon soul and Long Hao from the divine dragon ancient seal. His own divine soul entered the ancient seal of the dragon god. You can't kill me. Within the divine dragon seal, Star Luo was being suppressed by the immortal extermination ancient diagram, constantly suffering from the destructive killing intent. However, in the depths of his eyes, there was a mysterious Taoist art gushing out from the looming human figure, which was constantly healing his body's sovereign spirit. His astonishing recovery ability was even more frightening than the mysterious immortal body's might. It was no wonder that Star Luo was so confident that Qin Yu wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Is that so? Qin Yu sneered. A shocking dragon roar resounded as the immemorial battle dragon art was activated. Xing Luo's body trembled, and his expression changed drastically. He could feel the berserk dragon bloodline in his body suddenly going berserk. The feeling of the berserk dragon bloodline going against the flow made the looming human figure in the depths of Xing Luo's eyes feel like it was about to collapse. The ancient battle dragon art could forcefully control Xing Luo's berserk dragon bloodline. Qin Yu had already suspected it when he was ambushed in the graveyard of the immortal god in his previous life. Now, this point had been proven. As expected, you have already seen through some of the secrets of the ancient battle dragon art. Xing Luo, whose body was gradually collapsing, was in a desperate situation. His expression gradually calmed down. That kind of calmness was the calmness of someone who had completely given up on resisting. It was obvious that Xing Luo had accepted his fate of being defeated by Qin Yu. However, Xing Luo didn't despair at all. This was because this body wasn't his original body. It was just a body that he had created to adapt to the sky domain Taoist art. There are restrictions and seals in my soul. Your soul refining art is useless against me. However, I can tell you where your master is. Xing Luo didn't care when he saw Qin Yu using the soul-searching technique on him. Why would you be so kind? After seeing that the Soul Dao's secret art was indeed useless against Xing Luo, Qin Yu fell into deep thought. Even if Xing Luo told him where his master was, Qin Yu would find it hard to believe. If possible, he would have to use the Soul Dao's secret art to personally search for his master. Thinking up to this point, Qin Yu began to consume his stars of providence in an attempt to find the flaw in the seal on Xing Luo's soul. Sizzle! Sizzle! However, at this moment, Xing Luo's body was covered in pitch-black flames that burned fiercely and covered his entire body. The pitch-black flames contained extremely dense and terrifying power of death. Seeing this, Qin Yu immediately used a Soul Dao's secret art to isolate and seal Xing Luo. Even Qin Yu didn't want to come into contact with the power of the flames. Your master is imprisoned in the mystic domain. If you want to save him, you'd better leave the heaven domain as soon as possible. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you'll be able to see him alive. A strange smile appeared on Xing Luo's face. Although he had failed in the heaven domain, he hadn't completely lost his chance. As long as the immortal King Zhanlong's inheritance fell into Qin Yu's hands, he would still have a bargaining chip to make Qin Yu go find him. At that time, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious. As soon as he finished speaking, Xing Luo was completely annihilated by the black flames. Only a cloud of black mist remained in the void. Do you know where the mystic domain is? Qin Yu carefully sensed. After confirming that there was nothing left of Xing Luo, he dispersed the black light seal. His second senior sister, Ning Qianma, had appeared from the black hole. The mystic domain? It seems to be somewhere in the Li province. The white-clad lady pondered for a long time before speaking with uncertainty. The Li province. Qin Yu already knew quite a lot of information about the outside of the Heaven Domain when he was suppressing the Azure Ice Beast. Outside the Heaven Domain was the Martial Domain, or rather, the Heaven Domain was just one of the Martial Domains. There were more than 10,000 Martial Domains in the Heaven Domain, and each one was as large as the 9 provinces of the Heaven Domain, plus the territories of the demons outside. The Heaven Domain was further divided into 8 regions, named after the 8 trigrams of the universe. They were collectively known as the 8 Great Continents. Of course, Qin Yu only had a rough idea. He didn't know the specifics of the mystic domain in the Li province. That person's cultivation base is at least in the Sky Sage realm. If you're planning to go to the mystic domain, you'd better not be careless. The white-clad lady said, Sky Sage realm. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. After the 9 realms of martial Tao was the 9 realms of heavenly Tao. The 9 realms of heavenly Tao were divided into the origin realm, celestial wheel realm, calamity realm, celestial sovereign realm, Sky Sage realm, celestial divine realm, heavenly void realm, heavenly palace realm, and ingress realm. For Qin Yu, who was still at the peak of the 9th level of the martial Tao, the ancient emperor realm, a Sky Sage realm existence was something he had to look up to. If Qin Yu went to the mystic domain now, only death would await him. No wonder his master hadn't been able to escape from Xing Luo. After thinking for a while, Qin Yu threw these messy thoughts to the back of his mind for the time being. For Qin Yu, the most important thing right now was to enter the treasury and unlock the treasures left behind by immortal King Zhanlong. Whether it was Xing Luo, the Luosha Crown Prince, or the Blood Demon, they'd all come for immortal King Zhanlong's heritage. Naturally, Qin Yu wouldn't give up the heritage of an immortal king to others. Chapter 695. After the Sky Burier Sword Immortal and the white-robed girl finished refining the immortal qi in the graveyard of the immortal god, Qin Yu did not linger, heading straight for the immortal trove. Like the graveyard of the immortal god, the immortal trove was not in the 9 provinces. It was in a void between the divine continent and the demon continent. Without special means, one would not be able to find the entrance to the immortal trove even if they reached it. After Qin Yu and the others left, 2 figures appeared in the void above the graveyard of the immortal god, facing each other. They were the Rakshasa Crown Prince and the Blood Demon, who had left previously. Who would have thought that you would betray the Blood Ancestor and risk being hunted by the entire Blood Domain to steal the Immortal King token? You would actually give it away so easily. The Rakshasa Crown Prince stared at the Blood Demon sinisterly. If not for the fact that he had sensed the Blood Demon hiding in the dark, he would not have allowed the Blood Demon to reap the benefits. How could he have let Qin Yu leave with the Immortal King token so easily? Do you think you can snatch the Immortal King token from them when their cultivation levels are suppressed and they can control immortal qi? The Blood Demon's eyes darkened. He had given the Immortal King token to Qin Yu because he wanted to possess Qin Yu and break free from the suppression of the Blood Demon continent. In the end, after the Immortal King token was given to Qin Yu, he had lost connection with it. Even the restrictions he had left in the Immortal King token had dissipated when the seal was broken. This had completely ruined the Blood Demon's plan. If not for his doppelganger being sent over, his doppelganger would have died on the Blood Demon continent. Hearing the Blood Demon's words, the Rakshasa Crown Prince narrowed his eyes. He had thought that the Blood Demon was the mastermind behind Qin Yu, just like how he had hidden behind the star Luo to enter the immortal trove. That was why the Rakshasa Crown Prince wanted to sow discord between the Blood Demon and Qin Yu. But now, from the Blood Demon's words, the situation seemed to be a little different from what he had imagined. Now that we have gathered all 8 ancient immortal badges, it seems like that kid will surely open the immortal treasure. If we continue to fight like this, we will end up with nothing. Blood Demon didn't care what the Rakshasa Crown Prince was thinking. So, the Rakshasa Crown Prince could vaguely guess Bloodseeker's intentions. How about joining forces? Judging from the fluctuations just now, there was likely the soul of a true ancient immortal in that kid's body. The immortal vault is filled with the aura of the heaven-battling immortal emperor. Once he gains control of the immortal force left behind by the heaven-battling immortal emperor, the immortal vault will fall into his hands. To be honest, the Blood Demon wanted nothing more than to kill the Rakshasa Crown Prince who had chased him all the way and ruined his cultivation time and time again. However, given the current situation, if they didn't join hands, they would definitely be defeated. If that was the case, his scheme to steal the Immortal King token and sneak into the Heaven Domain as an independent cultivator would all be for naught. That's a good suggestion. The Rakshasa Crown Prince pondered. He was aware of the presence of the ancient immortal from Chinyu's body. If he joined forces with the Blood Demon, their chances of success would indeed be much higher. Of course, after they succeeded, there would definitely be a battle between him and the Blood Demon. However, he couldn't be bothered with that now. Immediately, the Rakshasa Crown Prince and the Blood Demon, who had been at loggerheads, joined forces and sped towards the Immortal Vault. To the martial artists of the 9 provinces in the Heaven Domain, the Immortal Vault was an extremely mysterious place. In fact, many ancient emperors didn't even know the exact location of the Immortal Vault. However, the Rakshasa Crown Prince and the Blood Demon knew. They had explored the Immortal Vault more than once. However, without an Immortal King token, they couldn't break the Immortal King's spirit barrier. 5 days later, whoosh, 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 4 figures sped through the air and stopped in a void. In this area, the sun, moon, and stars couldn't be seen. Mountains and rivers couldn't be seen. It was like a boundary between reality and illusion. Open. After arriving, Chinyu's hands moved rapidly, sending hand seals into the void. In an instant, the void trembled. Ancient and mysterious immortal marks appeared silently, forming a huge, ancient bronze door that spanned 10,000 jang. A vast and terrifying immortal aura swept over them like a wave. Although this wasn't the first time they had felt such terrifying immortal aura, Chinyu and the Sky Burier Sword Immortal were still shaken to the core. The Dragon Soul and Long Hao, who were here for the first time, felt as insignificant as ants. They couldn't help but want to kneel and worship. Go in, Chinyu said and flew into the huge, ancient bronze door. The Sky Burier Sword Immortal, the Dragon Soul, and Long Hao followed closely behind. The moment they passed through the Door of Light, Chinyu and the others felt time flow, and they appeared in an ancient palace. The palace was 10,000 jang wide, and made of translucent immortal stones. The immortal chi was so strong that it made one's heart tremble. However, the Sky Burier Sword Immortal, who walked the path of immortal cultivation, didn't look happy at all. He could clearly feel the terrifying immortal aura contained in the immortal stones. Once it was triggered, he would be completely destroyed in an instant. There were many passages in the Immortal Stone Palace. Each passage was dark and deep, and the aura they emitted was completely different, as if they led to different worlds. Chinyu took out the 8 ancient immortal tokens. After sensing them, he walked toward one of the passages. Each passage in the Immortal Stone Palace contained a different inheritance. However, there was only one way to enter the real immortal treasure. If they took the wrong path, they would receive the inheritance of the other passages. They wouldn't be able to enter the real immortal treasure. Back then, Qin Yu and the others had endured great temptation to enter the immortal treasure and obtain the primordial battle dragon art and other heaven-defying techniques. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Not long after Qin Yu and the others entered the passage, the immortal stone palace trembled slightly. Two more figures appeared out of nowhere. They were the Luosha Crown Prince and Blood Demon, who had followed them all the way here. The Luosha Crown Prince took out a mysterious compass. After probing for a long time, he also entered the passage Qin Yu and the others chose. At this time, Qin Yu and the others appeared on an 8 trigrams altar. There were 7 more altars around the 8 trigrams altar. The 8 altars were also arranged in an 8 trigrams formation. Qin Yu couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. These 8 trigrams altars were the passages to the immortal treasure. However, they could only truly enter the immortal treasure after breaking the seals of the 8 trigrams altars. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qin Yu didn't hesitate. He immediately took out the 8 ancient immortal tokens. With a soft tremble, the 8 ancient immortal tokens flickered with immortal runes. They floated up and landed on the altars. Pillars of light shot into the sky from the 8 altars. The 8 trigrams intertwined in the air, forming an ancient light formation. At the center of the light formation, a beam of immortal light fell and enveloped Qin Yu and the others. With a flash of light, Qin Yu and the others appeared in the vast starry sky. There were countless stars in the sky. Some were dim, while others were shining brightly. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was naturally the 30 kilometers tall celestial figure in the starry sky that had all the stars revolving around it. Chapter 696. Immortal King Zhanlong. The 9 gods' deity extermination painting emerged from the ancient seal of the dragon god after Qin Yu and the others entered the vast starry sky. The illusionary figure of the woman in white appeared from the ancient painting and looked at the immortal figure excitedly. Is that the immortal King Zhanlong? Qin Yu raised his head and looked at the 10,000 zhang tall, celestial figure surrounded by stars. His eyes were filled with shock. Qin Yu had seen ancient immortals, gods, and experts from other realms with his own eyes. However, they were as tiny as ants before the immortal figure of the immortal King Zhanlong. At this moment, Qin Yu felt like he was facing the creator of all things. At the same time, Qin Yu also felt the immemorial battle dragon art circulating uncontrollably on its own. Waves of dragon cries were heard. It felt like the immemorial battle dragon art was about to transform into a dragon and fly out of his body. The transformation of the immemorial battle dragon art was so obvious that even the dragon soul, Long Hao, Sky Burier Sword Immortal, and the woman in white could clearly sense it. It's really him. The woman in white's eyes flickered when she sensed the strange energy ripples from Qin Yu. Sky Burier Sword Immortal squinted with astonishment in his eyes. The energy ripples from Qin Yu were vaguely resonating with the immortal treasury. It was obvious that Qin Yu was related to the immortal treasury in some way. It's finally here. At this moment, an ethereal voice that sounded like it came from the primordial times appeared. Following it, the stars in the starry sky began to glow. A beam of light appeared in each star and connected with each other, forming a huge net of light that covered the sky. At the center of the net of light was the immortal figure that was 10,000 feet tall. The immortal figure whose immortal aura had obscured his appearance gradually revealed his true appearance. It was a middle-aged man with an imposing aura. When he opened his eyes, thousands of stars were floating in his eyes, as if billions of worlds were being born and destroyed. The entire immortal treasury shook violently, and a terrifying pressure that seemed material descended, suppressing all living beings. Immortal King Zhanlong is still alive. When she saw the middle-aged man's face, the woman in white trembled violently. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. As for Zhangqian's sword immortal, Long Hun, and Long Hao, they felt their bodies being suppressed by the supreme divine might. They were unable to move at all. Only Qin Yu, who was circulating the primordial combat dragon art in his body, was not affected by the pressure. Qin Yu raised his head and looked directly at immortal King Zhanlong. Earlier, the battle dragon celestial king had said, "It's finally here." Whoosh! Immortal King Zhanlong waved his sleeve, and an immortal wave swept over. Before Qin Yu could react, he had already appeared on a huge star. Qin Yu looked down and found that sword immortal Zhangtian and the others had all become small black dots. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yu understood. He had already entered immortal King Zhanlong's celestial shadow. Qin Yu turned around and observed his surroundings. Suddenly, Qin Yu's eyes glittered. Not far behind him, a figure was floating quietly. They were only a few feet apart, yet Qin Yu did not notice the person's presence. "An immortal king?" Qin Yu said. His tone was somewhat uncertain. Even though the person in front of him had the same appearance as the enormous celestial shadow, his aura and demeanor were completely different. The enormous celestial shadow had a terrifying immortal aura that could shake the 9 heavens and 10 lands. However, the person in front of him was lethargic, like an old man who had reached the end of his life. "If you still didn't show up, my old bones are going to dissipate completely." That battle dragon immortal king, with a dignified appearance, displayed a smile on his face. He walked over to Qin Yu. "You've been waiting for me." Qin Yu's eyes flickered. As he thought, immortal King Zhanlong had said, "It's finally here." As for the reason, it might have something to do with the ancient battle dragon art. "Of course, you're the next successor of the immortal art that I've chosen. You should have come here 1,000 years ago, but something happened to you." Immortal King Zhanlong moved his finger. The ancient battle dragon art flew out of Qin Yu's body and landed in his hand. The thing that immortal King Zhanlong mentioned was obviously the battle in the graveyard of the immortal god. "So you're saying that I was able to reincarnate even after my soul dissipated because you saved me?" Qin Yu's eyes glittered. He finally found the answer to the question that had been bothering him for many years. "No, even though I'm the one who created the rules of the heaven realm, I can't interfere with the reincarnation of living beings with my remaining power. Besides, when you were in trouble, I was still in a deep sleep. When I woke up, your soul had already dissipated." Immortal King Zhanlong said. "Then why was I able to reincarnate?" Qin Yu was startled. He initially thought it was immortal King Zhanlong who had saved him. However, it seemed like his reincarnation was not as simple as it seemed. "I've created the ancient battle dragon art myself. As long as I keep devouring the blood of dragons, my cultivation will continue to improve. However, you have been stuck at the peak of the 9th layer of the martial path. Do you know why?" Immortal King Zhanlong asked in return. "Immortal King, please enlighten me." Hearing that, Qin Yu came back to his senses with a start and promptly said respectfully, after his reincarnation and his cultivation had reached the ancient emperor realm, the hindrance of the ancient battle dragon art had grown stronger. Qin Yu knew that if he could not solve the problem, he would have to switch to another art. Otherwise, even if he knew the cultivation method of the 9th layer of the martial path, he would still be stuck at the 9th layer of the martial path. However, Qin Yu was not willing to switch to another art so easily, considering how outstanding the ancient battle dragon art was. To achieve the 9th layer of the heavenly path, your soul must be baptized by the heavenly path. If you can't endure it, you will die. The reason why you can't reach the 9th layer of the heavenly path is because you only have a soul. Immortal King Zhanlong said. "A soul?" Qin Yu was stunned. He did not know how to react. Everyone knew that humans had 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. In fact, in the 9th layer of the martial path, when one achieved the martial dominator realm, their soul would be awakened. In the martial highness realm, they would be able to use their soul force. If Qin Yu only had a single soul, then how could he have reached the ancient emperor realm? I don't know the reason, but it's true that you only have a soul. Immortal King Zhanlong moved his finger again. A light screen appeared in front of Qin Yu. On the light screen, Qin Yu, heaven-bearing sword immortal, Long Hao, the woman in a white outfit, and the others were clearly shown. Qin Yu's eyes glittered after taking a glance. Heaven-bearing sword immortal and Long Hao both had 3 spiritual souls. Even the dragon soul and the woman in a white outfit had 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. Only Qin Yu only had a soul. What's going on? Qin Yu frowned. He had thought of many reasons why he could not break through the limit of the ancient emperor realm, but he never thought he would only have a soul. After all, if a person did not have 3 spiritual souls, even if they did not die, they would become retarded. However, Qin Yu did not feel anything. Chapter 697. Immortal Emperor, you should know why I was able to reincarnate even after my soul was destroyed, right? Qin Yu frowned and looked at Immortal Emperor Zhanlong after pondering for some time. Even though Immortal Emperor Zhanlong had mentioned that he only had one soul, judging from Immortal Emperor Zhanlong's reaction, he should know the reason. When I woke up and saw that your soul was gone, I was going to retrieve the ancient battle dragon art and look for another successor. However, at that time, a mysterious power descended from the outer realms and gathered the soul power that had originally dissipated between heaven and earth, allowing you to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Immortal Emperor Zhan long nodded. A mysterious force? Is that force able to ignore the rules of the heaven domain Tao? Qin Yu was astounded. Before coming to the immortal vault, the woman in a white outfit mentioned that the 9 continents of the heaven domain and the demons of the outer realm were shrouded by Immortal Emperor Zhanlong's laws. Therefore, any cultivator from the outer realm would be suppressed by the Immortal Emperor Zhanlong's laws. Just what kind of cultivation was needed to gather his scattered soul force under that kind of situation and send it back into the cycle of reincarnation? If I was at my peak, the mysterious force wouldn't be able to infiltrate my body. However, 90% of my power has dissipated. Anyone who has surpassed the 9th layer of the heaven Tao can resist my laws. Of course, the mysterious force isn't to be underestimated either. It has most likely touched the immortal Tao. Most importantly, the soul energy of the mysterious force is vaguely connected to your soul. Immortal Emperor Zhanlong said. Vaguely connected. Qin Yu could not help but feel a chill running down his spine. He recalled Xing Luo, whom he had killed. Xing Luo was from the outer realm. The body he cultivated could also be considered a clone. Was he like Xing Luo? Was he a soul split from someone? However, after this thought appeared in Qin Yu's mind, he felt that it was unlikely. After all, Xing Luo was well aware that his physical body had been nurtured, and his soul was still one with his true body. However, Qin Yu's soul and will had always been independent. An external force had never interfered with his thoughts. Of course, Qin Yu's current martial cultivation was not very strong. Perhaps there really was some secret art at the 9th level of the heavenly Tao, or even higher, that could interfere with or even control his soul without him noticing. Don't worry. There are no restrictions or spirit formations controlling your soul. If that wasn't the case, I wouldn't have chosen you as my successor back then. The battle dragon Immortal Emperor said, as if he knew what Qin Yu was thinking. Qin Yu heard this, and the uneasiness in his heart was slightly suppressed. Considering the battle dragon Immortal Emperor's cultivation, there should not be any problem if he said so. Wait, Suddenly, Qin Yu's body trembled, and his expression froze. Back in the Heaven region's western continent, when he had met the heaven-burying sword immortal in the immortal ancient ruins, the heaven-burying sword immortal had said that he had met someone who looked exactly like him. Could that person be the person whom the battle dragon Celestial King had mentioned, the person who had condensed his soul? However, you still need to condense 3 souls. When you reach the 9th level of the Heavenly Tao, your soul will need to be baptized by the power of the Heavenly Tao. Similarly, when you cross the 9th level of the Heavenly Tao and enter the Immortal Tao, your soul will also be baptized. Now, I can use the art of fake soul to help you condense 2 souls and reach the 9th level of the Heavenly Tao, but I'm afraid the fake soul won't be able to withstand the immortal tribulation in the future. The battle dragon Immortal Emperor added, Immortal Emperor, if I'm one of the 3 souls, is there a way to sense the existence of the other 2 souls? Hearing that, Qin Yu pondered for a while, and then slowly opened his mouth. Since the immortal Tao required the baptism of 3 souls, it meant that Qin Yu could be devoured by the other 2 souls at any time, especially the person who had appeared in the Heaven region, who looked exactly like him in his past life. That person was very likely one of the 3 souls, or perhaps he had already condensed 2 souls. The soul summoning art is a secret art that aids the cultivation of the soul Tao. It can summon remnant souls that are traveling in the world. If you're really one of the souls, then if you cultivate the soul summoning art to the peak, you should be able to sense the existence of the other 2 souls. The battle dragon, Immortal Emperor, said after thinking for a moment. The soul summoning art. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. As long as he cultivated the soul summoning art, he would be able to confirm if he was really one of the souls. Whoosh! Whoosh! The battle dragon Immortal Emperor flicked his finger, and beams of immortal light entered Qin Yu's body. Through the light mirror, one could clearly see that 2 more strands of soul power had rapidly appeared within Qin Yu's body. However, compared to the perfect fusion of the 3 souls of Zhangtian's Sword Immortal and the others, Qin Yu had condensed 2 fake souls. However, the 2 fake souls were still unable to fuse with Qin Yu's soul. The 2 fake souls even firmly guarded Qin Yu's soul. From its appearance, it appeared as if it was protecting Qin Yu's soul. In addition to condensing the 2 fake souls, Qin Yu also had the cultivation method of the soul summoning art in his mind. Thank you for the technique, Immortal Emperor. After closing his eyes and adapting to the 2 fake souls, Qin Yu solemnly thanked the battle dragon Immortal Emperor. The battle dragon Immortal Emperor's action could be said to be a great favor to Qin Yu. Otherwise, he would probably never be able to reach the 9th level of the Heavenly Tao in this lifetime. However, Qin Yu's kneeling body was held back by an invisible force. I've waited for countless years, and my lifespan has reached the end. If I can't find a successor, everything I've learned in my life will disappear with me. And your arrival can allow me to pass on my legacy. To a certain extent, you can be considered to have fulfilled my wish. That war dragon Immortal King, who had a smile on his face, acted and stopped Qin Yu's kneeling. After saying that, the battle dragon Immortal Emperor waved his right hand. An ancient disc appeared in his hand. There were 10 pits on the ancient disc, 9 around it, and 1 in the center. After the ancient spirit disc appeared, the ancient battle dragon art flew into the center of the pit. The 2 merged perfectly. Strands of pure energy emanated from the immemorial battle dragon incantation and seeped into the 9 pits. Immediately, dragon roars faintly resounded from the 9 pits, and numerous dragon markings filled the air. Such a terrifying presence of the dragon tribe. Qin Yu could not help but feel a chill down his spine when he sensed the presence of the dragon runes in the 9 pits. The presence of the dragon runes was even stronger than the immortal ancient Shinran that Qin Yu had seen in the past. Since you've cultivated the immemorial battle dragon art, you should know that there are 9 secret arts in the immemorial battle dragon art, right? The battle dragon immortal emperor's figure became a lot more illusionary after the ancient disc appeared. His life force weakened even further. I've now mastered the heaven-battling azure dragon, the sky-devouring dragon seal, the divine dragon body, and the 8 trigrams battle dragon art, Chinyu said with a nod. As a matter of fact, the 9 secret arts of the immemorial battle dragon art are the supreme mystical arts of the dragon tribe that I refined by subduing the 9 primordial ancestral dragons. The battle dragon immortal emperor said. Chapter 698, The 9 Origin Ancestral Dragons. Chinyu was taken aback. He had only heard of the Chaos Ancestral Dragons. However, given immortal King Zhanlong's cultivation, the ancestral dragons he had subdued would not be on the same level as the Chaos Ancestral Dragons. Moreover, immortal King Zhanlong was talking about the Origin Ancestral Dragons. What was the origin? The origin was the one and only in the world. Although the Chaos Ancestral Dragons were called Ancestral Dragons, there had been more than one in the history of the realm. Unfortunately, the Eternal Immortal Empire was struck by a dark upheaval. The Immortal Kings were the first to suffer. I was severely injured in that battle, and had no choice but to seal the realm and hide here to recuperate. The 9 Origin Ancestral Dragons took advantage of my weakness to break the seal and escape. Otherwise, I would have merged the 9 Origin Ancestral Dragons into one and entered the legendary realm. Immortal King Zhanlong sighed softly. He was born at the wrong time. The Eternal Immortal Empire, dark upheaval, the Immortal Kings. Chinyu had never heard of any of the words spoken by immortal King Zhanlong. To him, these words were like new and mysterious worlds. However, the War Dragon Coil is an immortal treasure refined from the bones of the 9 Origin Ancestral Dragons. With the War Dragon Coil, you will be able to sense where the 9 Origin Ancestral Dragons are. Immortal King Zhanlong handed the War Dragon Coil to Chinyu. Whoosh! As soon as Chinyu touched it, the War Dragon Coil turned into a beam of light and entered his soul. Chinyu was able to clearly sense that the War Dragon Coil had appeared in his soul. At the same time, the many things he didn't understand about the primordial War Dragon art became clear. The dark upheaval will come again. I hope you can enter the legendary realm before then. Immortal King Zhanlong's ethereal voice rang out. The stars in the sky flickered with dazzling light. The next moment, beams of immortal light that contained supreme inheritances all gathered on Chinyu's body. When he passed on his mantle to Chinyu, immortal King Zhanlong's ethereal body grew more and more transparent. In the end, he turned into light and dissipated before Chinyu's eyes. That is, Chinyu is accepting the inheritance. As I thought, he's related to the Battle Dragon Immortal Emperor. At this moment, the dragon's soul outside the towering celestial shadow, the Sky Burier Sword Immortal, the white-clothed woman, and Long Hao were all present. Through the eyes of the celestial shadow, he saw Chinyu receiving the inheritance. When Long Hun and Long Hao saw this scene, their expressions became wild with joy. It was rumored that the immortal trove contained the inheritance of an ancient immortal. It was obvious that Chinyu had obtained the legacy of an ancient immortal. This naturally made the two of them happy. As for the Sky Burier Sword Immortal and the white-clothed woman, their expressions were different. Sky Burier Sword Immortal had received an immortal power inheritance before, so he knew that what Chinyu was inheriting now was definitely not an ordinary ancient immortal inheritance. The woman in white knew that the immortal treasury was created by the War Dragon Immortal King. The inheritance of a supreme immortal king was taken away right in front of her eyes. This caused the white-clothed woman to reveal a complicated expression. If it weren't for the fact that her immortal body was destroyed and her immortal soul still needed to rely on the nine gods' deity extermination painting, she would have charged out long ago. Under the gazes of the dragon's soul and the others, the towering celestial shadow shrank at a visible speed. It appeared as if that immortal silhouette was being devoured by Qin unceasingly. Rumble! About half an hour later, a deafening explosion rang out. Huge spiderweb-like cracks began to appear in the sky. The cracks exploded, and two figures with terrifying auras and murderous auras appeared. They were the Luosha Crown Prince and the Blood Demon, who'd followed them all the way here. They'd been able to follow Qin and the others all the way with their secret techniques. Unfortunately, the Luosha Crown Prince and the Blood Demon were no longer able to follow Qin and the others after they entered the Immortal King's inheritance star. Judging from the Crown Prince and the Blood Demon's weak and chaotic auras, they knew that they were in great danger. Has the inheritance begun? The Rakshasa son of heaven and blood devil immediately saw Qin, who was receiving the inheritance. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They had done everything they could to sneak into the heaven region, even risking their lives. Unexpectedly, the battling dragon Immortal King's inheritance had been taken by someone else first. It was especially so for the Blood Demon. The Immortal King token on Qin had been personally given to Qin by him. He'd wanted to use Qin to collect all 8 Immortal King tokens and then reap the benefits. In the end, he was the one who'd ended up with nothing. Luosha Skydance. Without hesitation, the Luosha Crown Prince used a forbidden technique of the Luosha tribe. Streaks of mysterious gray shadows exploded from the Luosha Crown Prince's body, rushing towards the celestial shadow where Qin was. Each of the gray shadows exuded an aura that wasn't any weaker than a late ancient emperor realm existence. Their aura was enough to make one's heart tremble. Not good. Long Hao's eyes narrowed. The ancient sword on his back flew out of its scabbard, turning into sword light. He leapt in front of the huge celestial shadow and slashed. Instantly, countless streaks of dazzling sword light shot out, blocking all the gray shadows. Kacha! However, waves of unceasing cracking sounds appeared. It was Long Hao's sword glow that continuously collapsed and dissipated when it came into contact with those gray figures. Uffed! Long Hao was hit by the gray shadows, and he was sent flying, spitting out blood. His aura was visibly weakened. If not for the Dragon Soul's space-time power affecting space-time at the critical moment, Long Hao would not have ended up just spitting out blood. How did his cultivation become so strong? The Sky Burier Sword Immortal, who had followed closely behind the Dragon Soul and destroyed the gray shadows with his terrifying immortal chi, looked at the Luosha Crown Prince in shock. Compared to when he was in the graveyard of the immortal god, the Luosha Crown Prince's cultivation had undergone a drastic change. If the Sky Burier Sword Immortal had not refined the majestic immortal chi of the graveyard of the immortal god, he would not have fared any better than Long Hao. Blood Tyrant of the 9 heavens. The Blood Demon also attacked when he saw the Luosha Crown Prince being blocked by the Dragon Soul's trio. As the Blood Demon's hands formed a series of hand seals, a bloody mist that blotted out the sun surged and covered most of the sky. A ferocious demon god was condensed within the terrifying bloody mist, and it descended with a vast might. Stop! The woman in white raised an eyebrow and chose to attack. After all, she had a contract with Qin. It was better for the Immortal King's inheritance to fall into Qin hands than for the Luosha Crown Prince and the Blood Demon to take it. The woman in white waved her sleeve, and 9 majestic gods appeared from the 9 gods' deity extermination painting and charged toward the horrifying Blood Demon. The woman in white's true form pounced at the blood demon with an ethereal aura. An ancient immortal? The blood demon sized up the woman in white with shock in his eyes. He had infiltrated the heavenly region for so many years, but he hadn't expected there to be an ancient immortal from the Immortal King era. Chapter 699. Rumble. The 9 gods and the terrifying blood demon started a bloody battle. Terrifying divine power and bloody mist clashed in the void. The white-clothed woman and blood demon also clashed, unleashing killing moves that shook the starry sky. Bam! After another fierce clash, the white-clothed woman and blood demon both retreated hundreds of meters in the air. They faced each other from a distance, their killing intent extremely dense. However, the white-clothed woman's eyes flashed with a strange expression. On the other hand, the bloody mist on blood demon's body grew thicker and more violent, his aura soaring. Is Immortal King Zhanlong's immortal law gradually disappearing? The white-clothed woman secretly used a secret technique. After sensing carefully, a strange light flashed in her eyes. Previously, when she fought with the blood demon, she felt that the blood demon's cultivation was constantly increasing. Now, she finally understood the reason. On the Luosha Crown Prince's side, Long Hun, Long Hao, and Sky Burier Sword Immortal worked together, but they could barely block his attacks. From the looks of the battle, the 3 of them didn't have the advantage in numbers. In fact, they were gradually being suppressed by the Luosha Crown Prince. Left with no choice, Long Hun summoned the ancestor demon statue that Qin Yu had given him. The 4 of them worked together to stop the Luosha Crown Prince. It seems that you've also noticed that the Immortal King's immortal law is disappearing. Soon, all the experts in the universe will sense Immortal King Zhanlong's aura and flock to the heavenly region. If both of us are injured, then we won't be able to obtain anything. Conversely, if we join forces and obtain the Immortal King's inheritance, then you might be able to be reborn in the future and even step foot into the ancient immortal realm once more. Blood Demon glanced at the shrinking immortal figure and couldn't help but say to the white-clothed woman, although the white-clothed woman was only a soul now, she had once become an ancient immortal after all. Her secret techniques made Blood Demon extremely wary. Therefore, Blood Sacrifice wanted to rope her in. Now that the Luosha Crown Prince was busy, it was the best opportunity for him to succeed. If the white-clothed woman continued to pester him, Immortal King Zhanlong's inheritance would fall into the Luosha Crown Prince's hands after he finished his battle. At that time, he really wouldn't have a share of the Immortal King's inheritance. War Immortal's art. The woman in white didn't care about Blood Demon's words. She formed a celestial spell with her fingers, and her body emitted a crystal celestial light. In the next moment, an illusory figure with surging immortal chi condensed behind her. After the celestial shadow appeared, it made a grabbing motion. A ball of sealed immortal force was extracted from the ancestral demon golem that was fighting the Rakshasa Crown Prince, merging with the illusory immortal shadow. The ball of immortal energy within the ancestral devil statue was the immortal energy that Qin Yu had sealed. Originally, Qin Yu had sealed it within the ancestral devil statue in case he needed it. Who would have thought that the woman in white would use it now? After fusing with the celestial force, the celestial shadow's originally illusory body had clearly become a little more solid. The celestial chi surrounding its body had also become a little denser. Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being rude. Blood Devil's eyes darkened, his face cold and ruthless. After he roared, the blood curse appeared all over his body. Layers of bloody light shone around him, and he emitted a terrifying aura, each wave stronger than the last. Without any pretense, Blood Devil turned into a streak of bloody light and charged directly at the woman in white. His ferocious aura seemed to want to completely annihilate the woman in white. Go! The woman in white wasn't afraid at all. She pointed a finger, flashing with immortal light. The illusory figure seemed to pass through time and space, instantly appearing in front of Blood Demon. A palm imbued with destructive power struck out. Rumble! An earth-shattering battle erupted once again. Both the woman in white and Blood Demon went all out, unleashing countless killing moves. Everything within a radius of several thousand feet was turned into a battlefield of destruction, annihilating everything. I didn't expect that she would still be so powerful even with only one immortal soul. I really don't know how powerful an ancient immortal was at his peak. The Rakshasa Crown Prince, who was fighting 1 against 4, still had the leisure to watch the battle between the woman in white and Blood Demon. Great shock appeared in the Rakshasa Crown Prince's eyes when he saw the woman's shocking battle strength. If he were to fight the woman in white, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Of course, while he was still in shock, many thoughts surfaced in the Rakshasa Crown Prince's mind when he saw that Blood Demon was completely trapped by the woman in white. Now that the power of laws left behind by immortal King Zhanlong was fading away, its suppression on them was weakening. He reckoned that it wouldn't be long before he could completely break free from the suppression of immortal King Zhanlong. At that time, he would be able to seize immortal King Zhanlong's inheritance while the woman in white was still keeping Blood Demon busy. Time slowly passed, and the battle between the two battlefields grew more and more violent. Regardless of whether it was the white-clothed woman, Long Hun, or the others, all of them had sustained serious injuries. Their fighting strength had been greatly affected. On the other hand, the Rakshasa Crown Prince and Blood Demon were also injured, but their auras grew fiercer as the battle went on. By now, even Sky Burier Sword Immortal, Dragon Soul, and the others had noticed something strange about the Rakshasa Crown Prince and Blood Demon. It seemed that the smaller Qin Yu's immortal shadow was, the more powerful the Rakshasa Crown Prince and Blood Demon were. But even if they noticed this, they couldn't do anything about it. The only thing they could do now was delay the Rakshasa Crown Prince and Blood Demon with all their strength. Only after Qin Yu finished his inheritance would they be able to turn the situation around. Rakshasa Heavenly Demon. Suddenly, an ear-piercing shriek rang out. An ancient heavenly demon shadow had appeared on the Rakshasa Crown Prince's body. That heavenly demon shadow was howling at the sky. Sky Burier Sword Immortal, Dragon Soul, and Long Hao felt like their eardrums were about to explode when they heard that shriek. It was as if some kind of destructive power was about to drill into their minds. A strand of chaotic soul power rippled from the mindless ancestor demon statue. A moment later, the soul power ripple disappeared. The ancestor demon statue froze on the spot, completely unresponsive. The soul power that Qin Yu had injected into the ancestor demon statue had been completely annihilated. Within the immortal shadow, Qin Yu, who was receiving the immortal king's inheritance, was slightly moved. He seemed to be affected as well. The pressure of a 9th-level heavenly Tao. He can already unleash the power of a 9th-level heavenly Tao cultivator. Sky Burier Sword Immortal's expression changed drastically when he saw the terrifying heavenly demon shadow on the Rakshasa Crown Prince. He had stepped into the 9th level of the heavenly Tao before, so he knew how terrifying a 9th-level heavenly Tao existence was. To put it bluntly, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that an ancient emperor of the martial path was as weak as a child before a 9th-level heavenly Tao. Chapter 700. He broke free of the immortal spell's suppression so quickly. The white-clothed woman and Bloodseeker's expressions kept changing when they sensed the Luosha Crown Prince's terrifying aura. The seriousness in the white-clothed woman's eyes became even more intense. Just the blood demon alone was enough to make her unable to be distracted. Now, there was another ninth-level heavenly Dao expert. Her situation was getting worse and worse. As for Bloodseeker, his expression was extremely ugly. Because he had to focus on fighting the white-clothed woman, he couldn't completely break free of the immortal spell suppression. He didn't expect the Luosha Crown Prince to break free so quickly. Heavenly Beast Fist. After summoning the Luosha Heavenly Beast, the Luosha Crown Prince showed a ferocious expression. Without any hesitation, he roared and punched out. Several fist shadows tore through the air so quickly that Buried Sky Sword Saint, Long Hun, and Long Hao couldn't react at all. Bam, bam, bam. After 3 violent collisions, Buried Sky Sword Saint and the other 2 all spat out blood and flew backward. Their auras were extremely chaotic, and they were severely injured. It was difficult for them to even stand still. As for the ancestor demon statue, it had become a puppet without Qin Yu's soul power. The Luosha Crown Prince clearly saw this, so he didn't waste any time on the ancestor demon statue. The Luosha Crown Prince was very surprised that the 3 hadn't been killed after taking a direct hit from him. Although his cultivation had only recovered to heaven origin, the weakest of the 9 levels of Heavenly Path, the power of Heavenly Path True Essence wasn't something that mere Martial Path True Essence could resist. Is this the end? Buried Sky Sword Saint, Long Hun, and Long Hao looked at the Luosha Crown Prince and the Luosha Heavenly Beast with an extremely terrifying aura. If not for Buried Sky Sword Saint's immortal power, Dragon Soul space-time power, and Long Hao's Eternal Sword Tomb inheritance, they wouldn't have been able to resist. There was no way the 3 of them could survive that attack. Whoosh! After glancing at the 3, the Luosha Crown Prince didn't continue attacking. His figure flashed as he charged toward Qin Yu in the immortal shadow. Their priority now was to secure the succession of the immortal Emperor Zhanlong. At this moment, the immortal shadow was only a few hundred meters tall. If it continued to be delayed, the immortal king's inheritance might completely fall into Qin Yu's hands. This was not the situation that the Rakshasa Crown Prince wanted to see. Layers of immortal shadows. The woman in white noticed the Rakshasa Emperor's intention. She looked at the blood demon, clenched her teeth, and changed her hand seal. Many mysterious celestial shadows appeared and intertwined in the air to stop the Luosha Crown Prince. Scram! The Luosha Crown Prince roared. Demonic chi surged from the Luosha heavenly demon on his body. He flapped his wings and flew toward the incoming celestial shadows. A huge battle broke out between the 2 sides. The Luosha Crown Prince gave the woman in white a sinister look. He didn't get involved in the battle. In a flash, he charged into the celestial shadow. Not good. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Long Hun, Long Hao, and the white-clothed lady changed drastically. Now, it was the critical moment of Qin Yu's inheritance. Once it was disturbed, the consequences would be extremely serious. However, they couldn't stop the Rakshasa Emperor in their current state. In the celestial shadow, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, Qin Yu's expression suddenly changed slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. Mysterious dragon seals appeared in the depths of his eyes. Each dragon seal contained supreme immortal might. One could clearly see that there were ancient immortal runes all over Qin Yu's body. They flickered in and out of existence, putting him in a mysterious state. Whoosh! The air shook slightly, and a murderous figure appeared in the celestial shadow. It was the Rakshasa Crown Prince, who charged in, the immortal king's inheritance. Seeing the ancient immortal runes on Qin Yu's body, the Rakshasa Crown Prince's eyes burned with passion. The immortal king's inheritance isn't something an ant like you can inherit. Die! In the next moment, the Rakshasa crown prince suddenly attacked. His figure flashed, and he charged toward Chinyu from all directions, leaving behind layers of afterimages. This was the Rakshasa clan's ultimate killing technique, called Rakshasa Slaughters the Sky. Its power was endless. Naturally, Chin, you wouldn't just stand there and do nothing in the face of the Rakshasa crown prince's sure-kill technique. The ancient immortal runes all over his body flickered, with immortal light. Whoosh! Just as the Rakshasa crown prince's killing move was about to hit Chinyu from all directions, an ancient token appeared on Chinyu's body. A white-clothed woman appeared out of nowhere along with the snowflakes. Rumble! Following this, a deafening explosion could be heard as an icy palm over a zhang wide burst out from the celestial figure. A figure was sent flying several hundred feet away by the icy palm. His aura was chaotic and violent. What happened? Dragon Soul and the others had thought that Chinyu was in danger, but when they looked, they realized that it was the Rakshasa crown prince who'd been sent flying. Their expressions brightened. Could it be that Chinyu's inheritance had ended, and he still had the power to suppress a 9th-level heavenly Tao? But the icy palm didn't have Chinyu's aura. Even the white-clothed lady and blood demon, who were engaged in an intense battle, looked over in shock. The situation in front of them was something that even they had not expected. Cough, cough. After stabilizing himself, the Rakshasa crown prince coughed violently and spat out blood. 9 palaces, Emperor Force. How could such an existence appear here? After suppressing his internal injuries, the Rakshasa crown prince looked up at the icy light pillar with unconcealable shock. Fairy Shualan, within the celestial silhouette, Chin, you looked at the figure whose clothes were as white as snow, accompanied by snowflakes. There was an unsuppressible excitement on his face. The figure was none other than Fairy Shualan, who'd left the heavenly domain for the snow domain. However, Fairy Shualan didn't have a physical body. She'd floated out of the snow fairy imprint, so she was probably just a soul. Fairy Shualan smiled at Chinyu and didn't accept his words. She tapped her finger lightly, and circles of snow-white light spread out and covered the entire celestial shadow. Whoosh! Immediately, one could clearly see that the speed at which the celestial shadow was assimilating into Chinyu's body had become extremely fast. Before long, the entire celestial shadow entered Chinyu's body, allowing Chinyu to absorb all of the inheritance. At the same time, Fairy Shualan's body gradually turned illusory and finally disappeared completely. The snow fairy imprint also fell from the sky. Chinyu caught the snow fairy imprint and held it tightly in his hand. Although his cultivation had reached the 9th level of the heavenly Tao, Chinyu still felt that there was an unreachable distance between him and Fairy Shualan. However, with immortal King Zhanlong's inheritance, Chinyu firmly believed that one day he would catch up to Fairy Shualan. Chapter 701. Gurgle, Gurgle, Gurgle. When the seal on Chinyu's snow fairy mark was triggered, Fairy Shualan's soul power appeared. In an incomparably hot world of molten lava, a white-clothed woman was sitting cross-legged. Her eyes trembled slightly before she slowly opened them. This white-clothed woman was Shualan's true body. Have I finally reached the 9th level of the heavenly Tao? Sensing the activation of the snow fairy mark, Shualan's eyes flickered slightly, but a moment later, the flicker disappeared, and Fairy Shualan's eyes regained their indifference. That indifference was devoid of any emotion, as if she had no human emotions or desires. Roar! At this moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly appeared in this world of molten lava. A ferocious demon, formed from molten lava, covered the sky, and condensed in this world of molten lava. With an extremely destructive aura, it pressed down on Fairy Shualan. You are the last of the 12 ferocious primordial demons. Fairy Shualan stood up calmly and unsheathed the ancient sword on her back. Sword Chi, containing mysterious ancient runes, spread out and filled the air. A mere mortal dares to kill me and attain the immortal Tao. Wishful thinking. After the ferocious demon roared, it turned into molten lava and instantly covered the entire world, the heavenly domain. Damn it! Has he already obtained the immortal king's inheritance? Seeing the immortal figure disappear and Chinyu appear, the Rakshasa crown prince and blood demon's expressions darkened, especially the Rakshasa crown prince. He had thought that the immortal king's inheritance would be within reach once he broke through the suppression of the heavenly domain's laws. Who would have thought that Chinyu would have such a treasure on him? Now that the immortal king's inheritance had completely merged with Chinyu, it would be extremely troublesome to obtain the immortal king's inheritance. Of course, even if it was troublesome, the Rakshasa crown prince and blood demon naturally wouldn't miss out on the immortal king's inheritance. After all, Chinyu had just obtained the inheritance, and his cultivation and battle strength were extremely weak. Once Chinyu completely controlled the immortal king's inheritance, they would have no chance at all. Success! Long Hun, Long Hao, and Burying Heaven's Sword Immortal looked at Chinyu, who had appeared. Their expressions were flickering with joy. Now, the pressure that Chinyu was emitting made their hearts palpitate. They felt as if they were facing a god. This aura, could it be? A strange expression surfaced in the eyes of the white-clothed lady. This was because the aura that Chinyu exuded was something that even she was rather wary of. In fact, she was even a little afraid of him. How do you two want to die? Seeing that Dragon Soul and the others were heavily injured, Chinyu's eyes were filled with killing intent. He looked at the Rakshasa crown prince and blood demon as if they were already dead. Humph! You have only reached the sky origin stage. Do you think you are invincible? Sensing the disappearance of the icy palm and the 9 palace emperor power that made his heart palpitate, the Luosha crown prince's expression became ferocious and terrifying again. Without the help of the 9 palace emperor power, he would not be afraid of Chinyu even if he was in the sky origin stage. After all, the sky origin stage was the weakest of the 9 levels of the heavenly path. If the Rakshasa crown prince could completely break free of his shackles and go all out, he could easily crush a mere sky origin stage cultivator. Blood Demon did not speak, but his blood-red eyes were filled with chilling, killing intent. At the same time, the terrifying aura on his body grew stronger with each wave, as if it was breaking free of some kind of suppression. You are right. In the sky domain, I am invincible. Chinyu smiled indifferently. Without further ado, he waved his sleeve. Heaven and earth immediately changed color. Rolling thunder surged between heaven and earth, oppressing one's soul. At this moment, whether it was the 9 provinces of the sky domain or the extraterritorial demons, they all felt as if an immortal god was about to descend. The pressure that came from the depths of their souls made everyone, from the ancient emperor to the savage beasts, want to kneel down and worship him. How is this possible? You, the Rakshasa crown prince, who was about to use his killing move, saw the layers of thunderclouds gathering in the sky. His eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. Immortal spell rules. Blood Demon, whose aura had been growing stronger, felt as if a giant mountain was pressing down on him. His rapidly increasing aura came to an abrupt halt. He could clearly sense that there was a layer of invisible and untouchable power scattered on his body. The power was as thin as a veil, but the divine might it contained was something Blood Demon could not resist at all. The power that had been rising in his body was instantly pushed back to the 9th level of the martial path. As I thought, the woman in white had already sensed it, so she was not very surprised. However, She was still very surprised that Qin Yu could control the immortal spell rules that Zhan Long, Immortal King, had left behind in the sky domain so quickly. It seemed that Qin Yu had not been chosen as the successor by Zhan Long, Immortal King, because of luck. Lightning fall. Qin Yu ignored the shocked Rakshasa Crown Prince and Blood Demon, and gently raised his right hand. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the thunderclouds, and countless lightning dragons roiled in the clouds. It was a terrifying sight. Oh no! The Rakshasa Crown Prince and Blood Demon felt their hairs stand on end. Without thinking, they immediately used secret techniques and fled in two different directions. Their cultivation was currently suppressed by the immortal spell rules of the sky domain, so they could not use much of their battle strength. If he continued to stay here, not to mention obtaining the Immortal King's inheritance, he might even lose his life here. Die! Qin Yu's indifferent voice sounded almost at the same time. Crack! Dazzling lightning tore through the sky, leaving a deep crack in the world. Two extremely dazzling lightning bolts appeared alongside the lightning. A moment later, the lightning gradually dissipated. The Rakshasa Crown Prince and Blood Demon had been killed by the lightning, leaving behind only two balls of pure soul power. Qin Yu moved his finger, and the two balls of pure soul power merged into the two fake souls in Qin Yu's Sea of Soul. Although Zhan Long, Immortal King, had helped Qin Yu form the two fake souls, they could not exist forever. To be more precise, the soul power of the two fake souls was constantly flowing away. Although the loss of soul power was extremely weak, Qin Yu still had to pay attention to replenish it. Otherwise, the two fake souls would crumble when the soul power completely dissipated. One move. Sky Burier Sword Immortal, Long Hun, and Long Hao were dumbfounded. They had fought with their lives, but they could not even stop the Rakshasa Crown Prince and Blood Demon. However, Qin Yu was able to kill the Rakshasa Crown Prince and the Rakshasa Crown Prince merely by raising his hand. This sort of strength was truly too astonishing. Whoosh! Qin Yu stepped forward and appeared in front of Long Hao and Long Hun, whose auras were extremely unstable. He patted them lightly, and pure, immortal qi merged into their bodies. "Thank you, Master." Long Hao's expression brightened. He felt his injuries recover in an instant, and even his body's foundations seemed to have undergone a transformation. His understanding of the limits of the ancient emperor and the 9 levels of the heavenly Tao had also become much clearer.